before we are back to continue the quarter century celebration with the Undisputed UDS Championship after this.
I have been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since the very beginning. I came home from school one day and turned on the TV, and the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was playing, where Yu-Gi-Oh! Was playing against Kaiba, beating him with Exodia. And as soon as my dad got home from work, I made him take me to the store to buy Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, and I've been playing ever since.
Inicié por un amigo, por un primo que me enseñó las cartas y pues de ahí empecé a jugar porque pues me llamó mucho la atención. Llevo aproximadamente 20, 21 años jugando, intermitentemente, pero 20, 21 años aproximadamente.
Yo inicié en Yu-Gi-Oh! Viendo la caricatura en televisión cuando era pequeño y aproximadamente en el juego competitivo llevo más de 7 años jugando.
Bueno, empecé desde muy chico, unos amigos jugaban en el colegio, vi cómo jugaban, me llamó la atención y empecé a jugar. Eso fue hace como unos 20 años.
I've been dueling since I was like in 4th grade. Maybe that's like more than like 14 years. But yeah, I've been dueling for a really long time. I started collecting cards. I started watching the TV show. And I didn't get competitive until I got maybe to high school. And there were a lot of adults playing in the library. They were playing like Teledad decks. And I really liked how the interactions went. And I really liked how Yu-Gi-Oh! Was going, and I really liked how, you could perform like comebacks and things like that. And I really liked the game the way it was and the way it is now, because it's a lot more complicated as well, I feel. But yeah, I think it's really good.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! About 19 years ago. I was in kindergarten, and one of my friends showed me his deck of cards, and that was it. I've been hooked ever since.
Bueno, creo que la mayoría conocemos a Yugi por la serie. Allá por el 2005 conocí por primera vez una carta física y dije, ¿en serio existe el juego de monstruos? Desde ahí comenzó mi amor a este juego, ya son 19 años.
So back then when I first started Yu-Gi-Oh! Was during, I think, elementary school. I was very young. Just some other classmates brought cards to the school, so everyone just got on it. My first time travel, I believe, was beginning of 2014. I was in junior high school and planned a trip to a YCS and a college visit at the same time during my spring break. So that's the first time I started competitive, and it's been almost 10 years.
Well, I get for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like a lot of people through friends and the anime. I've been playing for like almost 20 years now, and yeah, I started with friends.
I started playing 2013, so about 10 years. I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! My last year of high school, my friend wanted to go to locals, and then ever since then I started going every weekend, playing on and off since then.
So my cousin bought like starter decks when we were kids, and but back then we didn't really like know what we were doing, like playground rules, just kind of summon 3 blue eyes in one turn, and just didn't really know what we were doing. But like really got into the game in like 2014 Duelist Alliance era. I played Burning Abyss, and that's when I like started playing meta and getting more competitive and having a lot more fun with it actually. So.
All right, I know the game for so many years. I decided to play competitive like maybe 6 years ago, but I've been playing for like 12 years. I get into the game because of my cousins, and yeah, that's more than 10, 15 years maybe.
I've been playing since about 2008 when I first started watching the show. Me and my friend, he brought over some cards that his parents bought him, and been playing ever since.
Well, I first probably got into Yu-Gi-Oh when I was watching the cartoon show when I was a little kid. But the first time I went to a tournament, I was probably 18. So it's been a little while now. And I've had a great time since then. I started playing again after a few years, and I'm glad that I'm back now.
I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for probably since like 2002, 2003 when the show came out, and I went to Toys R Us and saw the 2-star decks. Me and my brother got the Yugi and Kaiba one, and then I kept playing ever since. In 2012, I started playing more competitive Yu-Gi-Oh as well as starting to travel more.
Well, I've been dueling for around 15 years, but for most competitive scene, I've been playing around 8 years. And all started like, I think everyone else, watching the show and playing with my friends in the school.
Hey everyone, Ted Lewis here. Jack Atlas and I would like to say happy 25th anniversary to the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. And may you have many more. I would say my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory is that 25 years ago, I got to meet some really remarkable people while doing the show, many of whom have become very dear friends of mine. Dan Green, Wayne Grayson, Gregory Abbey, Tara Sands, Darren Dunstan, the list goes on and on. The cast was really wonderful, and I'm really grateful to have those people in my life. I'd say the line that I am asked to quote most often as Jack Atlas is, of course, "I'm Jack Atlas, the master of Fasta." I'm really happy to have been a part of something that has had such a positive impact on so many people's lives. I've met fans at conventions, at live tournaments, and they consistently tell me how Yu-Gi-Oh helped them through tough times, taught them about friendship, about loyalty, about believing in oneself, and I think that's wonderful, and I'm so grateful to have been a part of something so positive. It's really great.
La verdad me siento muy agradecido y honrado de poder compartir este evento con jugadores de alto nivel y pues a darlo todo, solamente quiero ganarlo y ya.
It feels good. I've never been in the Konami office before, so seeing all the video games up that I played when I was little is a nice feeling.
Muy emocionado, creo que este es el evento más grande que he jugado, con jugadores muy grandes, de muy alto nivel, y creo que va a ser una experiencia muy agradable.
La verdad es que es un honor ser parte de esto y es increíble.
I'm really excited. As you can tell, not many people were invited to it. I'm glad to be one of them as well, especially since I won the UDS. I was able to be a part of it. It also motivates, people from where I'm from as well. As I mentioned earlier, I work overnight and it's very challenging to keep playing. But as long as my job and my family, they have my back too, then people can see that it's also they can do it too.
I'm very grateful I can be invited, and I think I will be performing or try to perform as best as I can.
This is an awesome experience. I think this is like an event that everyone should be here. This is maybe the biggest event that I've been playing. So being here is just like an excellent experience.
I can't believe it's been 25 years since the game has come out. It seems just like yesterday when I started playing the game and started traveling and meeting all friends through Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, it's a huge honor to be here celebrating 25 years of Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a huge part of my life, and I'd love to be able to celebrate that with amazing people and amazing players.
It's awesome that the game has been around for 25 years. I'm super honored to even have a small part of it, and hopefully, I'm sure everybody agrees that we have another 25 years after.
Oh yeah, I'm stoked to be here. This is I never would have thought I would be here. I almost feel like it's undeserved for me a little bit just because I don't play a lot. So the fact that I'm even here is like a pretty humbling experience.
Well, it's a really great experience because it feels amazing.
Being invited to the quarter century celebration event is a huge honor. Yu-Gi-Oh is a large part of my life, and to be part of that game's history, it's awesome. I'm super excited.
I feel honored to be invited, and I'm gonna try my best.
That's awesome. It's such a big part of my life. playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Like a lot of things that I do, a lot of friends that I have are involved in the game. Yeah. So being part of the celebration is really important to me. It's really, really nice.
All right, welcome back. We are back here at the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series. And again, we had a great round one, but this tournament is not even half over yet. We still have 5 great rounds of intense dueling action. So, what do you think of that last match that we just saw?
What I was seeing for half of it, I feel a lot of things kind of went unexpected, and especially that ending. I really didn't expect it to be relinquished Anima to really close out that game. I wasn't really sure what he was doing with the Zelantis. Usually when you're making World Seas Zelantis, you're using the Salamangreat, is it Rising Phoenix? Raging Phoenix?
Yes.
But seeing the Amblo Whale going there, I wasn't really sure what he was trying to do, but then we saw he was just moving the Kirin, so get him in that zone for the Anima, like very unsuspecting. But, you know, I think players are ready to go into round number 2.
So let's go ahead and go to Kangas down at the stage.
Thank you very much, casters. Let's welcome to the stage, starting on the red side, Juan Sebastian Andrade Castro.
UDS history. He won one of the first 3, I believe. I remember I met him at the following UDS that he got to go to because he won his original one. He's hometown Guayaquil, Ecuador. Also, just one of my favorite people in this tournament. He has hosted me several times, and there's a little bit of bias here. I hope you don't see it too much.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm a new Cosmo fan after performance yesterday, so having his favorite card be Cosmo Tin Can is hype. You don't have to show any bias there. But it's going to be a tough one. I mean, he, again, coming out of that round, is going to have to face another person of the same match record. So, basically, he's got his work cut out for him if he's going to continue his tournament success.
I mean, off to a great start, though. 1-0. You know, you definitely want to start winning pretty early.
So we're going to go back to the stage for our next competitor.
And facing Juan is Cameron Taylor Neal.
Now I feel this player almost needs no introduction. He's been in the tournament scene for so long. Hometown Arlington, Texas. Favorite card, Red Eyes Black Dragon. Kind of goes to show how long he's been around.
Oh yeah, representing with that great shirt. And we saw during all those player interviews, you know, Cameron's a little bit of a soft-spoken duelist, but once he gets the cards out, he is incredible, right? He lets the cards do the talking. Obviously, just kind of getting into his mode, very excited. Plays in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, obviously somebody I've seen before. And again, like I mentioned before earlier in the broadcast, he is at the locals all the time. So he's not just an ultimate duelist, he's a daily duelist, throwing those cards out at your sneak preview events and everything. So it's good to see him here and good to see him representing the old Red Eyes Black Dragon there with that gorgeous shirt.
Absolutely. He is one of the most dedicated players I've seen in the history of the game. He's playing constantly, always putting his all into it, always coming with some interesting ideas, especially in the beginning of formats like we have today. You know, these cards were just released and we're already seeing them do so much. I think both of these players are here for a reason. They're excellent duelists and they're both very deserving of that potential undisputed ring. But we'll have to see who gets to duke it out and become the winner of our round 2.
I think that's a tragedy of watching this tournament. Only one person can be the undisputed ultimate duelist, and I want all of them to win, but it's true, we can only have one winner. So players are getting ready here, obviously, just making sure they have all their tournament supplies, and a lovely staff there, and judges really hard working just to make sure that all the gameplay is fair and focused.
Absolutely, you definitely want, especially at a tournament of this caliber, you want to make sure everything is going as smoothly as possible. That's why we have everyone here on staff, making sure that things go just exactly that way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you definitely recognize these staff. If you have been to any Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in the last, I don't know, 15 to 25 years, you've seen these faces, so you know that they're all just as dedicated. These are people that give up their time, wake up even earlier than our tournament competitors to make sure that there is a fun and fair format. But right now, it's really all about the duel. The duelists are shuffling, getting ready, and they're both very just in there, right? They're only thinking card game thoughts.
Oh, they're locked in for sure. I mean, they've already made it through one round, so they got a bit of those nerves out of the way. You know, going into a tournament, like, this is almost like a world championship level tournament, right? There's going to be those nerves, no matter how long you've been playing the game, how many tournaments you've been through, how many championships you've won. You still have to get through it, and that round 1 is always, I feel, the most nervous, that first round of the day. But now you've already dueled, you've played a match, and you're ready to go. You know what you're looking for. You know what you're going to expect. And I feel at this point, we should talk about, it's just such a small tournament, you get to kind of see what everyone else is on. So I think both players have a pretty good idea of what the other person is playing.
Oh, absolutely. And we've seen, you know, obviously all of these great new fire cards from Phantom Nightmare are very popular. And we're going right into game 1 to see what it is these duelists are going to be playing.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the determining matchups of the entire format here. Fire King Snake Eye versus pure Snake Eye.
Whose deck reigns supreme? Get to find out who goes first here. A little roll of the dice. Oh, maybe not yet.
Let's see what Cam rolls here. That looks like a 9.
9 is hard to beat. Juan
finds a 10.
10.
Just enough.
Just enough. All right. Well, great sportsmanship. I guess we'll see. Looks like our Snake Eye player, Juan, is likely to go first.
It's weird. I've been saying this. I think maybe this is a hot take, but for game 1 exclusively, I think if you're playing a fire mirror match, going second might be a little bit more ideal because you have access to those charmers. You have access to just so much more that you can use because of the battle phase as well, that you end up being able to find a game shot more often than not because there's less tools in your, like game 1, you don't know which card you're playing around, right? Are you going after the Droll and Lockbirds and the Nibirus, or are you trying to play around the Super Polymerizations, the Triple Tactics Talents? Like, you have to kind of really pick and choose your field, and until you have that information as to what your opponent's playing, it might not make the best board possible.
Well, speaking of information, after that bonfire was activated and slapping the Snake Eye Ash on the field, unfortunately its effect was negated by Effect Failure, and a beautiful copy of that.
Snake Eye Ash, when it gets hit with something along the lines of Infinite Impermanence or Effect Failure, it seems like it would really end the turn because there's not much you can do with it. You can't even use, well, I mean, I suppose you could use, but it would resolve without effect, the effect of Ash to send itself as well as another face-up card to summon a Snake Eye from deck. Not being able to access that effect as well is really costly, but at least when you're able to put up 2 bodies here, you can try to dig your way through, eventually get your way to a Charmer if your opponent has a graveyard, and get yourself to that Promethean Princess to bring back the Snake Eye Ash.
Definitely the card of the hour. And speaking of cards of the hour, it's great to see Magician Souls on the field, having sent that Diabell Star to the graveyard. She is a level 7 Dark Spellcaster with Dark Magician stats, so it does kind of work.
This is very interesting. We see the Magician Soul send the 1 copy of Triple Tactics Talents, which almost certainly means you have another one, because at the very least you would just activate it to draw 2 instead of just draw 1. So here we go.
Ah, there it is.
I probably just wants to take a look at the opponent's hand here.
I'm a big, user of the Forceful Sentry style effect, revealing the hand and putting something back. Whatever cards I'm going to draw, I'll probably see them later, but it's always nice to get a peek on what your opponent's hand is and maybe stop those starters. But it looks like we're going to draw instead.
Yeah, that's when you have to use the draw to, that feels like the desperation move, right? I feel like when you activate Triple Tactics Talents, especially in a format like this, it's very predominantly going to be taking your opponent's monster, removing a threat, as well as giving yourself a resource, or just looking at your opponent's hand to make sure you know how to map out the rest of your plays. But when you have to draw to, that means you don't know what you have going on for you, and I think that's exactly why Magician Souls was activated prior to the Triple Tactics Talents, because Juan didn't know what his resources were, and he didn't have exactly what he needed yet, so he's still digging. But hopefully those 2 cards got him to where he needs to go. We're going to find out as he links away that Link Karibo and that Snake Eye Ash, maybe into just an SP Little Knight to have along the way to either push back with a Flame Barge or hopefully not to pass on. There is that Little Knight, a fabulous Quarter Century rare.
Certainly gorgeous there, but I think you're right. The SP Little Knight definitely is a more defensive style play. Obviously, Link Karibo is good and has many ways to help you dodge your opponent's effects by sending those level 1 monsters to the graveyard before something resolves. But this turn isn't seeming as explosive as we know this deck can be. An SP Little Knight, a set card, and that's pass.
Didn't even opt to use its effect, going after the Effect Veiler in the opponent's graveyard, which you wouldn't really think is that relevant, but it is a spellcaster, and because the Charmers are so popular, Celine does seem some play, and getting a spellcaster out of your opponent's graveyard could prove useful.
Certainly could. Obviously, if you were able to bring that back, it can really get things moving. But Cameron just pensively staring at his hand, figuring out what we're going to play first, and it looks like...
I just missed it. He actually banished his own Snake Eye Ash to block the Hida going after from his opponent's side. I think that's a pretty heads-up play as well.
It really is. Obviously, Hida the Fire Charmer is great because you can borrow those fire monsters, and it seems like swapping monsters across the board might be the way that these mirror matches go. It looks like that Forbidden Chalice is going to stop Snake Eye Ash, so we're not really going to resolve that card effect yet.
But I mean, just looking at Cameron's hand here, he sees it pretty much face up on the field. That's plenty of ways to keep going. He has the Diabell Star to just put that Poplar in rotation, but more so, like, he's probably just going to activate the Sanctuary first, just try to get a card on the field that he can give up for free, while also placing Fire King Island on the field. Fire King Island could destroy that Snake Eye Poplar in the hand, and because Garunix is already in the hand, you're able to just kind of start the entire Fire King engine because you do not have to go and grab that Garunix yourself in that moment. So you can add something along the lines of Fire King Arvada, use Garunix effect because a fire monster was destroyed, summon it, destroy Kirin, which is able to special summon from graveyard or hand, and put the Arvada on the field, which will then be able to protect yourself from any further plays that Juan has, especially that Little Knight that's staring him down.
Well, we saw earlier in the tournament how important Arvada on the field can be. It will even force your opponent to enter the battle phase just to attack over it, just to keep yourself from getting locked out of those precious card effects. But right now we are seeing Sanctuary go ahead and bring out Fire King Island, and Cameron is thinking about his next play from there.
Yeah, Juan has to choose if he wants to go after that Snake Eye Ash. Maybe in the situation that is the only fire monster that Cam has, will Juan take that gamble? Yeah, he's going to use the Little Knight, going to go after that Snake Eye Ash.
Just worried that it might be the only thing he has. Obviously don't want him to be able to search through that deck with the Fire King Island effect. But if he's got other cards, well, let's see.
Yeah, giving up the Poplar there, also Quarter Century.
Definitely, this would be the tournament. If you wanted to show up with some valuable cards and show off, this is the one.
Yeah, being able to grab that Arvada here, just like I predicted. The Garunix is going to be able to trigger in the hand, going to be able to destroy the Kirin, not going to be able to destroy anything with the Kirin, but it will be able to summon that Arvada from hand. And then you're free to basically go with your plays with the Diabellstar from that point.
So we're going to see Poplar go back to the Spell and Trap Zone. Kind of nice to see that mechanic again, since Crystal Beasts are really, I think, like the first cards that were showing up in the Spell and Trap Zone, but so many different decks do it now.
Yeah, I don't think you can quite call it crystallizing when you use the effect of a Snake Eyes, but I guess that's the closest thing we have.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Centurion too, so just lots of different decks taking advantage of the fact that there's lots of zones on the field.
So you are now protected from something along the lines of Effect Veiler, which could be very powerful here. You know there's not, well, at least it's very unlikely for there to be an Infinite Impermanence because it would have been set along with the Forbidden Chalice at this point.
Yeah, I definitely feel like if you're going to use Infinite Impermanence, you could save it in the hand maybe to surprise your opponent, but then you wouldn't get that powerful effect if it was set. So I feel like it probably would have been set on the Chalice. Look at the face down card, though. We're going to go ahead and flip over our original Sinful Spoils and go ahead and grab something from the deck.
I imagine because you already gone through your entire Fire King engine, this is just going to be a Snake Eye Oak at this point.
Took a little look at the Poplar, but you're absolutely right. Here comes Snake Eye Oak.
You're going to be able to go after the Poplar in Graveyard, I imagine, because you have not used its effect yet. Given maybe you don't have any targets, yeah, just going to go ahead and grab that Snake Eye Ash that was banished off the Little Knight instead. Likely means that Poplar would not have a target to go after because the original Sinful Spoils has already been used.
Now, we've seen how strong this field can be from the Fire King version of the Snake Eye deck, but also how fragile it can be if you lose your Fire King Island. Again, if it's removed from the field, you're going to have all those cards destroyed. They like being destroyed, but you also like having a lot of monsters, too. Uh-oh.
And there is the Nibiru's, but the Arvada is still online here, so unless there is an additional effect failure or something, yeah, now Oak is just going to be able to send another monster, and let's see, there is 18 on the field. This 24, or sorry, it's 27 plus 12 from the Kirin.
Believe so, but we're not out of this duel yet, but...
Oh, it might be exactly out of this duel. It seems like that was enough for Juan.
Go ahead and concede it.
Yeah, Juan definitely sees that. There was enough damage just on the field with the Flamebird about to come out from the Snake Eyes Oak. There was already enough damage with the boosted Garunix as well as the Arvada still on the field. That Nibiru was not enough because the Arvada came on the field so early. And he's just going to have to move on in game 2.
Well, technically, that makes it a vote for the Fire King Snake Eye version of the deck, right? We got to see how powerful it was and how important Arvada is for just having that additional summon on the field, being able to have a body that's big enough to hold its own, but that powerful effect to negate. Obviously, Nibiru would have just closed that duel out, but it didn't come up, right? And so now the duelists have to think about what they're going to side, how they're going to do something different. What would you be thinking about if you were in your side deck right this second?
Well, I think going first is obviously very strong. So you want to really focus on the parts of your deck that will not struggle, or at least not susceptible to your opponent's main targets as far as like Effect Veiler, Infinite Permanence, and Nibiru. So usually what we see is people putting in trap cards, powerful trap cards, especially if you're able to resolve powerful draw effects. Given Droll and Lockbird is a card that has been popular going into this format, but it seems like it's less powerful going second compared to how powerful it is going first to back up your field. So I don't think that's something you're necessarily worried about, especially when you're playing pure Snake Eye, right? When you're getting Droll and Lockbird, it cuts off nearly the entire Fire King engine, but it doesn't really cut off anything except for the initial play in the pure Snake Eye deck. So because it's not as much of a concern, you can try to lean into effects to draw, because you do have Magician Souls in your deck. You do have that additional wanted draw when you activate that and resolve your Diabellstar stuff. You can get a few cards in there, and I mean, if you do play the Jet Synchron, you can go through formula. So like when you have that many draws in your strategy, you want to probably draw some powerful trap cards to really make sure that you win immediately because you went first.
It's nice to see all those powerful draws, but unfortunately, even with the Magician's Souls draw and the Triple Tactics Talent draws that Juan used, he didn't necessarily get into the cards that he needed, and those cards that he did did have were stopped. So hopefully in this duel he gets to get a little bit more of that gameplay come into the field. Again, it's really cool to see all the different combinations of this deck, right? It's not just a one-trick Ponix, if I will, but it's true that, you know, while it's certainly spell reliant, the Fire King build, unless you're running into something that stops spells like the Psyframe Zeta that we saw earlier in the tournament, or Delta, excuse me, and all the other ones. It's just wild that like spell negation is kind of back. People are starting to look at the anti-spell fragrances, so that might be something that if Juan has, he can consider adding from his side deck.
Absolutely. I mean, you are right. You definitely want to prioritize getting your engine through, but having that trap card to back it up really does make things go a lot smoother. But resolving a Snake Eye Ash is the key to everything at this point. Whether it be the entire way through or just getting it to resolve at some point in your turn, you just want to be able to put the Flame Burge on the field and then just get your play across. And now we're moving on into Game 2. Let's see if Juan even chooses to start. I imagine he does. He did start Game 1, and again, as it turns out, sometimes it's just more favored to go second, because you even have just a small stop. Your opponent has access to all the Charmers to able to play through your graveyard, and they have a battle phase. But now you have to play into every single post side card.
Now, if you take a look at Cameron's hand, just because we can see from the overhead camera, lots of points of interaction. I think I saw a Droll and Lockbird, as well as maybe an Effect Veiler and a Poplar, so pretty decent start.
Yeah, there was, I believe, 2 copies of Droll and Lockbird, an Effect Veiler, and a way to play, so that seems like good enough for now. But we're leading off with Diabellstar, sending the Flame Burge here. Not necessarily as costly in the pure Snake Eye strategy, because you more than often play 2. But
True.
Juan stopped cold from another Effect Veiler this time.
Oh, that Effect Veiler is putting in work. If that's the same Effect Veiler, you should be thanking it, Cameron. It's definitely putting its work in. But, oh, there's the anti-spell fragrance.
With 0 spells in hand. But at least this Poplar was the only play starter here, so not going to be able to do enough at this point. He's going to be able to set the Sinful Spoils, but that's not going to really do anything to get him started. But Juan might still not have a play here. Okay, this is what I was worried about. Cameron opting to go after the Poplar here because it is his only way to start playing. But the cost of this is this puts a Poplar potentially in his grave if Juan has a way to remove it once it's able to put itself back in the spell trap zone. If it is sent to the graveyard at any point, Juan can go after it with Hida and just start playing his own deck as well. But he will be stopped by his own anti-spell, so... You know, I wonder how much his anti-spell will hurt Juan before it helps him.
Well, he does have quick play spell cards like Forbidden Chalice, so maybe that's what his thinking pattern is that he's just going to like wait and use his spells later. But it is true that this is really going to slow Cameron down, and that's what make anti-spell fragrance really powerful again. You know, when we have these formats that are mostly monster effects, yeah, you can include the anti-spell fragrance in your side deck, but you may not see a lot of use out of it, and you may eventually rotate it out. But this is a spell-centric format, and it's going to continue to be in the future just because of how powerful those Fire King spells really are.
Now, we do see the copy of Infinite Impermanence in Cameron's hand here, and I wonder, yeah, so this is what I kind of expected from Cam. It's a bit of a bold move, right? If you assume that Infinite Impermanence set, it probably will be in the same column as the anti-spell fragrance, but
I'm no magician, but I think he might have set it in the center column. More worried about the face-down card. It is true, though, that if he did set it in front of the anti-spell fragrance, he could just negate a monster's effect on his own turn and start playing spells, but it depends. He might be more concerned about that face-down.
And look, we're going to see another Diabellstar. I wonder if he has to kind of get rid of his own anti-spell if he wants to play, right? And this is a play that you can easily predict in the situation that Juan is in. Cameron could see that he's not going to be able to play without getting rid of his own anti-spell, so he doesn't have to really worry about it. So he could have put the Infinite Impermanence just blocking that other spell and trap that Juan has. Yep, and that's exactly what happened.
So he is going for the face down there, saying no to Diabellstar, and also Master Duel fans can probably imagine the bubbles on the screen crossing the field.
I mean, if it stopped him one turn, it probably stops him again. He only had one draw to get out of it. But now he has access to Dracosack.
Absolutely. 2 rank 7, or 2 level 7s combined. But I don't think we're opening up the overlay network. Looks like we're just going to go into the battle phase, attacking.
Yep, you're going to go ahead and make sure to use the Effect Poplar. They're not taking any risks of a fire monster coming down.
It is true that Hida, the Fire Channeler, has never been better. All these different Link monsters. We saw that before, you know, when Dark was around. It was a great way to get out Destiny, Hero, Destroyer, Phoenix, Enforcer. But now with everybody playing very strong fire decks, there's a new Fire Charmer in town.
I mean, it goes to show that both Hida and Dark are very, very popular. I think it's a near staple in all of these Fire extra decks because Diabellstar is a Dark, and that's just the same thing, essentially.
Well, it'll be wild to see with all the Artemises, Selines, and Effect Fillers running around if people start using Lena as well.
Eventually, the whole extra deck is just Charmers and Celine.
Working as intended, but looks like Cameron's going to go ahead and get into things. Looks like another Joel and Lockbird appearing.
Oh, it looks like he drew a Fire King Avatar Kieran, actually, which is fairly useful with the Arvada. He's able to just at least have a live target for the Kieran if it ever comes up.
Oh, he's doing the traditional hand shuffling, keeping those cards randomized so his opponent doesn't know which is the card he just drew. It's always a really great thing to do, and obviously keeps the game fair and fun. But we're going to go ahead and flip that over and send the Snake Eye Poplar to the grave to maybe search something or not. Let's see what this face down card is.
It looks like it's a Crossout Designator going to banish his own copy of Original Sinful Spoils here. Very costly if you don't play a second copy, because the only way to really put it back is going to be Wanted, which you currently do not have access to.
However, with strong monsters on the field, locking your opponent out of doing anything when you've seen them have several flustered turns back to back, it might be the only way for him to just basically battle phase again, get rid of that Arvada, and then start his own turn.
Not really a whole lot you can do in this position. I wonder if he ever just activates the Kieran to destroy the, just to clear one of the Diabell stars, right? And it puts the Arvada back on the field, but the Arvada still won't be able to do anything without the Kieran in hand, so he probably just has to preserve it as is and just pass turn again.
I gotta say, it is nice to see Crossout Designator again. It's certainly a powerful card and doesn't always see play in formats, but right now, with so many powerful cards that activate from the hand that you can Crossout Designate, and the possibility of playing against another popular deck, it's probably a good idea, but play passes right back over to Juan, and he draws for his turn.
Yeah, we definitely seen a lot more popularity for Crossout Designator because of how much engine it hits, and I think that's usually when Crossout becomes more playable. Right? When you're just going after those points of interaction from hand, it doesn't seem like it's doing that much because there's not always that much consistency in what everyone's playing. I mean, you can tell Infinite Impermanence is going to be popular, Ash Blossom is going to be popular, Nibiru is going to be popular, but sometimes people play wide skew of those points because there's a lot more available. But when you're able to go after cards that have to be played because they're part of the engine, like Snake Eye Ash or the original Sinful Spoils like this, or just even Bonfire, it can do so much more.
Oh no, it looks like we do have another battle phase. Get rid of Arvada pass turn, just setting a single card and letting it go back over. I do see a Bonfire, so it's time to go back. Oh no, that's not Bonfire, okay.
We got the Wanted here.
There it is, yeah.
Wanted's very solid here, because at least it puts up the Diabell Star. You already have the card face up on the field, and because you have the original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard, you're able to put it back, making it live again. Might be one of the best draws you could have at the moment.
It's definitely Cameron's way into the duel. Obviously, it's great to have all those points of interaction in the hand, but if your opponent isn't really triggering them, right, by doing those plays that meet those conditions, you don't really go, oh my goodness, it's another Crossout Designator. Hold the phone.
Yeah, and Crossout Designator does negate the entire effect of Wanted for the turn, so he's not going to be able to use its effect in the graveyard either. Or, I mean, I suppose he could attempt to try to put back the original Sinful Spoils and get that additional draw. A pretty strong interaction here, but I think Juan would have much rather just drawn a playable card just to get his play started. But eventually, Cam at 500, I didn't even look over there, 500 life points.
Those Diabell Stars are big. 2 Dark Magician-sized monsters can't be wrong, but you're absolutely right. The Crossout Designator, while it is keeping Cameron out of the duel, it's true that this duel may already have been over if Juan was able to just draw another powerful card to get in. It's kind of a pattern we've seen, right? In round 1, there was also just a lot of ways to say no to your opponent, but no way to get into the game, and that's what we're seeing out of Juan, both in Duel 1 and Duel 2 of this game.
It looks like Cam is opting to use the effect of Wonder. Am I missing what Crossout Designator does? Does it actually not stop the second effect as well?
It should. Let's take a look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron here so we can make sure that we have the correct text. Even the judges taking a look at the card just to make sure that we know what it does. Again, declare one card name, banish one of the declared card from your main deck, and if you do, negate its effects as well as the activated effects and effects on the field of cards with the same name. So you can absolutely banish that from the graveyard.
Okay, so I have to try to read that again to try to perfectly understand it.
Because, yeah, it's declare one card name, banish one of the declared cards, and if you do, negate its effects, as well as the activated effects and effects on the field of cards with the same name.
Which applies to cards that were already on the field, but I believe it still would negate all of those cards' effects.
It should, but it does look like you can see those red stripes. Head judge just making sure, again, these are some of the hardest working judges in the entire program, people who have worked at the World Championship and, well, even back to your locals and there again. So we're just making sure that this gets clarified so that everybody knows exactly how this works.
Yeah, okay, that's how I assumed it worked. The second phrasing on it, just to clarify that it would also stop effects that are still already face up on the field. But basically, if you cross, just make this easy for everyone else. If you activate Cross-Lock Designator on a card, that card's effects for the turn are invalid.
So the short version is no.
If that is enough, there's no way for Cam to block out 500 points of damage here.
So we have our great Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge staff here just to make sure we do understand how the cards work. Sometimes you've got your brain wrapped around it one way and it turns out to be something different. It's okay, but it does mean that Cameron's going to have to pack up the cards for this duel, and we're going to go into the next one.
Yeah, honestly, when I said going first is going to be favored post side here for Juan, this is not what I meant. I didn't think it was just going to be summoning 2 monsters and attacking for 25 several turns in a row. But I guess that's what happens when all you're trying to do this format, I guess you can tackle it 2 ways, right? You either try to make sure your opponent does not get started at all, or you're trying to deal with it after the fact. It seems from what we can tell from this match, it's been way more popular to go after everything and make sure there's no play made, trying to really focus down on those effect failures, infinite impermanences, and we see that from both sides here. Nothing really being able to stick, but Dia Bellstar at least putting itself on the field, 2,500 attack. That was enough to get there this time.
2,500 attack will do it, right? We've got to see all those great anime episodes earlier in the morning, and, well, Dark Magician stats can't be wrong. But now this is going to be interesting. It's down to the wire. They've got to make those decisions. Cameron now has that information about Anti-Spell Fragrance being in Juan's side deck, or maybe his main deck. We're not really sure. We just didn't see it in the first duel.
I would assume the side deck. I would hope the side deck. That would be a little chaotic to have that in your main deck.
I mean, I'm not an Ultimate Duelist. Maybe Juan knows something that we don't. But now they've really got to think it out, and Juan has to make this difficult decision of, I haven't really gotten my deck online. I won that second duel. I've been able to beat him, but I haven't really been able to get all my combos off the ground. Do I need to change something? Do I need to insert a little bit more engine, or maybe water something down? Funny joke to make with a fire deck, of course, but still, we've got to figure out how Juan is going to get into this game.
Yeah, I think as far as Cam goes, he's going to be doing the exact same thing that Juan did game 2. So if Juan has that read, how would you tackle playing into the field while also trying to deal with something along the lines of anti-spell? Do you ignore the anti-spell and hope it doesn't happen, or do you try to hedge your bets a little bit?
Well, there's another great card we could talk about that's like that. It's kind of the Nibiru equation, right? Do I think that Nibiru is in the hand or do I not? And some duelists just want to charge headfirst, summon 5 monsters, and find out what happens then. Or they want to be very conservative. The good news is, as long as you sequence your plays right, in Nibiru, you can go ahead and put out that Arvada. But unless they're running something that gets rid of that trap card, you can't really do the same thing. So you just kind of have to go in and hope maybe you have a Cosmic Cyclone to back you up. And if not, that's going to be it for that turn.
Yeah, I believe Cosmic Cyclone is a strong card because, especially against the Fire King deck, you are able to go after the Fire King Island, potentially just wiping the field, which will most likely have half of it come back. But usually in some of the stronger hands, you're able to lead off with an Appaloosa, sometimes made with an IP Masquerena, although a little bit rare. And it would still be destroyed by the Effective Island because it's your card, not your opponent's. So that's like an easy way around that. And then if you happen to run into the anti-spell, you're still able to cover it with that Cosmic Cyclone. So, probably one of the cards Juan is looking for. And we mentioned Nibiru as well. Fire King able to play around it a lot easier because you have Arvada to actually cold stop it. How do you think the Snake Eye deck really tackles it down? It feels like, for the most part, they just try to leave a Flame Bridge on field and not link it away, so that at least, or even if they do, they want to have Temple on the field with a Flame Bridge in the back, so that you can at least push up, because I think the bare minimum that you want to get, at least through a Nibiru, is a Flame Bridge with an IP setup, right?
Now, it would be nice to see the Temple, though, kind of scrolling back in the chat there. When you think about it, that would push the attack values high enough to get rid of that Arvada, which really just seems to be the problem with Juan. But there's a lot of different ways into this duel that we just have to hope that we see them. But here's the thing, it really also just depends on luck of the draw, right? And I don't mean that this game is without skill, but there are combinations of cards you can draw that just aren't the right ones. So as we go into Game 3 or Round 2 of the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series, we're going to have to see which side the heart of the cards is going for. Is it Cameron or is it Juan?
We've seen both players be stopped very quickly from a single point of interaction along the lines of Infinite Impermanence or Effect Failure, but I don't think it's going to be as simple looking at this hand from Cameron. We have the leading off Snake Eye Ash, but there's also a 1-for-1 in his hand to extend further. But it looks like Juan didn't even have anything to stop the Ash this time, so already back against the wall.
Definitely. I mean, unless he has some sort of Nibiru, the Primal Being, in his hand, you probably would have done some stuff here. And it looks like we're going straight to the special summon there, so there may not even be a Droll and Lockbird in his hand either. Juan's hand just face down the field, not picking it up, just kind of watching these plays happen.
I mean, we do know Juan does play a lot of the spell cards and try to maybe focus down on interacting with the field even after the fact. But looks like he has the strong hand going for the Divine Temple himself in the Fire King strategy. This has been very popular lately.
Well, it's a great card. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of synergy and crossover between these two decks. And historically, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been about that. I mean, I can remember ages when Gravekeepers and Monarchs were put together, and we were like, oh, that is genius. And in the same way, having the Fire Kings and Sinful Spoils work together, I mean, it is working as intended.
We're going to now use the Snake Eye Ash, getting rid of the Oak to go ahead and summon the Flamebridge here. Divine Temple just adding additional uses for the Snake Eye cards, being able to not necessarily give away cards that actually cost you anything, but also generating the Oak in the graveyard, which is going to be an additional body once this Flamebridge happens to leave the field, which looks like right now.
Flamebridge is just such a powerful monster. I remember when it first came out, maybe people were like not sure about it, but it's obviously become a staple effectively in all of these different decks.
Interestingly, going for the Sunlight Wolf already, Flamebridge effect is going to be able to summon out 2 of those level 1 fires from the graveyard, opting to go for that Oak as well as Snake Eye Ash. Oak is going to be able to trigger here.
Okay.
Yep, Poplar is going to go back on the field. This might be an easy time to nib because the Flamebridge is already used, but you still have to deal with a likely original Sinful Spoils from the hand, because just because you search the Divine Temple doesn't mean you don't already have the other spell.
No, you're absolutely right. Looks like here it comes.
Yep.
There we go. Smashing down onto the field. Nibiru, the Primal Being, is going to go ahead and remove all these monsters from the field, attributing them off. And where are we going to put that token?
Poplar has not been used yet, so Poplar would be able to put itself, or any rather fire monster from the graveyard back onto the field. Oh, it looks like it did on the Flamebridge. Ah, I see. And the Divine Temple is going to be able to push it up because the Nibiru was used. This is what I mentioned earlier, the Snake Eye strategy to play around Nibiru. And now he's free to just start activating. Just going to go directly after the hand.
Okay. So now we get to see, looks like original Sinful Spoils, Snake Eye. We've also got Triple Tactics Talent, which is going to go back to the deck.
Yep, he has plenty of room to be able to play, to be able to stop the engine. Just wants to take off those additional factors here. Talent is going to be one of the easiest ones to be able to crack the board. Just going to go ahead and remove that factor.
We also did see a Flamberge in the hand there, but I don't know if it's going to be able to push too hard considering what's on the field. Cameron considering.
Special. Oh, sure. There's the Diabelster. That's how you're going to get access to your spell here.
So really the turn's just begun for Cameron, right? Well, Nibiru set the progress back. There's certainly a lot of different things you can do from here on out.
I think at this point you are going to be able to resolve the entirety of the rest of your combo.
Well, Juan's got a great poker face, right? We didn't think he had anything in his hand, but it did seem like the Nibiru came right at the right time. So maybe there is something else. I don't think Joel and Lockbird is likely. We probably would have seen that a little earlier, but here comes our original Simple Spoil, sending Diabelstar.
I mean, we know Juan doesn't have anything left. He got his hand taken away.
True, true.
There's the Ponix. Ponix is going to be able to add the Sanctuary, go ahead and add the Island, assuming none of those are already in the hand. Yep, there's the Sanctuary. Going to be able to place that Fire King Island on the field. Cam thinking through what else he has to do, because usually you have an idea of what the combo looks like at this point, but now, because he knows the exact cards in Juan's hand, he can make a field that perfectly counters every single one of those cards, and I think that's what he's looking for right now.
Definitely a great position to be in when you know what your opponent has. You can basically figure out a strategy that counters every single thing. And so really the only surprise is going to be whatever card Juan draws. And given, you know, how limited his hand is right now and doesn't have any follow-up from the Triple Tactics Talent unless he just draws it back, there's not really going to be a great jump start into this duel since Cameron has the ability to just basically make whatever premium package. It's a custom field.
I think Tactics and Poly is the card that Juan needs to draw. Maybe Cosmic Cyclone because the Fire King Island is most likely going to remain on the field. It has to be one of those power spells, right? I don't think Engine gets you there anymore. I think you need to draw those cards that are in addition to your typical strategy and really focus on cracking Cameron's board.
Sure. Now going to go ahead and say goodbye to Flamberge here to grab ourselves a Fire King from the deck.
Flamberge already used, so not going to be able to trigger again. I wonder, since the Sunlight Wolf is also used, I wonder if he's going to go for Kiran or Arvada here. It looks like
Arvada would feel pretty good because then you're not worried about any monster effects that your opponent's dropping down.
Just wondering, because he doesn't actually have to worry about them this turn, how useful is the Arvada on the following turn? He's probably going to be able to end on Appaloosa knowing that the Triple Tactics Talents is not there. He's going to focus on getting the Kieran. He can summon back the Sunlight Wolf from the graveyard with the effect of Promethean Princess in a zone that would be able to be pointed to later, like just right under the extra monster zone, I imagine, and be able to add back that Kieran, just getting him just more additional removal looking into Juan's hand.
Well, speaking of looking at the hands, take a look at the extra deck. Looks like the monster of the hour is here. It's the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flame. Such a powerful card.
Opting to not go for that. Going to just put the Flamers back on the field. Going to be able to put the IP in the back row.
Obviously, Flamberge has been very powerful, whether you're using the variant that runs Formula Synchron or IP Masquerena. Being able to bring out one of those smaller monsters that has a quick effect to perform either a Link Summon or Synchro Summon during your opponent's turn gives you just additional ways to interact with whatever they throw out.
It looks like we're going to be able to link away the Promethean Princess here. Still locked into fires until this Link Summon is conducted, so likely going into that Amblo Whale.
Amblo Whale has been just such a powerful card. It was good before, but it's great now considering the fire interactions back and forth. And the fact that now you also have the Promethean Princess in the graveyard active, right? Being able to destroy a fire monster and then a monster or card on your opponent's side of the field. Yep. So powerful and really showing why it earned that spot on the playmats that have recently been printed.
Stand by.
He could have opted to make the World Sea Dragons Atlantis with the Amblo Whale just to make sure he doesn't randomly lose to a top deck super polymerization. But it doesn't look like Juan has any of that to lead off with. He's going to go into the main phase, normal summon Snake Eye Ash. That is going to resolve. We'll see how far he's able to get before we're just going to start activating all those effects in the graveyard.
No, if you're cheering for pure Snake Eye in this duel, at least, this is your last chance. So Juan, make them proud wherever they are.
Poplar is going to be able to activate its effect right now, attempting to summon itself from the graveyard. Potentially going to be using the Flamebridge here to just put the IP Masquerena on the field. Yep, looks like that's what Cam's going to do.
Sure.
Definitely the time here. That way, right before your opponent gets anything set up, you can have IP Masquerena go and perform that Link Summon on the turn and figure out what it is you're going to do against them. But Poplar's hitting Juan's field and going ahead and activating its effect.
So this might be the moment that Cameron wants to use the effect of Promethean Princess, going after a fire monster on his side of the field as well as a monster on Juan's side of the field. And he would be able to now chain the IP Masquerena to make sure to make a non-fire monster before that Promethean Princess resolves. So I think that might be what Cameron's looking for right now, but he doesn't necessarily have to, because Princess, once it's going to be able to hit the field, you could just go and summon the Garunix. The Garunix set itself up. And if you had access to Arvada elsewhere, you're able to get rid of the princess that way. Or if you just have another Kieran in hand, that's another way to just easily get rid of the princess and use the IP Masquerena later.
I'm going to do a quick little shuffle and cut here and see what comes up next. Now, obviously, it's good to have added that card to your hand, but it just doesn't quite feel strong enough with the threat of IP Masquerena, right? There's a lot of different monsters you could jump into, and you still do have the Promethean Princess kind of lurking in the graveyard.
Yeah, we're looking for as many extenders as possible here, because you want to take advantage of those charmers to just use your opponent's graveyard to climb up into your own princess, being able to just go from a Link 1, like just 2 bodies into a Link 2 into a Link 3 very quickly, while also generating value because your opponent is likely using all the same cards you are.
Well, looks like we're going to use SP Little Knight's effect to go ahead and banish the Poplar, and now we're going ahead and searching out some little fire monsters, level 1s each, from Flamberge's effect in the graveyard.
It looks like we're going to go after the Oak as well as the Ash, not only getting them out of his graveyard, but being able to use their effects to generate even more value here. Ash is going to be able to search. I'd imagine Oak has the option to special summon or add back to hand. He might be choosing to add Ponix back to his hand here.
Yeah, that's fine.
He is.
Yep, putting it back in his hand rather than special summoning it. This is an extra layer of protection, because if your field gets wiped, the Ponix will be able to trigger in hand to special summon itself. So just keeping yourself alive as much as possible, which is what you want to do in this position. You just want to see another turn. The only way you lose this game is if you lose right now.
So Ash and
Juan is checking the graveyard, might be looking for all the different types of things in there, right? Certainly a lot of Link monsters that love jumping out of the graveyard as a little jump scare. Cameron's showing it off as well for the fans, but looks like we're going back to the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
Was that had to be the card that was drawn, because I don't think Cam knew about that card yet, which gives Cameron perfect information now.
Use SP.
Cameron activating the effect of SP Little Knight. Of course, since the card effect is activated, you're going to pick 2 cards. And it looks like we're going to say goodbye to Ash and SP Lilite until the end of the turn. Unless... No, okay. Juan might have activated a card from the hand there, but decided not to do anything further.
Yep, removing the Ash is very important here because it would have been an immediate threat, being able to send either the card that was put in the back with the Divine Temple or the Divine Temple itself and immediately summon something along the lines of Flamebirds or any other Snake Eye monster from the deck. Just going to be able to remove that option or at least push it back a little bit further so Juan has to commit even more resources before he's able to get that far.
Well, he's going to get something, so really, you know, it's... Not to put the pressure on Juan or anything, but it's just true that you're staring down so many cards and so much setup, and you know your opponent has what you have. So this is all about grit and determination. Obviously, he's an ultimate duelist for a reason, but it looks like the deck may be stacked against him, so he'll have to make his choices carefully.
Going to just be another copy of Snake Eye Ash here. I think he wants to leave the Snake Eye Oak in the deck, and you don't really want to get rid of the Flame Bridge at this point. Those are monsters you want to summon from the deck. This makes a lot of sense. It's going to just be likely used for free fodder. There is that Sinful Spoils that was added off the Poplar earlier this turn. He's going to be able to send either the Ash or the Temple. I'm probably going to go after the Ash. Keep in mind, Divine Temple is very similar to Flamebridge, where it can go from both sides. So if at any point there is a monster pushed back on Cameron's side, the Divine Temple could trigger when Cameron summons a monster to summon that monster to Juan's side of the field. So he actually wants to keep it on the field, just in case that does come up.
Again, this is going to be a fun format with all these borrowing cards. Do hear time on the round, but remember that's only for the main tournament. The featured match has its own separate clock. Sometimes that clock's going to be updated too because there may be a time extension or communication from the judges with the team, so don't worry if time gets added. We're just making sure it's straight.
Thinking, okay. I'll target... Banish Snake Eye Ash.
Going after the Ash that was banished off of the SP Little Knight here, this makes it a little bit harder for Cameron to remove both, because both of these monsters are able to use the Temple to try to summon another monster from the deck. So Cameron's goal is to try to remove both of them as quickly as he can, but I don't know if he will be able to that easily.
Well, there was a special summon monster, so technically the Promethean Princess could jump into action here.
Yeah, I guess Princess and Kieran would remove these monsters very quickly, but Juan put himself in a position for that to happen, so hopefully he has some kind of answer for it.
It is true that he may have set up Cameron specifically for this, so whatever other cards he may have in his hand, that's when he jumps in the duel.
I do believe the last card in his hand is that Diabellstar, right? That we knew from the tactics? Which I believe Cam should know that too. So this puts him in a position where he should be mostly fine. Because now that the Sinful Spoils is used as well, there's not really much a lone Diabellstar can do.
So we are going to see the Promethean Princess, though.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hesitant to put it in the graveyard. Hard to believe it, but it is true. Promethean Princess is back in action.
And that's going to be able to trigger the Grunix. A fire monster was in fact destroyed.
Sure.
Grunix going to summon itself out in defense mode, just in case.
Yep.
Hey, you never know. Every life point counts, especially since Cameron lost quite a few. This is a fresh set of duels, so we're taking a look at Promethean Princess. I mean, it's just such an excellent monster. I want a Promethean Princess for everything, right? Give me one for wind, water.
I personally do not think Light and Dark deserve one. But
they are some of historically the most powerful archetypes, but this is definitely fire time.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, fire's felt underappreciated in previous years, and we can no longer say that.
Yes, anybody who thinks that that is not one of the strongest attributes. There's plenty of great attributes, right? We got to see Zealantis, but right now it's a fire field.
You're good. You guys can... Okay.
Yep, and that is a concession from Juan there. Cameron going to be able to take it. That's used up every single... Oh, it was Flamebird, not the Diabellstar. Even less useful.
Ooh, that is not going to help.
A very decisive victory for Cameron this time, after very conflicting game 1s and 2s.
No, absolutely. I mean, the first two matches, obviously the duelists are evenly matched, right? So they definitely were scrapping it out, just trying to put on the field what they could. But now we're signing that sacred match slip. Cameron Neal is going to be victorious in this duel.
You know, a tough loss to take, even after like winning round 1 for both these players. But again, this is round 2 of 6 rounds, right?
6 rounds, exactly. And there is a possibility that we go into our top 4 cut without an undefeated duelist because of those extra rounds. So honestly, Juan could still make it. There's no reason to be discouraged. And honestly, a duelist who got this far has tough enough skin to keep going.
Absolutely. All of the players here in this tournament are here for a reason. They have already at least 1 championship under their belt, literally.
Literally, it is their belt.
So for those of you at home, a 16-person tournament normally would only consist of 4 rounds, so 2 additional rounds being played, which just eliminates variance. You get to play more rounds, which means the more wins you can stack up, the more likely you get to move on. You get to show off your deck building choices, and deck building matters so much more the more rounds you get to play. So this is one of those tournaments that's really built in with that in mind. So losing 1 round is not the end of the world, and both these players are still in regardless.
No, it's going to be an exciting show no matter what, considering that we still have 4 more rounds of great Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. And that's the thing. Every one of these matches, this is not one of those formats where you put all your cards on the field and you say, go ahead, opponent. I'm just going to say no to all of it. This is a really interactive and engaging format where all of these cards, even if you're playing the same variants of the decks, it's so back and forth. We've seen different things that you would never expect. Monsters that are supposed to be clearing the field with their effects instead just going toe-to-toe in the battle phase. So it's really cool to see this stuff.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that you can't really predict because there's a lot of things you're trying to play around from different facets, right? If you choose to play around the infinite impermanence or the effect failure, you might lean into the triple tactics talents or the super polymerization. You have to kind of think of what it is that you are okay with losing to and what you can afford to play around. Sometimes you can't play around anything and you just have to go for it. And those choices are going to matter a lot because it's a lot of just gambling and a little bit of guesswork and just using the knowledge that you have based on what your opponent has presented to you and just going with your gut from that point on.
No, you're absolutely right. There's no luck of the draw here. That's the thing when you have, so many similar cards. Think about Cross-Out Designator. You're using that to go ahead and stop those options because you know the deck so well, but your opponent knows the deck so well, and your opponent worked just as hard as you in order to figure out their strategy. So those nuanced deck building choices, right? Those little changes where maybe I'm main decking the Cosmic Cyclone, maybe I'm not going to main deck it. That's really what's deciding the tournament. This tournament may have been decided not necessarily from their dueling, of course that's important, but from which cards they decided to write down on their deck list so many weeks ago.
That is something I believe is so true every single tournament. I think the majority of the work happens way before round 1, and that deck list is so important. Those choices that go into how you're going to play the rest of your tournament, how your cards are going to interact with your opponent's cards. And we saw even in this round alone, Forbidden Chalice, that was not a card that likely your opponent is going to have for Cross-Out Designator, right?
Oh yeah, Forbidden Chalice, I guess maybe that's why he chose to run, because if you're running Cross-Out Designator, then maybe somebody else is running Cross-Out Designator, so you've got to run weird cards, but you also have to run the same cards as them, so there's a lot of this guesswork. I mean, we have layers and layers and layers on this tournament, so that's why I was so excited again for this masterclass on how to play this new format and how to see all these exciting cards from Phantom Nightmare slapped down the table.
Yeah, I mean, between just the list that we've seen so far, I want to see what comes out on top, whether it's going to be the strategy of just having them commit to their field and using powerful spells like Super Polymerization and Tactics, or if it's just going to be effect failures and impermanence. But we're going to have to see it from the players themselves. Let's hear it from the interview.
Yeah, let's go back to the desk. Well, actually, not the desk, to the stage with Steve Kangas. Oh, looks like there was a pause for the audio. Give him just a second. It's the lovely JRB Jobber going to go ahead and interview.
There we go.
There we go.
Hear me? Right on. All right. Cam the man, how did you feel to win your match?
I felt pretty good. It was challenging.
Why'd you choose the deck to use today?
I think Pure Snake Eyes is better, but I felt like for this tournament, Fire King was a better choice.
What was something that stood out to you in your match?
There wasn't really much to say about games 1 and 2. Game 3, I put him on top decking, so I just had to hope he didn't top deck what he needed.
Right on. Well, congratulations. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Again, pulling back over to us at the desk. It's, like I said, Cameron, very soft-spoken duelist, but the cards really just speak for it. And he's absolutely right. Once you put your opponent on its back leg, you just kind of pressure and pressure until you can get it done.
Yeah, surprising to hear him say that. Yeah, he actually thought his opponent's deck was better, but he thinks his choice is better specifically for this weekend, which I guess comes up a lot, right? When you have such a small group of people, it's 16 people, and you can kind of dictate what they're going to play because it's a highly competitive tournament. It's not going to be like the 3v3 in Vegas next week where it's going to be a much wider field. You could expect everyone to be on the most competitive strategy available. So maybe he thought the Fire Kings were better for that purpose alone. I wonder why he thinks the Snake Eyes is going to be better in something next week.
Well, he may know something that we don't, so we'll have to find out at YCS Las Vegas. But it is true that, when the stakes are so high, it's not like there's other decks out there that aren't good, but you can't risk it. You got to bring home that ring for your town, for your team that has been supporting you, whoever it is in your life that loves you as a duelist. But yeah, it is going to be interesting when we go back and we see it's going to be so cool in Vegas because the stakes are still high, but they're not as high because you got your great teammates. So I think we're going to go ahead and have a quick break here. Then we're going to have, again, 4 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! So do not go anywhere. This is the spot to be. We'll see you soon.
Happy 25th anniversary to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game!
My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Memory over the years, gosh, it's gonna be hard to choose. Recording Duel Links was a lot of fun, but I would have to say the KC Grand Tournament, where I met a bunch of other voice actors and content creators in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. That was a memory I will cherish for a long time. I learned a lot, I met a lot of people, made friends, it was great. Most iconic, I'm gonna have to back up for this, hold on.
I'm feeling the flow!
If I have positively impacted duelists around the world, I mean, that's amazing. If that's truly the case, I couldn't be happier. It means a lot to me to even be here, so if I can make someone happy while being here, all the better. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has influenced my life in many ways, so much so that it influenced my life before it even influenced my career. When I was a kid, I dressed up as Yugi for Halloween. If that doesn't tell you how it influenced my career down the line, I don't know what does. It's seriously a dream come true for me to be involved in this and to just be a part of this community. If I could be in any other Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, I feel like everyone's gonna say the original series, but I'm gonna say GX. Yeah, I'm gonna say GX because I like Jaden and I like how positive he is. I like his spunk and I like his heroes. The elemental heroes are cool. But yeah, that would be it. The original series wouldn't be bad either though. Not gonna lie.
I've been training and testing with my friends, and my girlfriend's been helping me out a lot with testing.
So, I spoke to my job about that, and they actually, like I mentioned earlier, they support me. I got time off to actually play and put in more time, and then my wife also, like I mentioned, supports me as well. So I put in a lot of time while still, doing the things that I have to do. But yeah, that's basically it. My friends, they're basically also like a family to me, because that's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really all about. Meeting friends, seeing people, and they help me prepare as well. And yeah, that's basically how I prepared.
Well, to be honest, like for the last month, I've been playing. But yeah, I feel prepared for this UDS.
So YCS Las Vegas is the following weekend after this UDS event. So I was already preparing for that one. So it's kind of just like doing 2 tasks at the same time now. And I hope my strategy will work out for both events.
I played with some friends online through video camera and other card games, stuff like that, just to prepare.
Me preparé para este evento con muchas horas de práctica con mis amigos. La verdad, ellos han sido de demasiada ayuda y pues ojalá les pueda recompensar ganando este evento.
Estuve practicando con unos amigos, me estuvieron ayudando, analizando el metajuego, cómo es lo que yo pienso que van a jugar las demás personas y pues enfocándome en eso y haciendo la baraja a ver si tomo una buena decisión.
Practicando prácticamente todos los días con mis amigos. El último mes fue practicar y practicar.
It was a huge honor being invited, of course, and I've just been playing a lot with my friends, talking, theorizing, and just going over replays and just trying to improve.
Well, I prepared a lot for this event. I've been testing since December, and we are now in February. So, since a new metagame, new format, so it's gonna be really nice.
I practice every single day. It just feels like a second job for the amount of effort and work I've put into this event.
Para mí prepararme a este evento fue muy difícil ya que acaba de salir la nueva expansión Phantom Nightmare y solo lleva 2 semanas. La verdad que fue difícil decidir qué cartas usar, pero espero que la decisión sea la correcta para dar un mejor desempeño a este torneo.
To prepare for the Undisputed UDS Championship, I decided to go to the Chicago Regionals last weekend. It was a large tournament, around 500 players, and it was the first weekend with a new set Phantom Nightmare released, so I figured it'd be the best possible opportunity to get practice for this tournament.
To be honest, in the recent time I'm not playing like that much Yu-Gi-Oh, so it was really hard to get into the game again, try to understand like everything, learning the game, like there's a bunch of new cards. So yeah, but my friends helped me a lot, so it was more just get used to the game again.
All right, so this is kind of crazy. So I wasn't able to prepare all that much because I was in Arizona like 2 weeks ago racing motorcycles. And then last week I was in New York City filming music videos for my band. And then, so like my friends, they kind of caught me up in the last like week, couple days, Monday, Tuesday. And that's where I'm at with it. I got to shout out Mason Blake and my friend Table and Andrew Amaro.
I prepared just by playing. It's the only way you really can prepare for anything.
Welcome back, everyone. We're at the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series Championship here this weekend. We're celebrating a quarter century of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, and we're doing it in a big way. 3 days, anime episodes in between 3 awesome tournaments. We already had Duel Links and Master Duel yesterday, and they were incredible, lived up to the hype. But today, this is the tournament I've been looking forward to for years now, years. This was something that was scheduled to happen before we had COVID and the pandemic, had to duel remotely. But now we're back in person. We're here at the Konami Esports Arena at the top floor of the Konami office building that I love to come to every day and work on this amazing, not just an amazing card game, arguably I'd say the best trading card game on the planet.
For sure. I definitely agree with that. Last match, pretty exciting. I thought I've seen everything, but definitely the games can evolve very differently. These are all like the strongest of strong players, and like things can simplify to a point where it just becomes a little bit of a slugfest almost.
Yeah, you at home should be a little jealous because, like, while I have my off round last round, I'm not just, sitting back not doing anything. I'm walking around, I'm looking, I'm like, these are some of the best players ever, as you mentioned. So I'm checking all these matchups, and I promise you there's so much cool stuff out there. We're hoping to get as much as we can onto the feature match stage. We're going to have a lot of mirror matches or things that look like mirror matches because Fire, this is the time for Fire. There's been so many years of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game where the Fire was kind of a slept-on attribute. Not too many powerful cards to really access. Volcanic Rocket was like notoriously the best one forever. Royal Firestorm Guard, maybe. Okay. But now we're up to like Snake Eye Ash, Bonfire, finally being able to add something better than Burning Algae from your deck to your hand. And now they're one of the best decks of this format after Phantom Nightmare. There are other contenders. It's not the only deck being played here this weekend, so we're going to have to see a lot of variety, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope to see some of the other matchups. They bring back some of the old favorites for sure. They might get a chance to see that. We don't know, but we'll find out for sure.
Definitely, and we're going to keep having exciting matches. We're going to feature some undefeated players. We're not going to meet them just quite yet. We're going to wait until they're ready for an interview, but before that, we can talk about some of the exciting stuff that's already happened. I mean, looking back at round number 1, I think that really exemplified like what this format means. Like, you can know how to play really well, you can know what your cards do, but the timing of your activations, knowing some special ways to get around your opponent cards, all the cards have huge interactions. Just a legendary Kieran in defense mode, right? Yeah. The Fire King High Avatar Kieran, it's just sitting there with the Grunix in the graveyard. That represents so much disruption. If you were able to just like attack it and destroy by battle, it would be just able to destroy, pop a card on the field, bring back the Grunix, summon back another monster. It's just incredible all the different layers you have to think about when you're navigating your plays. But then we get to see awesome plays from Jesse Cotton. But I think we're ready to see our next feature match. So I'm going to toss it to Kangas, introduce our players for round 3.
Thank you very much, Billy. Introducing first on the red side, his claim to fame is winning 3 events in 3 weeks, Paulo, PRRJ.
That's right, it's Paulo. It's the myth, the man, the legend. You've seen him before. He is a mainstay on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
And his favorite card, Enemy Controller from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Yep, left, right, AB, enter the code. Enemy Controller, fantastic card across all of our games, our digital games and the physical ones.
I think it's one of the scariest cards in the game. It's such a long-lasting card, too. It was out of favor for some time, and then came back. Oh, taking control of the cards are good. Oh, maybe use it to dodge cards like Infinite Permanence. We got Paulo. And he was also in yesterday's features as well.
Indeed he was. All right, Kangas, who is he going to be playing against?
And his opposition on the blue side, he's called the musician, Tyler Pfeiffer.
All right, here we have Tyler. He's from NorCal, I believe. We don't see him at too many events. He says he can't really go to too many due to his life, but he is an undisputed champion. That is for sure. Well, not undisputed. He's an ultimate duelist here. He wants to become undisputed. His favorite card is Sky Striker Ace Ray.
So, although you can't go to a lot of events, but you could be your local boss. Like, oh, the player that no one really want to play against you, especially at locals, because, oh, that guy's just going to be the tough match to beat. And it seems like maybe even here, right now, I believe he is 2-0 going in. So, not a lot of history behind him, but who knows how he's going to fare here.
And that's right. Yeah, I said he was from NorCal. He's actually from Reno, Nevada. I knew he was from somewhere up there. It's kind of NorCal. It counts. It's close enough. It's north of where we are right now in beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California. Now the duelists are shuffling up. We are going to have, it's not a mirror match. It's going to be kind of, I think, the same matchup we saw in our feature match last round, where it's going to be that Snake Eye deck versus the Fire King Snake Eye deck. Now, Thomas, tell me about the differences. Why would someone play Snake Eye as opposed to including those Fire King cards in their deck?
Well, if you want to go for more of a synchro-esque play, then you might want to go for the more Snake Eye-esque cards. You get to play more into the field spell, because not every single Fire King build would play the field spell, for instance, for the Snake Eye Divine Temple. But I think the Fire King line just offers so much. Everything, you get more layers of destruction. There's just a simple destruction. It's so scary when you destroy the wrong card, and then you just set off this like chain explosion of effects. And that's why I prefer the Fire Kings personally, but the Snake Eye still has a lot to offer. Maybe you want to shut people out from being able to start their plays at all with the negation.
Yeah, I think it's that opening gambit. The first board you can make on your field is what the deck can do. Maybe relying on those monster negate or just spell and trap negates. You can say Omninate so they can negate monster, spell, or trap. You have Borreload, Savage Dragon, and Baron de Fleur being accessible via Formula Synchron, so you're going to get a draw from that as well. You also can still make IP Masquerade on top of that. There's a lot of different variety you can do with the Snake Eye deck, and maybe a lot of people out there feel it's a little more consistent than including the Fire King cards. You know, I'd kind of argue against that a little bit.
I'm on the same boat as you, because I love the Fire King High Avatar Kieran. Just such a versatile card. How much pressure that card alone puts out, as long as you have Fire Kings in the graveyard, oh wow, it's like you just can't get through that battle phase.
Yeah, Garunix is a lot of follow-up. It can stand for a lot, because not only does it summon itself, it destroys a card from the deck that's going to summon another monster, which could be Arvata, which is a monster effect negate, and when you destroy that Kieran, you're going to get another destruction effect. But it looks like our duelists are shuffled up, and they're drawing their opening hands. We're moments away from this die roll. Both of these players are sitting at a 2-0 record, which is a phenomenal start. You can take some losses. We're going to see which one of these players is going to get their first loss here in round 3. It's game 1 of the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series Championship.
All right. High roll.
We may never ever see a tournament as big as this ever again.
So we have 3 and we have an 8 from Tyler. Tyler's choosing to go first. I mean, that's a significant advantage right there.
Yeah, you feel like when you win the die roll, step 1 is complete.
At least you get to play some cards with an open board, and that's that you can't underestimate sometimes how important that is. But some people would choose to go second, build a going second deck, and maybe throw you off your tempo.
Definitely. But it looks like Tyler is going to open up with that turn 1 amazing starter. It's Snake Eye Ash.
And Paulo is forced to use Effect Veiler on this. It opens it up to Triple Tactics Talent. It's a very dangerous card to use because it is a monster effect after all. And we have Kieran. Oh, there's the follow-up. You can now destroy it. Now, Effect Veiler will not negate the Snake Eye Ash. And we get to summon out the Kieran, and the Ash will resolve normally. And you start open to the triple attack.
Yes, and this is why I like including the maximum copies of Kieran as I can include in my deck to dodge these effect negations. Because even if they're not playing Effect Veiler, you know Infinite Impermanence is probably in there somewhere. So the Ash is going to resolve since it's no longer on the field to add Snake Eye's Poplar. Poplar is going to add a Snake Eye spell or trap from the deck to the hand.
Likely that's, yep.
I was going to say, there's a lot of cool plays you can actually do with this. If you play the Xyz Garunix in your extra deck, there's like a way you can do a full combo to where you make the Xyz Garunix First you have to spell some of the Grunix with the Kieran effect, not by his own effect. You make the Xyz Grunix, you detach the Grunix to destroy your Fire King Island, you protect your island with Sanctuary, so it destroys your Grunix, and then your Grunix is going to summon back Arvata, and since the Fire was monster destroyed, you summon back the Grunix again. It's kind of a cool play, we probably won't see it here, but let's go ahead and jump back into the game. Triple Tactics talent coming down, as you mentioned. Yeah. There's a downside to using cards like Effect Veiler.
And it revealed the Nibiru in hand, and also the field spell.
Now, this is really interesting. If I had Effect Negation and a Nibiru, there is some argument to holding that till just the very end, because usually they put up one way to stop Nibiru, and then you can have Veiler Nibiru after they've invested all their cards into the play.
But it's very dangerous in this match, because if an Arvada comes out onto the field, then one of them is not going to work, and if they make you mistime it, where they just play around putting a Flamberge on, and even if there's a Nibiru, I'll still get all my cards back, now you're like, I'm in a weird spot again.
Yeah, definitely something to consider for sure. And now, after the talents is resolved, I didn't see what he put back exactly, because we were so deep in our discussion on whether you hold it or use it. That's definitely one of the questions people are going to be exploring as this format grows and evolves. But now it looks like Tyler is looking to his extra deck. He's going to link away that Poplar for Link Karibo. So now the Poplar will be able to go to that spell and trap card zone.
So don't you think that Link Karibo is the enabler of all of these plays?
Link 1s are good, I hear. All Link 1s. Even, I guess, what is the main phase 2 one? Clara and Roshka?
Clara and Roshka, yeah.
That one's even pretty good itself.
If only it could be used in main phase 1, the ABCs would have a wonderful time.
Shout out to the World Championship this past year. But now we see the original Sinful Spoils being used to send that Poplar from the spell and trap card zone to the graveyard. Now the Fire King engine is coming online with Ponox being special summoned from the deck.
Everything just lines up so nicely in this particular matchup.
This is the play. This is the play I was talking about. So here, if you were doing the play, you would link away Link Karibo and Ponox into SP Little Knight, because that gives you a little hedge bet around Nibiru. Well, he knows the hands now, so he doesn't have to worry about that as well. But you go to SP Little Knight, then you would destroy the Kieran to add the Grunix. The Kieran effect would summon the Grunix from your hand. This would be the play. I wonder if he's doing it. That would be awesome, but
I wonder if he has it in his extra deck. That'd be kind of interesting as well.
Some people chose to play it. Some people have cut it because the extra deck space is so tight in the Fire King Snake Eye deck. You have to pick and choose which cards you're going to want to have access to for your available options.
I think the options of building a Fire King Snake Eye deck, there's just so many additional cards that you can choose to play. And the thing is, it feels like you're sharing your deck with your opponent, especially in this mirror match when you have the Charmers.
He's doing it! This is what I'm talking about.
Here we go.
If he does the play I just described, I would be blown away, because I haven't seen anyone really focusing on this play at all.
So, with the SP Little Knight dropped onto the field, we are seeing...
He's doing it. If he summons the Grunix to Kieran's effect, it's it. He's doing the play that I was describing. That's wild. Oh, nope. He's going to add Kieran. Maybe he already has... He has to have Grunix already.
That has to be it. That has to be it. Otherwise, this play won't go anywhere far.
But it's really nice when you have the Kieran in your hand for that follow-up. Oh.
I think there it is. There it is. Yeah, there it is. The Grunix activates in hand.
Is he activating the Grunix or is he activating the Kieran?
I think... He's
not doing it. He's doing both, dang. He's not doing
your play. Not your play.
Maybe he doesn't play the Xyz monster. But instead, the Ponox is going to come down. The Grunix effect's going to activate and destroy Arvata to bring back Kieran.
See, it's a very interesting choice here. The Arvata likely is going to be summoned at some point during this turn or the next. And people need to play these monster negates. They have to play it now. That's why a lot of people would maybe choose to go into Appaloosa. But the negate is really mad. But like the thing is, the fire attribute, it's quite dangerous. Just in case some people are playing Super Poly, where if you leave too many fires, your whole board's gone.
Yeah, I've even seen people so scared of Super Poly that they'll link away their Amblo Elf for a Zelantis just to get that fire monster out the field. So you have like Zelantis Arvata. Yeah. You're giving up a little bit in the recursion you get from that Amblo Elf, but you're playing around a card that can absolutely devastate your strategy. But now we are going to see Snake Eye Ash brought back from the Princess. We talked about this in round 1. If it gets negated at the beginning, you can always link it away and bring it back to get that second effect to get your Snake Eye engine back online.
Now, does Tyler have anything in the graveyard that he wants to push to the back? That's the other question. I don't think he went to the IP Mask Arena just yet.
No, he has SP Little Knight, which isn't too bad to bring up with Snake Eye Slanebird's Dragon.
Yeah, one fun fact about Flamberge Dragon, you can also summon your opponent's monster that's in the spell and trap zone onto your side.
It's pretty cool.
So if you push it over, you can also take it as well. Now, he is going to go from the Promethean Princess, linking down into the Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. This is also a wonderful play. There's many different ways you can go up the ladder, you can go down the ladder. You just need to know what you're doing.
Definitely. And those two monsters coming back. The Sunlight Wolf's going to be able to add back a monster. He's going to go for Flamebird's Dragon probably. Since he already has a Kieran in hand, it's kind of dangerous, but if you're able to destroy the Flamebridge in your hand to summon Kieran, then you get to summon 2 more level 1s. Really good if you have something like IP Masquerena that you want to get a lot of materials for to make a giant Appaloosa during your opponent's turn. But at the same time, if you do that, the bigger your Appaloosa is, the more dangerous triple tactics talents become.
I mean, you can shut down your entire hand because your opponent just got your Appaloosa.
Give me that. Now,
there's a lot of different ways that this can play out. We can go into like we're going to Link Karibo, a fire, and a dark. Heat Soul. It is Heat Soul. Heat Soul is going to provide you with an additional card. I think we're probably likely going to end on Ambloa as well along the way. That's my guess. That's my guess.
Or he could leave the Kieran on the field and just go into like IP, have IP Heat Soul, gets the 2 draws. Then you can destroy the Kieran with his Kieran, get the Kieran pop immediately. There's just so many different ways you can go about it. You have to find the one that you find the most effective. But he's going to pay 1,000 life points here with Heat Soul to draw another card. And with so many of those non-engine cards, those defensive cards that you can use from your hand, Heat Soul is really, really impactful this format. And then when you get into games 2 and 3, you're just digging for cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Yes. But that's how the opening play can differ from game to game. There's no generic opening that you can always do.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, he has to reposition the graveyard back to the top.
Yeah, that's kind of, if you play like just without a mat all the time, sometimes you can get a little mismatch, but definitely want to have him set up the right way, especially when the zones are outlined so clearly on our remote dual game mat.
Oh, so many options here. He's not fire locked. He's got 4 monsters. Taking 2 monsters, a link 3.
He's leaving. I mean, he's definitely going to link this Kieran off, so it is going to be the Ambloel as you described. So now he's maybe you still can have that extra draw from Heat Soul on the opponent's turn. The Ambloel can bring that Heat Soul back onto the field.
Just Kieran it off. And now we also have the IP. Now we can, this is very interesting. Now you have both the IP and the Heat Soul option.
And with that Flamebird in hand, we talked about it just a second ago, you can destroy the Flamebird in hand to summon the Kieran. Then you start worrying about having not enough monster zones to summon all these fire monsters during your opponent's turn.
There's just too many monsters. I can't summon them all.
Bad problem. A good problem to have.
Exactly. Now, one dangerous thing about activating so many effects is that in a skilled matchup like this between 2 really skilled players, if you accidentally overuse one of your effects, it will come back and bite you.
Oh, yeah, definitely could. Even though you have a decent setup, the setup you're looking for turn 1, you definitely want to keep in mind, like all those board breaking cards like Triple Tactics Thrust, Talents, Change of Heart, Snatch Shield can be impactful. But let's see, is it going to be... So this is great. So I like playing this in Fire King Snake Eye as well, because it is so good going first or second. So now if any point does Tyler special summon a monster to the field, or normal summon somehow during his opponent's turn, he can special summon one of those monsters from his spell and trap card zone to the field.
This also sets it up like the previous round that we saw. Cam managed to put the Flamberge Dragon in the back, and the Nibiru being summoned. Because your opponent summoned a monster, that Flamberge gets pushed back to the front.
So good. So yeah, he's going to put the Oak in the back row. So now the Oak can be useful if he sends it to the graveyard later on. He can summon it back with Flamberge Dragon, use the effect to get another fire monster onto the field, and then we're going to see a normal summon of Snake Eye Ash. Let's see if this prompts a response here from Tyler.
This is quite an interesting point. I wonder how this is going to play out. See, like, if you don't read your opponent's cards, like, oh, it's just a field spell, like, oh, the other players don't play it, I guess doesn't matter, but it will matter. You have to read your opponent's cards. Especially at a tournament level like this, I think every card has been pushed to the maximum efficiency so that nothing's wasted. If you miss something, it's going to cost you.
And definitely want to make sure you cover all your bases. So Snake Eye Ash is going to add Snake Eye's Poplar. Poplar is going to be summoned to add a Snake Eye Spell Trap. Another cool thing, if you use the Divine Temple and you open up with Diabell Star plus Poplar, you can use Poplar to get the field spell while the Diabell Star can get the original Sinful Spoils. But you can't go the other way around because
that's right.
Which only sets Sinful Spoils while Snake Eye Poplar can add any Snake Eye Spell or Trap. All right, now we are considering. Looks like Tyler has nothing on resolution of adding the original Sinful Spoils from the deck to the hand.
Special summon out Snake Eye Birch.
Yeah, Birch is a cool one. It has that same Snake Eye effect, but you can do it on your opponent's turn by sending 2 cards, especially on a Snake Eye monster from your deck. But other effect, reason why it's so powerful, if you control a fire monster, you can just special summon it from your hand.
Who doesn't love a free fire monster?
Yeah, in this climate, I love it.
They're all just combusting out of nowhere.
Oh man. Birch, poplar, what are they, trees or something?
Yeah, they're all named after trees. They are named after, the ash tree.
Yep, there you go.
I think this weekend we're going to be saying ash is going to negate the ash.
Yeah, Matt, I have to say ash blossom and joyous freeze.
Yeah.
I've got to separate the difference between the two ash cards. But now we're going to see a link with Birch to summon Linkuriboh instead of the poplar. Kind of interesting. He does have the oak in the spell and trap card zone to send, so he doesn't need to put that poplar in the spell and trap card zone quite yet.
But this is holding back, just saving, just in case maybe there is an Ibiru. If you chain your cards right, after like the 5th summon, you go IP Chain Link, Chain Link 1, you find your way in. Is there a way to actually get the Nibiru onto the field and dodge the tributing?
I don't know. Not really. I don't think so.
You
I
go
think
Chain Link. Yeah, I don't think there is.
Yeah, no, they'll still. The Nibiru will just wipe it all out. But now that the princess is on the field with the IP, this is something. I mean, we know he has the Kieran in hand to get the princess off the field, but you got to be careful because once this happens, you're only able to summon fire monsters.
That I don't know if there's any effective fire monster when it comes to disrupting your
Nightmare
opponent.
Phoenix.
Nightmare Phoenix. You can destroy Spell and Trap, but you're definitely not going into the Appaloosa. There is no SP, although the SP is already in the graveyard.
And we're going to see Amblewell trigger here. We're going to see if Paulo changed the Divine Temple. Well, actually, that would be the other way around, but it looks like Paulo didn't use his Divine Temple.
So here we are going to get the monster we saw earlier. This is going to be the Deco Attacker Heat Soul, because that's one of the valid monsters you can summon back. And that's going to provide Tyler with an additional draw.
Yep, and that Amblewell also represents a point of disruption in the graveyard. If a Link 3 or lower monster is destroyed while it's in the graveyard, he can banish it and destroy a card on the field. But the Divine Temple is going to summon out that Snake Eye Oak. And now so this is why he used the Birch first, because he knew that the Princess could come out, and he knew he needed the level 1 in his graveyard to summon back. The Poplar he could have put in the spell and trap card zone. Heads up play from Paulo, and it really shows you the minute details that matter the most when you're playing these kind of decks.
These micro interactions will amount to a lot. You get all your resources back as much as you can. Now, with all the cards out right now, Promethean Princess out, we have a little bit of a fire lock here, so Nibiru's not going to be an issue until that card kind of gets off of the field.
Yeah, and so he still has Garunic's access, right, in his graveyard. Paulo's monsters, Snake Eye monsters, are also all a little bit bigger. Thanks to that field spell, they all gain 1,100 attack. So they go from
1,100.
1,100.
Okay.
They go from tiny little monsters to formidable, normal, regular-sized monsters.
Oh, boy. Okay, we're going to see the effect of Kieran come down. I think it is targeting the Promethean Princess. That is a Link 3, so that's probably going to lead to another card triggering, like the Amblo Whale.
Yeah, he can destroy 2 cards. So the Amblo Whale can happen. The Garunis can destroy Kieran, so he can destroy another card. So that's 2 destructions. And he can summon back Arvata if he has it to have a monster negate as well afterwards.
So I'm pretty sure we're trying to aim to destroy as much as we can when it comes to stuff that could bring Flamberge out. So
he's going after Oak and Ash, probably?
Yeah, probably those 2. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of problems. And probably maybe even set up an additional negate if it's possible.
Garunic's effect.
Garunic's effect. Get destroy card in the deck, a fire monster from the deck. Likely a Kieran to bring back Arvata, unless Arvata's not in the graveyard. It's a Kieran. There is an Arvata in the graveyard. Most of these players will be setting up Arvata into the graveyard as soon as possible because the negation is just so crucial. Because if you can get it out with Kieran, you get the destruction and you get the follow-up negation on top, and that's what you need. You need cards to handle 2 things because every single card on the field more or less does 2 things. So if your plays don't do 2 things, you're going to fall behind.
Yeah, I love that Arvata having a time to shine finally because it wasn't out with that first wave of Fire King. It's a card they got way later on. I think like Code of the Duelist or something.
Yep, much later.
And it didn't really have enough cards to bring it to the forefront. But now with a whole structure deck behind it and structure deck Fire Kings, it is having its time to shine. I always liked Fire Kings, and then when I saw Arvata, I was like, maybe there's a chance. Took 7 more years, but here we are. So it does look like he is going after the Oak with that first destruction effect. Now he looks like he's considering using IP here to go maybe into SP Little Knight.
SP would hurt. SP would hurt. But, here's the thing about SP. Even if you do banish one of those Snake Eye monsters, just remember the Snake Eye can summon it back from the banish or from the graveyard. So it's like you're not really hitting everything. It seems like the deck just has, a finger in every pool.
Has great applications in Infernoids, actually, because you can use Decatron, send Decatron, banish the Decatron to summon another Infernoid, and then you can summon back that Decatron, use its effect again because it's not once per turn, and then you can link it away from Promethean Princess and use its effect again when you bring it back as well.
Link Karibo has been activated, and that puts the Poplar into the back.
It can't go there. That Link Karibo should go somewhere else, I think. Oh, it was in the graveyard?
It was in the graveyard. It was from the graveyard.
Oh, he summoned it turn 1 earlier.
Yeah,
That's right.
summoned it earlier. Like you mentioned in the previous games, Link Karibo will help you basically dodge different effects and just establish itself in the chain link and removing the monster off the field.
Indeed it does. Now Tyler sitting on Arvata and IP. I imagine you have to IP here and go after that Snake Eye Ash.
SP's really, especially SP.
It has a back end effect as well.
Yeah, you get to do double removal in this case, and I think that is another very pivotal point. Everything needs to do 2 things when all of your opponent's cards do 2 to 3 things. I think this is why this deck is just so strong.
It is. It's incredible. The layers, but it's able to also play through. Okay. Oh, okay. Never mind.
I love this. Now we're just going to use your opponent's monster as a link material with the under goddess of the closed world.
Yeah, and its other effect is really strong too.
Graveyard summon gets shut down and also negates the entire field. It basically acts as 3 effects here. 1, you eat up one of your opponent's monsters. 2, negate the field. 3, the graveyard also gets 1 negate now.
I think I might have to find my Underworld Goddess and throw it into my extra deck. It seems pretty strong here. And also, like, this deck kind of struggles with those. Everyone says, you know, towers type monsters, the monsters that are unaffected by other cards. Just you have to, like, you can't destroy it by card effects, you can't banish it. This is the way you can remove an opponent's monster off the field just by linking it away.
It's also quite neat that Underworld Goddess, you have to target it in order to affect it. Luckily, in this deck, you do have a lot of stuff that target, but in case it does not target, of course, there's always going to be the Kieran to assist with that.
Indeed. So how will Paulo... Okay, there's still some defensive options in Tyler's hand. That's the toughest part, is when you're going second and your opponent has the full board, and then they have more options on top of that. You see the original Sinful Spells. Tyler shows he has the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Paulo's out of plays, and that is going to be enough for Tyler to take game number 1 here against Paulo. Just incredible plays there from Tyler.
Yeah, everything was perfectly calculated. I don't think there was a single misstep in there just to lock out the opponent. I mean, Underworld Goddess, like, everything needs to do 2 things. You can't just end on something like a Nightmare Unicorn and think, oh, it just sits there and doesn't really do anything. But if you have something that just keeps the pressure on as you get rid of the cards, you know that they're going to have to, like, think around that monster. And I just love the removal of just, like, the material cost for the Underworld Goddess.
Yeah.
That card just, I need a removal. I don't need to target. I just clear your monster.
Yeah, and you mentioned it negates all the effects on the field, but being able to negate an effect that special summons from the graveyard, I believe, right, is incredible in the Fire King Snake Eye. There's so many cards that can special summon from the graveyard.
I think one additional thing about this particular interaction with IP Masquerena, especially on your opponent's turn, you can use it to clear their monster, right? But if they try to use Triple Tactics Talent, you can still use the IP Masquerena to still make the Underworld Goddess.
Oh, wow.
Because it still counts for the material that your opponent controls.
Oh, that's so cool. That is a really neat ruling to keep in mind when you're playing. Yeah, the Triple Tactics Talent versus IP Masquerena, really popular thing for players to discuss, but the player who summoned it right now, that's who's the one who gets to resolve the effect.
And since the IP can still be used in this case, that makes it even more dangerous.
Indeed it does. Now they are side decking. So when you're going to side, I feel like it has to be a little harder to side for the Fire King Snake Eye deck because it has so many different options. I mean, you're still going to be looking to put in stuff like Anti-Spell Fragrance, I'm sure, but I don't know if there's any other cards that the pure Snake Eye deck's going to put in going first in this matchup.
I think it's really hard. Do you just want to secure your own board down? Are you going to put in cards like Crossout Designator? We saw that in the previous one where you can just lock out your opponent, maybe play a simplified game state. I'm not sure if that was the right call in some instances, maybe force into a kind of a beat down Diabell's beat down. But it's a really hard call. Like cards like Call by the Grave, you know how a lot of people chose not to play because it's not consistent enough. It's a one card. But
or you're banishing a card that you want to use yourself.
It's really hard. It's a very, very hard call. Even the timing on when you banish a card also matters because you have to read the card text carefully. It's like, oh, do I destroy the cards first, then I special summon? So if I chain onto it, you'll still lose my monsters. Like, there's a lot of little intricacies that you need to understand.
Definitely. So now they are sided and shuffled up. We're gonna have to see if Paulo will have a bit better of a start now that he gets to go first and get his strategy online. Will Tyler draw those necessary weapons and options going second to combat the field that Paulo's going to try and make? So this is why in my side deck, and maybe some other people out there, Dark Ruler No More found a place because I like it against Pure Snake Eye. I don't think there's too much they can do against that card because they put it, I mean, the one thing that's downside is they will survive and go on to the next game, and we are going into the next game. It's game 2, round 3 of 6 here at the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series. Championship. One player will come out on top out of all of our UDS winners that have participated in this tournament. Ooh, and I do see a crossout designator, I think, in Paul's hand, so it looks like you called it a little bit.
It's a really safe card to open, and it's one of those cards that forces things into a simplified game. At least when you shut it down for this turn, it's not like Call by the Grave where you shut it down for 2 turns and you can't use it yourself. You definitely can keep using it during your opponent's turn. So
yeah, and the best part in this format is even if you draw it in your opening hand, your opponent doesn't have anything for you to cross out on your own turn, you can set it, and it actually is a pretty solid set as a defensive card as well. If you can just hit something like Snake Eye Ash, Bonfire, Wanted, there's a lot of different options you can hit to cut your opponent off as well.
I love hitting Snake Eye Ash in a mirror match because it turns the effect off, and when it comes back from the graveyard, it's also still turned off.
Definitely, and now we see the Bonfire coming down for Paulo to add Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Ash is going to add a level 1 fire, and it's probably going to be Snake Eye's Poplar, but you never know. I know a lot of people play 2 and maybe sometimes side the second one out, but nope, it is going to be Snake Eye's Poplar.
Too good, too good. It is the gift that keeps on giving, pays for its own cost, brings the bill in, and pays for itself.
Indeed, it does. And let's see what he decides that. He does have options, and he's going to choose the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, which is a really cool one. This may mean he has Diabell Star in his hand, because you definitely want to have access to the original Sinful Spoils in your combo as well.
We're going to put another copy of Snake Eye Ash into the back.
Maybe this is indicating he has Snake Eye Oak in his hand.
And he's going to use the effect of Snake Eye Ash, and it's going to summon from the deck a Snake Eye monster.
Yep, going to get Snake Eye's Flamebird's Dragon. Now for the rest of the turn, if that leaves the field, he'll be able to special summon 2 level 1 Pyros, so now he has a little bit of Nibiru protection.
And we're going to be linking that off. Poplar is going to activate within the next chain. If we are going into a monster, that is going to be the IP Masquerena.
All right, so it looks like he's going to go from the more traditional line where you go IP Masquerena. This is susceptible to Nibiru sometimes, but this is kind of cool that since he uses the Poplar to put the Ash in the Snake Eye Ash in particular, not Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, in the spell and trap card zone, he's going to be able to still special summon that back up with the Divine Temple, and he still has to be able to use with the original Sinful Spoils if he so has it, but he's going to link away the Poplar for Link Kribo, so that's 2 Cyburst monsters, so it looks like he might be looking at Heat Soul, but nope, he's just going to go into Princess. And the Princess can bring back the Flamebirds. The Flamebirds can put the IP Masquerena into the spell and trap card zone. And then he can link away the Snake Eye Ash and the Promethean Princess into There She Blows and blow well.
Okay, we've got the Flamebird Dragon summoned onto the field through the Promethean Princess. We're likely going to see the IP Masquerena pushed to the spell and trap zone. What a wonderful effect.
It's cool. It's a fun interaction.
You know, with the Snake Eye Ash also in the back, because sometimes you can just summon that as well in case you do lose your copy of IP Masquerena, and then you're going to be able to get additional follow-up, add more cards. Yeah. Like, just because you're not able to put an IP Masquerena doesn't mean that there's nothing you can put in the back.
Definitely. Now this is going to be where, oh no, he's going to link down. Okay, he's going to go into Sunlight Wolf. This means he probably has Birch in his hand.
Okay. We're going to...
Oh, it's the Diabell Star. Yeah,
okay, there it is.
We called that earlier because he didn't go for the original Sinful Spoils. So now he's going to be able to send that Snake Eye Ash to get to another monster. Now he could choose to send the field spell here if he wants to have another monster on the field. And then maybe he has something like an Appaloosa line as well. But he could also still go into Heat Soul. The Link Kuriboh can come back, and then the Sunlight Wolf is a Cyberse monster. I like making Heat Soul every turn. I mean, I don't know about you, Yu-Gi-Oh, drawing cards.
I love drawing cards. Heart of the cards, just if you have 5 cards, the heart of the cards could just be, a nice drawing logbird to shut your opponent out.
And the more cards you draw, the more heart you have, right?
Yeah. So, I've got 6 hearts.
I really believe in the heart of the cards. I'm going to keep on drawing until I win. the classic Yu-Gi-Oh way. So he's going to use the original Sinful Spells to summon the Oak from the deck. The Sunlight Wolf is going to chain to it to add back a fire monster from the graveyard. And then it looks like he's going to chain Link Kuriboh to take the Oak into the graveyard. The Oak's going to bring back the Ash. The Sunlight Wolf's going to add back the Oak. I was like, why did he chain the Link Kuriboh there? It's because he wanted to add back the Oak.
Oak is a fantastic follow. It could just lead to the whole board just completely being rebuilt. It's kind of interesting how Tyler has not played a single card here. Is he going for the board-breaking strategy instead?
Sometimes you just don't draw those defensive options. Sometimes
but here it is. Nibiru.
And the Flamebridge effect's already been used.
That's right. That's very, very crucial. And Cross Out Designator.
Nice. He's going to call Nibiru the Primal Being, banish it from the deck. You called it that it could be like one card you side in going first.
I'm psychic on these things, you know?
I'm sitting next to Esperoba.
Let's see what the Cosmos is telling me next.
Tom Box flew his family in to watch them with binoculars to see the hands. They're feeding him the information to cast actually now.
But that is a huge point that shut down Tyler's ability to interact at that point. And the end board here is here to stay.
Indeed. And now we do see that Heat Soul come down as we knew it was. So he's going to cut before he draws a fresh card.
This is huge. Knowing that your opponent has a Nibiru in hand, you know that you're only doing now 4 cards in hand. So if you can do card for card trade against your opponent, especially when you're fully established, that's where it's very, very crucial.
Indeed.
Oh, no!
It feels bad when you get cross out and taxes. That's the 1-2 punch.
Double Nibiru! Oh no!
Oh, his hand is horrible.
That's hideous.
If I had a hand like this, I'd be like, sure, I don't care what you pick. Are you going to leave me with a pair of Nibirus and a pair of Talons? Oh, devastating here from Tyler.
The Cosmic Cyclone is probably not going to be very effective here, but we're going to get rid of it because I'm pretty sure that Tyler wants to get rid of the IP Masquerena because that's actual disruption.
You know, if I'm Tyler and I'm looking at this hand, I would still be so thankful that I drew this hand going second instead of first because, I mean, you're kind of slighted to lose games going second. I mean, you still can win them. There's plenty of ways to win, but it's definitely in the favor of who goes first. But if you were to draw a hand like this going first and just have to pass with no play.
That's even worse.
Yeah, it's even worse.
That's even
so
worse.
at least now he has the hope of a top deck, but he's going to need a lot.
Appaloosa coming down. Now there's triple tag. There's
a
triple
couple
tag.
of
Okay.
them.
But that just means Apollo has to be very careful of when he chooses to use a monster effect during the next turn. That negate of Appaloosa could end up backfiring.
Yeah.
But knowing that Tyler does not have a summonable monster, that is crucial. And also, there's no Fire King Island to destroy.
Okay. I mean, Tyler not happy about the card he drew. I don't think there's anything you could draw to really get back in this one. I mean, at least something to prompt the Flamebird into the IP or the Appaloosa. But if Paul has something as simple as an infinite permanent set, this game is locked up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's assuming
There's too
Tyler
much
drew
reveal.
Snake Eye Ash.
Like the classic crossout designated triple tactics talent, that is a branded Chimera classic where you simplify
I think
the
it might be
entire
your
game.
classic.
That's my classic, and you simplify the games to the point that, yeah, I know I have 3 cards, he has 3 cards, I can answer everything.
Sets 3 cards face down. We know one of them is potentially 2 triple tactics talents, so one could be a new one. So you set like this, you set 2 on one side, 1 on the other. I think the one next to the deck, for sure, triple tactics talent, and you kind of hide the other one between the other 2.
Or maybe that's the mind game. Maybe they just put the one with the, you just put the one that's actually different onto one next to the deck, and like you hope that your opponent overreads the situation.
Always got to be 2 steps ahead. All right, but see, Tyler's showing you got to play with it. Sometimes you got to do it the best with what you have. Definitely not an ideal hand, but Paulo, you know, Paulo's a technical player. I would say he's one of the best technical players out there. Watching him play with Sky Striker back in the day was amazing. He would end his board 5-6 cards in hand, 5 spell and trap cards, and he's very technical here as well.
IP Masquerade has been pushed onto the field.
During the end phase, probably.
During end phase, so that Paulo just drew a card to hand. I mean, he could have used the IP Masquerade to clear off one of them back, but maybe it would have just been a little too much, maybe play into certain things. Because IP Masquerade, of course, you would enable the triple tack and maybe allow the Tyler to draw additional cards, maybe dig the out.
That would not be good, but here is that Snake Eye Oak that Paulo added back to his hand off the Sunlight Wolf last turn. That's going to summon, I believe, Snake Eye Ash, yep.
And Ash is going to add another card, and that is going to be the Poplar to get another card, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, he has enough damage.
Thought about it.
I'm surprised Tyler hasn't conceded. You can see, I just saw his head like scan from left to right. I know that scan. That is I'm adding up how much damage you have on board right now. Scan.
That gesture. Oh, that's the read. I see.
You see, because he's leaning forward. The only reason you'd be leaning forward like that is because you're really looking at your opponent's side of the field. He's trying to see all those stat numbers. He's like, all right, that's 800 plus 1100, so that's 19.
But did you calculate the field spell on top?
Got to make sure. You got a bonus 2200 there for the 2 small snake eyes.
That's a lot of damage. If you reach 8,000, it could just be completely over at this point. Now, when you do that calculation, you're just debating whether or not you should just pick up your cards, maybe go into the next game, save a little bit of time because these games do have a lot of intricate interactions. lands. So it could burn a lot of the clock just thinking about which line you want to go and which line your opponent would go into.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're already at 14.5 minutes. But yeah, okay,
there's the damage. The number clicked.
I think he did that. He saw that he was a little short, and then he ran the number. He just needs. All right, as soon as he summons this much more damage, I'm going to concede. And the witch came down, and there was Paulo evening things out, and we're going to a game 3. That was an incredible hand from Paulo here in game number 2. I mean, having the bonfire, the crossout designator, the talents. Like I don't think you can ask for a better 3 cards in your opening hand. I mean, the Diabell Star. Yeah, so that's 4 incredible cards.
That was Paulo just having perfect play into it. Unfortunately, Tyler's the 2-pair with the Cosmic Cyclone was just a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that's why with cards like Triple Tactics Talent, even though they're high impact and you want to see those cards as often as you want, sometimes there is an argument to only play 1 copy of a card like that, because not only is it situational and requires your opponent to do something, even though they're more likely to do something in this format by activating a monster effect in your turn, they're also going to keep in mind that Talents is wildly played, so they might not activate that monster effect. But if you only include 1 copy of Talents, you can't draw 2 of them, just saying. But you're also going to see that card less often with only 1 copy in your deck.
I think it's especially rough, especially when your opponent Triple Tactics Talent looks at your hand. At players at this skill level will know exactly how to play around you. I think the information of just looking at someone's hand could just completely change where the line's going to end.
Oh, yeah, you have perfect information, because you talked about timing being so important.
Yeah, now they have perfect timing on you every time. It's just such a hard comeback. As you can see, Paulo did not shotgun additional cards, put cards onto the field, just to completely avoid getting hit by Tyler's triple attack, just in case.
Yep, and we see Paulo siding very quickly here, picking out the cards he wants to use, or maybe the cards he's taking out of his deck. Looks like his side deck going back into his box. You see both duelists very focused. A lot of times we see YCS feature matches with people all smiles. I mean, both these duelists are very happy to be here and having fun, but going into game 3, knowing that you can start off 3-0 in the 6-round tournament is huge. You'll have a huge advantage, only needing to win maybe 1 or 2 more rounds after that to lock up that top 4 spot, but you definitely don't want to have more than 2 losses.
Now, when it comes to deck building for an event like this, now you're only playing against basically among 16 different competitors here. Do you think they're playing cross-up because they know that most of these matches are going to be a mirror match or a lot of Snake Eye? It plays into a factor where maybe in a larger tournament it might not be as successful.
Yeah, I do think that probably played a factor to push them to include something like that. But I still think even in a major tournament, that's something you can kind of count on. This would be the time where Cross-Up Designator is probably at its best, because you are more than likely to play while there are other decks mirror matches, but still have those applications. Because if you're not playing a mirror match, they're for sure throwing in those cards trying to stop you from building that huge board probably as well. So it'll have some crossover applications. But I do think you're correct that since it is a more smaller, more concentrated tournament, you can definitely take more liberties, including cards like Cross-Up Designator in your deck. It's one of my favorite cards of all time. Ever since it came out. I mean, I love Nobleman to cross out, and then seeing that same artwork is awesome. But let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 3. Will Crossout Designator make an appearance here on Tyler's side of the board, or is he going to draw into something like Anti-Spell Fragrance to try and shut down? The thing about Anti-Spell Fragrance, not as good against pure Snake Eye. While they do have a lot of spells, just Snake Eye Ash can out Anti-Spell Fragrance, but usually you have something to protect it from something like SP Little Knight as well.
We're going to see how this kicks off. We're starting with Bonfire. As I mentioned in the first round, this is a big tell, because this is especially susceptible to Droll and Longbird. But are people going ahead of the games Droll and Longbird's not that great? And that's
there's been a lot of talk of that.
This is a really interesting format where you can debate on so many cards.
Yep, but he does add Snake Eye Ash, not burning algae, just to keep the joke going.
1,000 life
Where's
points.
Nurse Reficule?
So Snake Eye Ash has been summoned onto the field, and that's going to add into the hand Snake Eyes Poplar. Did you know that Snake Eyes Poplar?
Know. Yeah, Snake Eyes Poplar, Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon, the rest are Snake Eye.
Yeah.
So it's multiple Snake Eye monsters, it's never Snake Eyes monsters.
Careful with what you write on the deck.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, is there a connection? Is Poplar like a baby Flamebird's Dragon?
Oh, maybe.
They're the only Snake Eyes monsters.
We'll know when this thing gets a lot larger.
There is a reason why Diabell Star wants that Snake Eyes Poplar, and now Ash is going to be used here to send both. Does Paulo have an Ash Blossom enjoy Spring to snap Snake Eye Ash effect to summon out Flamebird's Dragon?
No, we're going into the deck and we're going to be summoning out Oak. Okay, that's a very interesting line.
This means the last time I saw someone do this against me, they had Ponix in their hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does that end up?
Well, I Nibiru'd right here because I didn't want him to use Oak to go into Flameburge, and then he summoned Ponix and still made his entire board.
Yo, okay.
But I'm just saying, like, for some reason, this kind of is a key indicator that he might have drawn into the Ponix, so now he can use the Oak. Gets the Oak into rotation to summon back with Flameburge. So, he probably has original Sinful Spoils, so here use Flameburge to put a monster in the spell and trap card zone, so you can use original Sinful Spoils on that card.
I think Tyler wants to enable his Fire King line, but now we're going to link summon into Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. Ghost Rare copy.
It's beautiful. That's out of Legendary Duelist Soul Burning Volcano. It also contains Raging Phoenix, but Bell on Flameburge Dragon. That's the best card to Ghost Bell.
That is a very, very big impact. How are we going to follow up here?
I mean, I assume he has Sinful Spoils or Punish. I mean, we know he has.
Or he already has the Fire King cards, one or the other. But we do have the OG, the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. That's gonna probably allow the summon of a monster into the Salamangreat Arrow. But what would you even add back? I guess you could add back the Oak into hand to allow the follow-up, similar to how Paulo played it out. But we're gonna get the
Ponix.
Okay,
it's interesting that he went for the Oak. Yeah, this is.
Oh, Oak is interesting, but if you have Oak in the graveyard, when you do, get the Flameburge back onto the field, and you somehow put it back off the field, now you can summon an Oak and an Ash, and then you get a Poplar, and you just get everything back onto the field. You get one additional monster.
Indeed. Yeah, alternatively, if you play the Snake Eyes or Snake Eye Field spell, yeah, this is you do a completely different play in this scenario. This is that play where I'm talking about where you can do Celine and stuff, if he has Diabellstar as well to go into it. But yeah, having the Oak in rotation is always advantageous. But the Ponix is going to grab Fire King Island. Maybe he has Sanctuary already in the hand. I mean, assuming the way he did this play, he for sure had some sort of access to the Fire King engine on top of everything else.
Yeah.
But there's so many different routes to get to the same kind of end board, and Tyler's showing that off right here, right now.
No, I love the side deck of these players. They're so different.
They are.
The tackling of how people want a side deck is like... It's like you look at the main deck, it all looks kind of the same, and then we look at the side deck, it's like, oh, this is a completely different play style.
Definitely is. Yeah, but this play definitely feels like it plays a little bit harder into Nibiru than some other options that Tyler has access to.
Yeah,
but the Ghost Bell probably caught him off guard a little bit.
Okay, Island is good.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Okay.
He's deciding, destroys a card from the hand.
Destroying the Flameburge Dragon.
That he just added back?
Yeah, I believe it can't be used at this point.
Yeah, it definitely can't be used.
Garunix effect, we're going to destroy another card.
Yeah, alternatively, he could have destroyed the Ponix, got the Garunix, some of the Garunix, used Arvata to bring back the Ponix, and then link and then link away the Ponix for the Link Karibo. I guess this way he gets a different monster, an additional monster on the field.
Arvata destroyed. Arvata effect activated, summoning a legendary Ponix onto the field. That effect is negated, of course, but it's going to also be destroyed during the end phase. I don't think that particular part matters too much unless you want to add the card back into your hand.
It's actually pretty useful if you summon back Kieran with Arvata. You get during the end phase, the Kieran gets destroyed. You get to summon back a different monster. You get to summon back Arvata and destroy a card. That kind of comes up sometimes. More so it came up before Phantom Nightmare was released.
And we have the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, Link summon onto the field, and that's going to bring back the Arvata. Arvata now has been summoned onto the field.
Unfortunate, Paulo didn't have Nibiru. It would have been huge here.
Paulo's got to think deep. There's a lot of lines to actually break through. So many lines of defense, so many lines of disruption, and when we finish this field.
Now he's going to link away the Grunix. You always want to make sure you link away the Grunix. You'd much rather have it in the graveyard than on the field during the opponent's turn.
Does it do anything on the field? Not really.
It's big.
It's big. It's there to stare you down.
Just like the original Garunix, definitely better off being in the graveyard. This one doesn't have to be destroyed. It waits to see what other monsters are destroyed, then it comes out to help.
He's waiting for the explosion to happen to just come out of nowhere.
Indeed he does. So, not a bad start. So yeah, since he summoned it off Arvata, he's going to be able to return the Ponix to the hand.
It does get destroyed. We do have Garunix in the graveyard. We have the Promethean Princess also in the graveyard.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to get to this end board. Tyler, I think, chose kind of a route that ran as fast as he possibly could into Nibiru, but unfortunately that didn't happen.
The Rock couldn't keep up.
The rock wasn't there, so he still has an established board here as well.
So much in the graveyard.
3.
I wonder how this is gonna play out here.
Draw phase.
Fire King Island, a bit difficult. Draw phase, we are going to see Wanted.
Yep, draw and lockbird can only be used in every phase but the draw phase. So sometimes, usually if your first action is going to be summon Diabell Star, you can
Ghost Bell. Remember, Wanted can add back from the graveyard, and therefore the Ghost Bell is allowed to negate it here.
Definitely Wanted and Flamebird's Dragon. Big reason why Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion has been rising in popularity recently.
Now, no,
and Promethean Princess.
Yeah,
too. A lot of options.
Yes.
Back to my hand.
Oh, it was destroyed by.
Yeah, mandatory.
Yeah, you have to get it back. You have to get it back.
The end phase, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Cool. So
Well, just managing your resources there.
And no. Okay.
Do you need everything? Now, the one thing about Paul is Paul only played one Disruption so far, so he has a handful of cards to play.
Definitely does.
But is this enough? There's the Snake Eye Fields, the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
I'm telling you, Fire King players out there, try it out. Try this card out in your deck. I promise you, it is good. Like, if you just open this and Snake Eye Oak, those two cards together, you pretty much get full combo. If there is a
And
way
you
to
can play
do
through
it,
stuff too.
yes, it's
Yeah.
actually really cool.
And we're gonna put the Oak in the back.
There we go. All right, sounds like time is called for our other players. The feature match started a little later, so these players still have some more time in this game.
This is a tight situation. Very, very tight situation here. We have one of the best things about the Arvada negate is that this does not destroy the card. And I think that's very crucial. You don't set off, a chain explosion of cards.
Usually a bad thing, but it's sometimes a good thing when you're worried about having like all these other card effects activate.
Poplar has been summoned and sent to the graveyard.
No effect?
No effect,
Means
apparently.
he probably has original in the hand already.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You're not getting maximum resources, not seeing additional cards. Poplar, activate targeting Poplar, putting Poplar into the spawn trap zone.
Yeah, because he definitely would want original here with the Wanted in the graveyard, so he has it as well. So he's going to use it here on the Poplar.
No
Does
Ash.
Tyler have anything? Doesn't look like it. Another thing I like to do, so if you use Nibiru, you lose all your fire monsters, so you won't be able to use Promethean Princess afterwards. But if you can get Snake Eyes Flamebirds on your field, and you use your Nibiru on your own Flamebirds Dragon, you clear out their board, and you get your fire monsters back, so you still have that Promethean Princess follow-up as well.
That's
We're not
right.
going to see that here, but it's something to consider if you're at home wondering how some different options you can have with the deck.
Oh, Bonfire activating later now.
He drew, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 power spells? Not too, I wouldn't call the field spell a power spell. It's definitely something you want to add from your deck to your hand instead of draw, but Bonfire is going to add a Pyro. He's already summoned Poplar from the hand, I believe, right? So... Oh, no,
No, it has not.
Okay.
No, I think that was the first summon.
Oh, he normal summoned the Poplar. Okay, you get to do each effect per turn, so Poplar is going to come down.
Oh, boy.
Hollow with...
I mean, this is the timing where I love to play Bonfire. This is like, most of the cards are gone. The things that I would, test out, do a little Ash Blossom test. Oh, that's going through too. So this is going to go through likely when I add it to my hand.
So Tyler decides to negate the Arvata, keep him from getting another monster on the field, but doesn't use Amblowell to summon back?
I don't know. Maybe are we still in the different chain? No, he does not summon it back. But Amblowell without a Link monster will not have any further interaction.
So now Want is going to draw a card.
Thank you.
This is difficult. The draw additional card from the Wanted. Deck is just so consistent.
So good.
So good.
You go through so much stuff and your board ends up with like a couple monsters, but those couple of monsters in that huge graveyard represent so much in terms of interaction.
It's very misleading. It's a very misleading field.
Yeah.
If you can somehow empty the board without destroying a single card, then you'll feel a lot safer. But if it involves the battle phase, if it involves destruction, then
It
you're
involves the
just
graveyard, the hand. We just sent it, I remember when the Dragon Lures came out, I'm like, okay, the graveyard's in my hand now. This is new. But now we've kind of gone to that next level where the graveyard's your hand, it's the disruption during your opponent's turn, and your hand is also a big interaction during your opponent's turn. So you never know all the points of interruptions you can actually have, which is so cool.
And one more thing, your opponent's graveyard is also your hand.
Give me that.
We're sharing a deck.
So it looks like, okay, so this is on... Oh no, he's using Hida to summon back Prince. Oh no, the Hida was summoned, and now Tyler's going to use Princess effect in the graveyard, targeting Arvata and Hida. It's going to destroy both, so both effects can activate.
Oh, we are seeing the activation of Arvata. Of course, destruction is going to bring back another monster. Arvada Destruction.
And then it's going to activate Garunix, so...
And that's going to activate the effect of the Temple. Temple's going to push the Oak onto the field because the Princess was summoned out. So many triggers, so many lines.
I love Divine Temple, the Snake Eyes.
Yeah, Garunix and Arvada effects.
Garunix effect. We're going to summon out 2 monsters here and probably see a Kieran destroyed.
You see, Tyler, normally some of your monsters are in defense mode, so they can't crash their monsters in and go to the Fire King engine, even though it's a pure Snake Eye. But now with time winding down, you definitely want to summon your weak monsters in defense mode. So
but I wonder, they're running really low on time here. It's very dangerous.
Yep. Now he still has Garunix effect and Oak effect.
Everyone's just activating effects. What would Oak bring back?
Can you burn?
No, it's time in the round. They're both 1-1. This could be a draw, I think, because he doesn't do any damage in this phase, all right?
It could be dangerous. You could see some surprises.
I hope not.
Nope. Oh, yeah, you definitely don't want to be the one surprised.
I thought
maybe one of our judges has a tattoo of a monster on his leg. That might be a surprise.
Okay.
You legally could summon
oh no
the Garunix from the Arvada and then the Onyx.
However, this
so
is...
it would just be the... But this would be...
I guess they're trying to resolve what's happening on the summon there.
Yeah. So this wouldn't get destroyed, and it would stay like this.
Okay. Do we get an extension?
You're just playing to the end of the phase.
Sorry?
I think there may be a judge intervention at the moment. Yeah, we're just listening in.
If there's anything I can do. Unfortunately, to have one more bayonet. Yeah, I can burn. We're equal. Let me double check. So just be safe.
Oh, he's checking his extra deck to see if he has an option to deal some effect damage.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, but Tyler also has a Nibiru in hand.
I knew it this whole time that he had Nibiru. I didn't want to spoil it because I wanted to see something make an impact. I wanted Paolo to get to that point where he was about to do some damage, then be like, no, see, I got the Nibiru. But yeah, with both players winning 1 game apiece, it's going to be a draw. They're going to be moving on with a 2-0-1 record. Not the worst. A draw is not a loss, but you only get 1 point. But it puts them behind all the other people that don't have any draws.
But there is an additional 2 rounds where you can use this draw as a way to catch up on your points as well.
Definitely.
That's the different point here.
But yeah, both players are winners. Both players are kind of losers here. But we're going to probably still have an interview with one of our players after this. But it's still a phenomenal match from both players. Tyler's game 2 plan, I think that Ghost Spell threw him off a little bit. But even if you kind of lose yourself in your own combo and you're not doing the same kind of way you normally go about it, you can still kind of find yourself back way to get to that end board that you're looking for, where you have at least 5 Amblowell and Arvata. And we talked about Super Poly. Sometimes you just want to link away that Amblowell for a Zelantis, and that wasn't the case there. He decided to leave it up. I wonder if he had the Zelantis. No, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. There was no Super Poly from Paulo's side, but still an incredible duel, Tom.
It is. And that's why I mentioned earlier, you got to be careful of when you want to choose to kind of scoop up the cards. You need to buy yourself maybe a little extra time. You have to calculate everything. And in a matchup where there's 14 different things happening, each of those things is going to take up a little bit of time. You got to be very careful. So when it comes to when you know you don't have an option and you want to be able to play it out, you don't want to go into time, maybe you have to pick up your cards a little bit sooner and just take that assessment and just work with it.
Yeah, I play extremely fast. I played in the tournament last weekend, and there was 20 minutes on the clock at the end of every single one of my rounds.
Oh, you're really fast.
Yeah, I'm going quick. I'm just really committed. I don't like to take a lot of time. I like to think, but I like to do all my thinking in my preparation.
Yes.
When I'm drawing hands, when I'm practicing, I don't want to have to waste any time contemplating my moves once the game happens. Sure, you can take some moments to consider your options if you have 2 close plays that might really determine the outcome of the game, but I don't want to have to think when I summon Snake Eye Ash, where do I go from here? I want to have a big game plan mapped out, because I never ever want to go to time, but unfortunately that is what happened here. But no burn card in the time, that makes it a little bit nicer. A draw is not as fun, but it would feel a lot worse if there was something like Volcanic Scatter Shot or Dian Kieta the Cure Master.
Oh no, that would just feel awful, because there's just nothing you can do. Half the time when you see that stuff happen, there's just nothing you can really do about it. And I played into time. And some people just accept it. Some people, they don't accept it so well.
Well, yeah, I am on the side of those cards should not be in your side deck, because you should not plan on going to time ever. But if you're playing at a quick case. But sometimes, in the games where they're complicated game states, you're going to end up running out on the clock.
Now I'm gonna point out back in YCS Vancouver, I've seen Jesse Cotton play in terms of he's just sitting there thinking. He looks like he's very worried, but then he plays card for card. Every card he laid his whole hand face down in the finals match, and he just played this card, expected all the interaction, flipped the next one after another. He knew the exact sequence, but he spent a little time thinking about it. But then did all the preparation, knew the line, and just this is exactly how it's gonna go as predicted, and he won the entire thing.
Oh man, I wish I was there for that. I unfortunately missed out on that YCS Vancouver. That was with Unchained, right?
Yeah, that was with Unchained, and I was recording that match at the table, so I got to see it all happen. I was like, what? He looked so stressed. But no, he had everything.
Yeah, sometimes you can't get that same facial reads on some of the top players that you would normally get from other players. I mean, I'm a big guy looking at the body expressions, are you holding your head in your hand, or you keep putting your head on your hand? How is it because you're thinking too much? Is it because you're worried about what's going to happen? Did your demeanor change when something happened in the game? These are things you got to keep in mind as you're playing, because you don't want to give away any free information to your opponent as well.
So against Billy, I'm just gonna always look.
I won't have my head. I usually talk out loud. You'll know how I'm feeling. Just I'm saying well, that was not a good card to draw. That was unfortunate.
I mean, just save some time. Get into. I just really don't like going into time. Like you said, your preparation should prepare you to not get into those situations. But this is again a deck with so many interactions. Like you're back in.
Definitely. But speaking of how complicated it is, we're going to do an interview with both players since it was a draw. So I'm going to toss it off to our interviewer. And thank you. Let's talk to one of our tie winner losers draw contestants.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
DZ. We hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
No? Oh. Hello, we are here with one of the players that drew, Paulo. I am curious, why did you choose to play the regular Snake Eyes variant instead of the Fire King Snake Eyes variant of your deck today?
Yeah, so the problem with the Fire King version is that you have a lot of brick cards, which are all Fire King cards. It gives more power to the deck playing Fire King, but I don't think the power is necessary. I feel like if you play the deck pure correctly, you don't have the problem of having the bricks, and also you have more no engine space. So I feel like that's the main.
What did you do with the spots that you cut the Fire Kings for? Hand traps or flex spots?
Both. I play a bunch of hand trap, as you guys could see, and I have cards like Corsaut as well that we saw. So those are the spots.
Was there any plays in the match that really stood out to you that you were proud of?
I don't know if I'm proud of that, but I drew a Talons of Hitso, and that was pretty good. So I guess I'm proud of that.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on moving on 2-0-1, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
All right, thanks, Doug. I love that. I was like, I don't know if I'm proud of it, but I'll take it all day. I'll take it all day. I drew broken, and then my extra draw was also awesome.
Yeah, I got to tell exactly what my opponent is gonna do next turn, and I secured the deal.
Definitely. Now, I don't know. I think we're standing by. We're getting ready for our next interview. We're doing an interview with both players. I think that is what we are waiting on. But it was so cool to hear from Paulo. I mean, he does want the win, does want to be there, but it's funny that he mentioned that he had more cards in his deck to include, and I didn't think about that. Yeah, more non-engine. That is some kind of benefit to playing Snake Eye.
That's true.
But I think we are ready for our next interview with our other contestant. Take it away, DZ!
Okay, we are here with Tyler, the other player that drew in this match. Why did you choose the Fire King variant of the Snake Eye deck as opposed to the more pure version?
Honestly, I've just been kind of I really like the Fire King cards, and my friends and I have been playtesting that version of the deck, and the pure Snake Eyes never really stood out to me, I guess.
Did you have any interesting tech cards in your deck for this weekend?
I wouldn't say they're super interesting. I just went for max consistency, and that's what we kind of came up with. I think the Underworld Goddess was a little bit, it was the 15th card, and I could have made other plays too. I just was this might be kind of cool. So yeah.
That kind of answered my next question, but were there any other plays in your match that really stood out to you that you were proud of?
Yeah, drawing double tactics, double nib was pretty awesome. No. The Underworld Goddess play was kind of cool. I think if I had a little more time to prepare for the event, I could probably play faster. I'm just having to think really hard, so it's especially under pressure and everything, So I feel I think I could have won that. if I just like had more confidence in like my next play after next play, I was kind of taking it step by step. But yeah, we're having fun anyways, and it's a learning experience.
Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Moving on to 201.
Thanks, Doug. And just like you said on the episode I watched this morning during our anime marathon, dueling's about fun, guys, not war. Don't destroy each other. You gotta have fun when you're playing the game, and that's what Tyler's here to do. And yeah, he noted what we've been talking about. The preparation to any tournament you're going to is important. The clock isn't there to say this is how much time you have. It's a countdown to when the game is over. You don't want to play to the clock. You want to play to your game.
Yeah, and he mentioned that he was too cautious with every single play he made. And I think that's where the practice kind of comes in. When you have the practice, you get to play faster. You get to be more confident with your plays.
Definitely.
And it came in here.
And speaking about being confident, I am confident that you can join in on the action this week and be a part of this awesome quarter-century celebration, celebrating 25 years of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. We are donating money, and you can donate as well to Doctors Without Borders. That's right. Participants who donate 10 USD or more will receive one entry into the highest tier that their donation makes them eligible for, as well as any entry for all subsequent lower tiers. 130 lucky winners will be chosen at random, and there's some fantastic prizes all the way down from game mats up to a giant Slifer the Sky Dragon card that I want so badly, but I know one lucky person out there will be walking away with that. And then we'll be back with more Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series Championship very shortly. 3 rounds in the book, 3 more rounds to go today before we cut the top 4. Don't go anywhere. We have more dueling action coming shortly.
Hey guys, this is Yuya, and Yuto, and Yuri, and Yugo. On behalf of all of us, I would love to wish a very happy 25th anniversary to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. So I have many great memories of Yu-Gi-Oh! Throughout the years, on the almost decade that I've been working on the show. And one thing that sticks out to me, one thing that I will never forget, are the episodes in Arc 5 where Yuya is dueling his counterparts. Yuto, Yuri, Yugo, even Zark in the later seasons. That was, as a voice actor, something I never thought I'd get to do. Dueling myself, the many versions of my characters, and spending hours in the booth yelling at myself, essentially. But it was so much fun. It was really cool to watch and be a part of seeing that episode come together, and, somewhat of a bucket list item for me. So one of the most iconic and most requested lines I have for any of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters from the fans would have to be, "Swing far, pendulum! Carve the arc of victory!" Yu-Gi-Oh! Has done so much for my life and my career. I would venture to say that some of my breakout roles were on Yu-Gi-Oh! Mainly Yuya. This was the first main protagonist role I've had on a series before, and to embody that character and to watch him grow and come to life and watch his Arc 5, it was really just an incredibly amazing experience, one that I'll never forget. And in addition to that, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has brought me so many friends and people who I consider close as family. So it really is a gift that keeps on giving. So if I could be in any other Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, I would have to choose the original. It's just such an iconic show, and what spawned from that original cast, the original series, is we're still seeing it today. So that would just be an absolutely amazing experience. I am so grateful now to be a part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Family, and thank you to all of the fans who have watched and enjoyed and reached out and met through the years. It's been truly an absolutely life-changing and incredible experience. Thank you.
I would pick Professor Crowler. He has a PhD in dueling, so he's the most qualified in my opinion, even though his track record's not that great.
I'd probably pick Playmaker because he has Firewall Dragon, and that card's really good.
I think it would be Revolver or Various from Yu-Gi-Oh! Rings. He's the leader of Hanoi Knights, the original user of Rockets and Boros, which is also the deck I won my UDS with, and
I like the deck a lot. I like the archetype a lot. And it will be a very wonderful opportunity if I can team up with the original user from the enemy and then have a good experience with it.
I would pick Seto Kaiba. The reason being is because I like this character. His character was different in the show. He had a different attitude and a more competitive aspect. But yeah, that's the character I would choose.
Elegiría Kaiba porque creo que es uno de los mejores duelistas de todos los animes.
Yo creo que elegiría a Yugi porque es el rey de los juegos, así que la tendría fácil.
Yo elegiría a Joey Wheeler porque para mí es un personaje que nunca se rinde, que aunque haya muchas adversidades siempre continúa y no importa el resultado, él siempre va a dar lo mejor de él.
So I think with such high stakes, when I'm playing, I try and be super respectful to my opponents. But with such high stakes, I might choose Kaiba because he's kind of the opposite. So maybe together, him and I could make a good tag team.
I will definitely pick Yusei Fudo. First, because he's my favorite character in the whole series, and also because, I mean, he has all Synchro Monster at his disposition, especially Stardust Dragon, that is the best Synchro has ever made.
Si ocurriera que tuviera un duelo de tag con un personaje de la serie, por supuesto elegiría a Kaiba, ya que él usa dragones y los dragones es el mejor tipo que existe en el juego.
I'll pick Raphael because he doesn't lose unless he wants to lose, so I feel like it's my best chance of survival.
I guess Yugi, he's really lucky. It might help me, so.
If I'm doing a shadow duel and the loser gets sent to the Shadow Realm, I feel like I have to pick the Pharaoh at Tem. When it comes to clutching up in those high-stakes situations, he seems to always do it, so I guess, yeah, the Pharaoh.
I'd love to pick Joey, but, you know, I don't know if he has it in him to go the distance. So I'd have to go with Yugi just because of the plot armor. You know, he draws what he wants when he needs it.
I'd pick Seto Kaiba. I think we have similar personalities. We're kind of abrasive. A lot of people don't like us, but when it comes down to it, we would do anything for the people we care about, so we'd get it done.
I would love to pick Joy because it's like the more realistic character, but if I want to win, I will go with Kaiba. It's like he's maybe the best deck builder in the anime.
Hey guys, I'm Jess, better known as Sunseed Jess Online. I'm the 2023 European Champion for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, and today I've been invited by Konami to join the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Link's Rival School Academy. Now, although I play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh!, I'm a complete beginner to Rush Duel. So today, I'm going to be tutored by our sensei, Suzaki-san, who's a well-renowned caster from Japan. He's going to help me build a deck I've been given, improve on it a bit, so that I can play against and compete with our other students who've come from across the globe. Oh, that sounds like the bell. It's time to begin.
Hi, konnichiwa.
Hello.
Hi, よろしくお願いします。私の名前は遊戯王デュエルリンクスライバルスクールアカデミーの講師を務める佐々木と言います。よろしくお願いします。遊戯王ラッシュデュエルは最近デュエルリンクスに追加された全く新しいデュエルの形なんです。
I really appreciate you helping me out with my Rush Duel deck. I'm pretty new to Rush Duel, so I've played a lot of TCG, but I've not played a lot of Duel Links Rush Duel. Could you please explain a little bit about it?
わかりました。遊戯王デュエルリンクスは iOS、Android、Steam で提供されている、基本プレイ無料のゲームになっていまして、外出先でもスピードデュエルを楽しむことができます。中でもラッシュデュエルは最近遊戯王デュエルリンクスに実装された全く新しいルールのエキサイティングなデュエルを楽しめるゲームなんです。
So the deck I have is Roman Psychic deck.
いや、とてもいいデッキだと思います。それでは早速デッキの中身を見ていきたいと思います。
So obviously this is the deck I've got. What are your thoughts on this? How do you think I could improve this?
はい、このデッキの切り札はこのプリマギターナなんですけれども、攻撃力は2200と少し低いんですが、効果を使うことで大きくパワーアップすることができるのが強力なデッキになっていると思います。他にも攻撃力2300のホルダーブリッツがいたり、パワフルな、カードもあったりするんですけれども、他に気になるところはやはりサイキック族じゃないプチモスとか、 回復効果を持つレッドポーションやダメージを与える火の粉もいいんですけれども、この辺りを他のカードに変えることによってもっと良くなってくると思います。
I completely agree. I think, especially Teetmoth, it seems like quite a weak card in comparison to those big monsters. The other card I really like is that Psychic spell card that when you have 2 or more Psychics on the field, it sends push your opponent's monster face down. That also seems really, really strong. So I wanted to play a bunch of Psychic monsters. Do you have any advice for any Psychic monsters I could change or to put in instead of the Petite Moth on that kind of card?
いい質問だと思います。まずはこのカード1枚しか入ってないとか、このサイレントアサシンも2枚しか入ってないとかなので、このカードを3枚に増やしたりですかね、まずは。で、他のサイキック族がまだ1枚しか入ってなかったり、こちらも2枚しか入ってないので、これを最大の3枚入れていきたいと思います。他にもサイキック族はこのライブドレスクリエイターなどがいますので、これも入れる。あとは魔法トラップが少し少ないので、こちらも増やしていきたいなと思いますが、どう思いますか？
It seems like a really good idea to add more spells and traps. Are there any spells or traps you'd recommend? Especially coming from the TCG, I'm very used to playing loads of spell cards. However, Rush Duel seems more like monster focused. Is more monsters better in Rush Duel?
その通りですね。いっぱい入れたいカードもあるんですけれども、魔法トラップゾーンが埋まってしまうと次のカードが置けなくなってしまう心配が出てくるので、少し少なめの方が動かしやすいかもしれないですね。
That makes perfect sense with the 5-card hands when you draw 5 cards per turn every turn. Especially, so what trap cards would you recommend? Also, what do you think about the current trap card I'm playing? Because I don't have that many level 3 monsters, I don't think.
あと1枚なんですけど、すでに入っているこのトリプル3というカードがレベル3モンスターを使うんですけど、この敵にはレベル3のモンスターがこのライブドレスクリエイターしかなくてちょっと使いづらいので、このカードもアウトで、自分で使うこのカードも強いんですけど、相手に使われても強くて厄介になっちゃうので、これを破壊できるこのカードも入れたいと思うんですけど、どうでしょうか？
That seems like a really good strategy, especially if that card's so good with reducing attack points. If the other students are playing it, I need to be able to counter it.
あ、そうなんです。このカードで相手の資料の束縛を対策したいので、それではこのカードも入れて30枚。はい、どうでしょうか？
It's really good that we're already at 30 cards. Do you think I have too many spells and traps now?
ああ、なるほど。少し減らしますか？
This feels like some kind of hidden test. So I'm hoping my grades don't tank because of this. Personally, I'm thinking the correct answer is to play 1 less spell trap and play 1 less copy of the spell trap removal card, and then play an extra monster so that I can always summon as many monsters as possible. But please correct me if I'm wrong, you're the teacher.
今貴重な意見を聞けてよかったです。ハンマークラッシュを減らしてじゃあモンスターを増やしたいんですけど、サイキック族モンスターはたくさん今入ってますので、もう残りがない状態なので、この2枚入っているこのマジカルゴーストアンデッドではあるんですけど、増やしてこれでどうでしょうか？
I'm a really big fan of normal monsters, and seeing normal monsters do things when we don't play them that much generally, especially when effect monsters are just more popular. So I'm really happy to play an extra one. So I'm really happy with that change. Okay, Sensei, I have one last question, which is the most important question by far. Who has the brighter hair? Me or my character in Duel Links, Roman?
いや、いい質問ですね。で、僕はジェシカだと思います。
I'm honored to hear you say that, and hopefully my bright hair lets me shine bright and outdo all the other students. So I'll get to play you in the finals.
僕も TCG チャンピオンが勝ち上がってくるのを楽しみにしてます。
That's it for this video. Be sure to keep an eye on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card EU channel for updates on how our matches go. Also, you can check down in our description below to see how my competitors are doing and see how their deck building sessions went. And in the meantime, don't forget to download Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links to try out this new Rush Duel mode for yourself. I'll see you in my first match.
Are you ready for this duel?
Yeah, unfortunately for you, this is my Phantom 5. Oh my gosh, it's really pretty animated.
Oh my god, what is this? Oh no.
right, welcome back. We are back with the Ultimate Duelist Series, right? We are here to crown our undisputed champion here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Again, we waited so long for these matches, but we still have plenty of matches left. However, this is where it's going to get a little bit more difficult. Think about this. None of these competitors can be number one except just one of them. So as we continue through the tournament, we're going to have to start eliminating people. They're going to be out of contention here.
Yeah, that's right. We are finally hitting that point when those duelists with already 2 losses, if they lose one more, they are out of the tournament. They are no longer going to be able to compete. So let's start meeting some of those players. Let's toss to Kangas, see who we have in front of us for round 4 here.
How we doing, Kangas?
We're doing all right. Thank you very much. Caster is here to introduce the next round, starting on the red side. He is the master of bowling, Ryan Murakami.
Ryan Murakami, one of the first UDS champions, before we even knew that the belt came with so much power, he won with his Cosmo strategy in a field where Cosmo was not popular anymore. This is basically more of a pendulum format, so he always comes in with something a little bit more off meta, but he always shows his game sense. He's so smart when playing, not that smart outside of that. He makes some crazy decisions, and we see it all the time. That's why I love him so much. But I'm really excited to see him play here today.
Certainly could be a fan favorite with crazy moves, but he has a opponent, of course. Let's go back to Kangas to introduce that one.
And on the other side of the alley, on the blue side, the self-proclaimed inventor of Dragon Link, Shunping Zhu.
Yeah, I think Kangas said it best here. He really brought Dragon Link to the TCG here. Shuping winning the final North American UDS with Dragon Link. Favorite card, Guard Dragon Alpi. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Oh, absolutely. And it was really heads up, too, because Dragon Link hadn't been fully established there. So to call him the inventor of that, I don't think is a misnomer. And look at that beautiful dragon shirt, too. Definitely representing the pride of his deck, even if he may not be playing it.
Yeah, and I think we've seen something from previous rounds from him as well. There's a tech card in his extra deck that you wouldn't expect from any of the current strategies that is just really interesting, and it kind of just shows his love for the dragon strategy.
Oh, absolutely. We don't want to spoil any surprises, but if we do get to see that monster, that will really show you that it is still Shunping at the wheel.
Now, this is going to be a matchup that I don't know if Shunping's going to be prepared for, not to spoil it just yet before the entire chat gets to see here, but Ryan is not playing one of the fire strategies this weekend.
True, that's true. So it's true that the fire deck is very, very good, but it does have certain weaknesses that we've seen some of the players exploit against one another, where it was banishing cards or trying to seal off the graveyard. Imagine if you didn't care about your graveyard at all, what kind of cards you could run in order to stop your opponent.
Absolutely. You want to just fly away from the fire sometimes and just rise above. And if you don't have to care about the graveyard that's cindering, then you can just go ahead and normal summon a bunch of times.
I know. It's almost like you still have to worry about cards like Nibiru, obviously, if you're summoning multiple monsters in the same turn. But we may not see that many special summons. We may be seeing a lot of normal summons. I'm sure the chat is typing away what deck they think we're talking about.
Now, both these players already do have 2 losses, so I think we really have to mention this is an elimination match.
Absolutely. At this point, each player has 3 points, meaning they have 1 win in the tournament. However, we're already this far in, and so if they do not take a win here, they are likely not going to be eligible for that top 4 unless some weird cataclysmic event happens. So that means that every duel from here on out is really going to count, and we may not get to see these duelists again, unfortunately, because one will win and one may be eliminated from contention.
Yeah, and of course, none of these players are slouches, right? Every single player invited into this tournament has won an event before, so they're all really strong players. So seeing any eliminated is always really hard. But of course, we can only have 1 winner. And even if they are not able to make that top 4, they still get some additional prizing up all the way down to top 8. So they are going to still continue to play it out and try to win as many matches as possible.
No, that's absolutely correct. Well, we're only going to be featuring a top 4 cut for single elimination. Anybody who makes the top 8 will still get additional fabulous prizes. We showcase those at the beginning of the event, but that's important. That shows that even this duel, if you get a loss, hang in there, keep winning, and you might take home something that no one else does.
Now, I think this special is going to be fairly important, not necessarily as important as previous rolls, because there are some cards in Ryan's strategy that don't really care if you're going first or second.
Yeah, you're not worried about it if you've got a deck that, well, could just ride on whatever air currents happen to come their way. Judges going ahead and getting everything set up. Didn't get to necessarily see who went first or second there because the die rolls were a little off to the side. But again, we know what's being played, so we know that this will be an interesting duel no matter who goes first. All right, we're drawing our cards out, just making sure everything's ready. Does take quite a lot of infrastructure to get this tournament going, but all the staff are just hanging in there, making sure that this is the best tournament possible. But forget that. It is time for game one.
All right, let's see who gets to win the role here and be able to start us off.
And you can see it on the screen. It is Snake Eye versus Fluandereeze.
Fluandereeze, that off-meta pick that I'm talking about. Ryan always brings something a little unexpected. He's trying to focus down on slowing the game and just win off of the amount of recursion that, I suppose the Snake Eye deck has plenty of recursion itself, not necessarily as much without the Fire King cards, but Fluandereeze is the peak recursion, right? If you can get as many turns as possible, you can just keep summoning those monsters, get as many M-pins on the field, really just focus down all the power in the deck. And you can really shut your opponent out because you don't care about the graveyard. You're allowed to play those cards like Dimension Shifter, even Dimensional Fisher as well.
Oh, absolutely. But we haven't seen any of that yet, so it may not be in the hand. Looks like we're just going to start with a Bonfire, grabbing a Snake Eye Ash.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Be able to resolve both those cards is going to be the most potent hand that you can have in the Snake Eye strategy, being able to see access to the Divine Temple as well as having access to the original Sinful Spoil. So I think we're going to see a lot of synchro plays happening from here on out, maybe.
Absolutely. Now, for those of you watching at home who might be confused about the configuration of the board, remember that if you are left-handed, you can always request an accommodation from a judge, and so that's why we're seeing the graveyard and the field zone swap there.
Awesome.
All right, Shu trying to move as quickly as possible here, try to get the game going. Maybe having a little bit of matchup knowledge, knows that he might need the additional time to try to grind his way through this matchup.
Certainly the players have been able to kind of take a look at what everyone is playing. This is very much a normal tournament scenario where you're able to kind of get up, walk around a little bit. So he might know exactly what's on the opposing board and just trying to get set up as fast as he can and doing a great job of that.
Yeah, so here's something we definitely don't see every day. Parallel Exceed. This has been gaining some popularity from some regional lists. You're able to immediately put 2 level 4 monsters, even though they are naturally level 8 when they come out on the field by Parallel Exceed's effect. They do become level 4, and you're immediately able to go into that rank 4 monster. I personally like Dweller and Baguska, but this is the Banshee that's able to add any Pyro from your deck to your hand.
Not a bad idea, right? We know that Fontaine from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX gave us Bonfire, but there were other cards allowing you to search Pyros before, so it's just wild to be able to see that. Shunping showing that he's really thinking about the extra deck the same way that he piloted Dragon Link. Well, now he's got some great Xyz plays too.
Not trying to go any slower. Immediately links away the Link Revo and the Banshee into the Little Knight. Looks like Little Knight is going to banish the Banshee here.
Ooh. Fertile Flame Banshee just going ahead and getting to the banishment there, but already summoned back.
All right, this is a lot of body generated already. So adding the Birch to his hand so he's able to extend even further. There's not even the effect of Ash being used to go ahead and special summon another Snake Eye monster from the deck just yet. Looks like we're going to see the Little Knight, the Birch, as well as the Banshee link away, I imagine, to the Apollo. Yep, that's Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
24.
Absolutely gorgeous card, and really important because we've seen how important it is to get ahead of those Nibiru's. We've seen plenty of summons, although we really haven't seen much from Ryan. Not sure what kind of poker face this player might have, but he does seem like he's just kind of hanging out, waiting for his turn to happen, and it's going to be a little difficult to play through the various effects of Appaloosa.
Yeah, Appaloosa, one of the few things that I think the Snake Eye deck can do, naturally at least, that is a hindrance to the Fluandereeze strategy. You don't really care too much about the destruction or the general removal, but like the effect negation is definitely what you want to look out for. So Ryan's probably not too happy about having to face the Appaloosa. And typically in the Fluandereeze strategy, you're not going to be playing something along the lines of Nibiru because you can't afford to special summon ever if you want to keep using your Fluandereeze effects.
You absolutely just need to normal summon and normal summon. But the reason why you get that many normal summons is because each of those Fluandereeze effects is giving you an additional normal summon. But if Appaloosa is going to be negating those card effects, well, you're not going to get that initial normal summon. So unfortunately, you're only going to get that one bird and they will not flock together.
All right, looks like Snake Eye Ash is going to be able to use its effect, sending that Poplar from face up on the field, summon the Snake Eye Oak from the deck, Oak effect, going to be able to target the Snake Eye Birch, bring it out from the graveyard, and finally, we're going to use that Diabellstar that was added in the beginning of the turn from the Wanted. Not going to need to get a Flame Birch from the deck, just going to use the one that was set. Oh, and we're going to be able to set the trap card here.
I think that might be the first time that we're actually seeing Sinful Spoils of Betrayal Silvera.
Yeah, this one, if you're not familiar with it, because I know I hasn't really seen a whole lot of play yet, allows you to negate a card effect as long as the Diabellstar is face up on the field.
It's funny, actually, to keep Diabellstar on the field because we're so used to her just kind of saying hi and then bye. You know, obviously that's part of the strategy. But again, yeah, being able to, you know, negate those opponents' effects just for already playing your favorite deck is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of these players came into this tournament expecting to play against Fluandereeze, but if you're trying to make a board that's good into the Fluandereeze strategy, this might be it.
Definitely feels like it. And now we're finally seeing the monster of the hour. It's Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames.
Going to be able to bring back that Flame Bridge and likely going to be able to use that IP Masquerena just with Flame Bridge's effect. Just being able to bridge into that earlier in the play. Now you're finally going to be able to make that last Link 4 monster, unless you want to leave the Princess on the field. I imagine you don't want to if you want to bring up that IP Masquerena, but there is a consideration to leaving Birch on the field because Birch does have an effect on the opponent's turn exclusively to special summon from the deck as well. Oh, so yeah, you're going to be able to leave the Birch when you're able to use Sinful Spells, and I didn't realize he had not used yet.
Which is amazing because now the Bestower of Flames is in the graveyard, so the second a monster gets special summoned, you could destroy a fire and one of those Flaunderies. So not only would you be able to negate the effect, but if there's any special summons at all that happen in this duel, Bestower's ready for that too.
It looks like Shu actually does not play a copy of Jet Synchron, because I imagine you would go for that here. So opting to just really focus on Link summons and I guess the additional interruptions from cards such as the Betrayal Severia.
Ah, the player who invented Dragon Link playing Link summons? Who'd have thought?
It looks like one final card drawn off the wanted here just to keep generating all that value.
It is quite a bit on the field there, and it does show you that each of these players is playing this deck almost completely different. There are lots of nuanced variations on it, and that's what shows that these are the best duels in the world. They also have different opinions from one another, and there's no wrong way to duel, but right now I think this may be wrapping things up.
Yeah, I mean, it is like week 2, right, of these cards being legal. Not everything has been figured out yet. We've seen a lot of minds. This is the interesting thing about a tournament like this where it's so small. Normally, a lot of players like to work together, and they want to try to make the best board possible, or like rather the best strategy possible. But oftentimes when you have this many players that are going to play against each other in such a small tournament where you know you're going to play against pretty much every single one of them, you don't want to talk to any of them, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think that might be why we were taking a look at the graveyard for the Infernal Flame Banshee. You think to yourself, maybe I should try this sometime. But that's not going to go in a Fluanderee's deck, so let's see if he... Oh, no. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that was plenty of interruptions on the field, and I think Ryan didn't want to waste any time here. He knows that he's not going to be able to even attempt to stop this. I think he was able to see the top card of his deck. It wasn't anything to really break the field. And Fluanderees, sometimes you don't even get to start playing, right? You need to have access to one of those critical normal summons that gets the entire engine rolling. Sometimes you miss on that, too.
Absolutely, depending on what your hand is. But the good news is Ryan has the opportunity to choose to go first, so this won't be a complete shutout of Fluanderees, especially for those fans of the bird strategy back home.
So that's the weird thing here. Do you think, based on what we've seen so far, that Shu knows he's playing Fluanderees?
He put up a very different board compared to what we've seen, but it's true that the deck is able to just do those different things, right? It's not uncommon to have IP Masquerena physically, in the spell and trap zone, ready to be summoned out. We saw that from previous duels. But if he knew about the Fluanderees, right, if he actually did get a chance to talk with some of the other duelists and scope some things out, that was a beautiful way to stop that, right? There was just no version of that a single Fluanderees normal summon, which usually starts an incredible turn, was actually going to be able to go off. So unless he drew some sort of power spell, which clearly he didn't, he was not getting into that duel. So Shinping did the right thing.
Now, that strategy, I feel like, even if you weren't against Fluanderees, I think that might have been enough to stop most strategies. So because Ryan picked up his cards without playing a single one of them, he's preserving that information, right? Just in case.
And that's one of the things that I think duelists sometimes, when they're watching other duelists play and they see someone surrender very quickly, they think, no, man, you could probably still do it. But here's the thing. First off, this is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition with rules, so that clock that you see in the bottom of the screen, it is ticking down, and saving your time for later so you can make those difficult decisions and turns later is important. There's nothing wrong with getting out of the game early, and just like you said, Asala, it's important to shield that information. If you're not going to win the duel, there is no reason to reveal your best cards to your opponent, so if you pack up game 1, it just means you're going to have a better game 2 and possibly 3 later.
Now, we've talked about the fire strategy several times throughout this tournament, and we will continue talking about it before the next day is over. But let's talk about Fluanderees. What reasoning do you have with the release of Phantom Nightmare to play a strategy such as this one?
Well, it's the Swallow's Cowrie, right? That obviously gives you a little bit more movement in the deck, and so obviously, each player is going to have a different opinion. Some people want to play 1, some people want to play 2 or 3. I guess we'll see that if there is a Swallow's Cowrie here. But the other thing I think is really just the inherent advantage of the Dimension Shifter, right? The fact that you're not worried about your graveyard at all means that you can say goodbye to anyone else's and use a bunch of other powerful cards, not just beyond Dimension Shifter, but also things like you mentioned, Dimension Fusion, Dimension Ground. There's a lot of... Oh, Dimensional Barrier, what am I saying? Fissure. There's like so many dimension cards. It's all Yu-Gi-Oh! But that said, you really do have access to so many different ways to just interrupt your opponent in a different way, right? And when they're running so many of those different fire cards, think about it, true. your Dimension Shifter prevents you from getting Ash Blossom, right? Because they can't send the card to the graveyard.
Well, not Ash Blossom particularly, but Effect Veiler, Droll, and Lockbird.
Oh, yes, you're right. We've been having a long day here, so all the cards start to blend together. But Shunping doing a great job of just kind of already knows what his game plan is. It's really Ryan who's going to think that out, but he didn't really showcase much. He did access the side deck, so hopefully we're able to see some bird action here, too. I know there are a lot of players who love the fire deck, but also love to see some variation in the format, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's what keeps Yu-Gi-Oh! So interesting, right? There are several options, even though there is that one strategy that everyone's talking about. It's not the only one, and there's plenty of other things you have to look out for. If you spend so much time dedicating everything to beating this one deck, you will lose to these other ones.
You absolutely will. It's one of those things where it's not necessarily a rock, paper, scissors format, but it is true that if you're not worried about your graveyard, and perhaps two of these decks played against each other, well, all of a sudden they're Dimension Shifters, they're Dimension Fissures, they don't really do anything. So it just kind of depends on whether you've got the right thing for your opponent, and that's something that people are going to have to keep track of in YCS Vegas. This is not format defining. This is just a great showcase of these decks and players, but you might be able to find a way to beat them and then showcase that in Vegas next week.
Yeah, I think Vegas is going to be a really interesting one where you don't get to get away with making a pick like that as often, where you get to main deck so much anti-fire strategy, because there are so many other decks. I mean, we haven't even seen a Voiceless Voice yet, but there are other playable decks. But I think in a tournament like this, going into Game 2, of course, where the fire strategy has been so strong, and you know everyone's probably going to play this exact deck because it's so competitive and it's clearly the best deck so far, you get away with something like this. And I think Ryan is going to show off in this game, being able to start, just why an anti-meta choice like Fluundries could win here.
Definitely excited to see it. Let's see what he starts with first.
It's a great start. Fluundries map here. Going to be able to reveal Eaglin.
Oh, goodness. So he's going right in.
It looks like, I imagine it's a Rubina, but it might not be. Oh, it is a Rubina. Okay, very good.
Banish our Rubina. Go ahead and grab that Rubina back.
Eaglin's going to be able to resolve, going to be able to add a, is it level 5 or higher?
Believe so. It's not every day you see Fluundries. I'm sure the Master Duelists in the chat definitely are feeling it, but it's great to see M-Pen there too.
Right, so we have M-Pen back in hand. He is granted another normal summon along with that Surge, and it's going to be used on Rubina. Rubina is going to be met with Ash Blossom.
Oh, but speaking of the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, that is going to stop Rubina in its tracks, so it's not adding that level 4 lower Winged Beast to the hand.
Normally that stops your chain of normal summons that come in addition to the effects, but because of the effect of map, you have an additional normal summon as well, so you can keep this chain going with the M-Pen here. M-Pen Chain Link 1, Eaglin Chain Link 2. Eaglin's going to be able to go back to the hand.
Hits keep on coming, but nothing seems to be going on Shunping's side. The Ash Blossom was certainly a valiant effort, but it looks like we are furthering Fluundries.
And Eaglin, what do you think M-Pen's going for here? You have a couple options, right? Normally it's something along the lines of Dreaming Town. Maybe you want an Advent to just try to keep your plays going. Sometimes you want to get the continuous spell to be able to tribute your opponent's cards or even cycle some cards from your hand, but it looks like we are just going straight for that Dreaming Town, which is going to be able to, in your opponent's main phase, give you a normal summon, which is going to be able to start this chain all over again. But let's not forget about its secret effect in the graveyard. When you conduct a tribute summon, you can banish it, set all of your opponent's monsters face down.
And that's so strong because obviously with a Link summon based deck, as Shunping showcased all those fine Link monsters, you cannot conduct a Link summon when the monsters are face down. So you're absolutely right about this anti-meta pick. It's not just about banishing the graveyard, it's also about interrupting those options and making sure you can't summon. So Shunping's got a lot cut out for him, but he's going to go ahead and draw now.
Okay, there's one monster in that hand. It is a copy of Snake Eye Poplar. But we do have one, and there's plenty of engine as well.
Yes.
Still no shifter from Ryan Murakami here. Not ideal for the Fluundry strategy.
Obviously, that's what got you, this far. That's what you wanted to see in this deck, but we haven't seen it just yet. Looks like we are bonfiring.
The Wanch is going to grab the Diabell Star here. I mean, do you even lead with the Poplar now, or do you just give it up? You have Infinite Impermanence, which is... I mean, it's still very useful on the M-Pen because remember, M-Pen does not allow the effects of special summon monsters in attack position to resolve.
That's true. It's true. It's almost its own little floodgate in and of itself. It's a monster that really just stops the waters from flowing. And yet, Shunping is taking a little moment to think there. So obviously, M-Pen is going to kind of slow things down here.
I mean, as far as the... M-Pen is at least a little bit more manageable because you're able to summon a Flame Bridge in defense and just push it down. But... it looks like we're going to just be leading with the Diabell Star, holding the Infinite Impermanence in hand for following turn.
Summon successfully. I don't summon target Ash.
Poplar is going to be able to leave itself in the graveyard, go after a different fire monster with the Ash Blossom. And there is the Featherstorm!
Oh, man. Harpy's Featherstorm, obviously one of the best Fluundries cards ever printed.
Yeah, you know, if it's one bird, they're all the birds, right?
Yeah, birds of a feather flock together. I'm sure the harpies will get along with them just fine.
I think the entire point of Fluunderies is all the friends he made along the way. Surely there's one harpy in there.
Oh, absolutely.
We're going to attempt to keep playing. Going to be able to put the Birch on the field by giving up the Diabell Star, which means you already opened the Sinful Spoil, so the Diabell Star wasn't going to be getting too much value anyway, and you are able to cycle for a draw here with that Wanted now. Try to just preserve as many resources as possible. Try to, I think, what you're really looking for is a copy of Divine Temple now. So as soon as Ryan starts playing, he's going to be able to play as well. Temple's going to be able to push up a monster from the back row.
It's wild that all of these powerful cards meant to stop plays, such as Ass Blossom and Harpy's Featherstorm, haven't really done a lot to change the tempo of the duel. Really, this is about the deck itself. That's what's carrying the duel.
Now Ryan still has that Dreaming Town. As soon as Shu attempts to leave the main phase here, he's going to be potentially able to summon another copy of Empen, or maybe just climb up into something along the lines of Mist Valley Apex Avian, just to have an interruption set on the field before having to start his own turn. Yep, there's Eaglin, and there's the Rabina.
Now the Dreaming Town paid off.
He's also, if he does conduct a Tribute Summon, able to reset that Birch, so Birch won't even have an effect to attempt once it comes to Ryan's turn.
Certainly helps that it really is just a series of heads-up plays, and I think this is obviously what we were hoping for before. Taking a quick look at the graveyard before we search our deck. Finally getting to bring out that level 4 Wing Beast. Can't quite make that out from the bottom corner, but I'm sure we'll get to see it soon.
Yeah, in Shooping's graveyard, there's a Poplar, an Ash Blossom, and a Diabell Star. Oh, and Ryza is just going to go after the couple sets here.
So Ryza will target this and this top to deck, and then I'll target that to hand.
Great to see Rise of the Mega Monarch doing what it does best.
Yeah.
Certainly going to slow down Shung Ping.
Anything else or nothing? Nope. And then what was it? Eagling.
Yep. Being able to fully resolve the chain here, Eaglin will go back to that. That's what really makes the Fluunderies so powerful, right? The inevitability. All these cards just giving themselves right back to the player.
No, it's a very strong deck, and it's a very strong series of cards. You're absolutely right. I mean, you can see Fluunderies in the Dreaming Town. It really is about the friends that it makes along the way. Sort of a migration circle in all the places you go in between. But speaking about going in between, we're going to Monster Reborn, the Snake Eye Poplar.
Which still can't activate its effect. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, you still cannot activate its effect, right? The Birch is going to be able to re-special summon itself because of Fire is on the field. So back to being a live effect now.
Okay, yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Love seeing that Monster Reborn, by the way. It's a great picture, great art.
Yeah, and face.
You know, when you're playing such an anti-meta strategy such as Ryan, you think part of doing so is like placing the cards like he does so unorganized just to maybe more so infuriate your opponent? Because I know it infuriates me.
It's definitely one of those things where obviously the judges, you see, they're making sure that everything is exactly where it's supposed to be zone-wise. But he also may just be playing fast and loose. He's excited. Maybe he smells the blood in the water because he's able to get all these effects off. And obviously Shun Ping hasn't done as much. We are going back into the deck here, just cycling through.
Yep, going to be able to use the map again, get access to a different normal summon. Going to go for the the Stree here. Stree's effect is to normal summon and banish a card from either graveyard and then get that additional normal summon.
Sure.
Stree's going to be added back to hand. Eaglin is going to be able to resolve. I wonder which big tribute he's going to go for now.
I think we've seen every one of the Fluunderies so far except Snout.
All right, that could be another Empen. I mean, that's a lot of levels, so I think it is another Empen. And it looks like we're going to be normal summoning that Stree now. There's not much in his opponent's graveyard. He's just going to be banishing his own Dreaming Town, which will make it more accessible.
Okay.
Not burying your head in the sand this time, just able to keep moving on.
Right.
Again, you can actually see Fluunderies, the magnificent map. That is the entire migration cycle of our Fluunderies, and you can kind of see all the different pinpoints there of where it's gone along its journey. We've actually gotten the full journey here. I mean, this is really what we're hoping in that Mist Valley Apex Avian, having that full negate there, too.
Right, so Apex Avian now finally on the field, going to be able to stop the Birch. Ryan is just going to want to be able to close this game out. Might not be able to do it just yet because those two bodies are blocking him.
Toucan target trap.
Okay, there's the Toucan, going to be able to add back the banished Dreaming Town that he did this turn, so he's going to be able to reset it, just keep this flow going. Robina is going to be able to normal summon as well off the Toucan effect, and then of course the Stree is going to be able to add itself back to hand.
And there and back again, a Fluunderies journey.
And here's another tribute summon here for another Empen.
Now, the second M pen is super important because you cannot just get rid of that first M pen and suddenly get your effects in attack mode now. Got to deal with both of them.
But didn't use the band.
Yeah, I know I use this one for sure. Yep, cool. These are good.
Right, so Eaglin and the Toucan are, I believe, going back to hand. And M-Pen finally going to be able to grab another card here. What are you even looking for? It seems like you pretty much have everything.
Possibly, you know, something to do later.
Oh, this seems like a fine choice. Being to be able to put back some of those cards, just get some draws in as well.
It's interesting, too, because, you know, we've talked about so much in the last couple of formats how important it is to save a little bit of gas in the tank so you have a follow-up play. But Fluanderies doesn't really need to worry about that. They just go and go and go, but let's see how much further we have to go on this duel.
It looks like a Birch was used in Birch was used in the main phase, going ahead and able to special summon out that Flame Birch from the deck by sending itself and the Poplar.
Flame Birch, yeah.
And again, yes, you could use that Flamberge to maybe clear the field a little bit, but with Apex Avion and 2 copies of M-Pen, it's going to be very difficult to clear all the rubbish away that keeps that activated effects happening.
All right, so we look like we're going to use the Poplar to put the Ash Blossom back there, which makes sense. You do want to keep as many Snake Eyes, or at least level 1 fires, in the graveyard as possible for the Flamberge. But at this point, you could just enter battle phase, attack with the Avian. Yeah, like you know, you just have another defending body here, but you can attack with the Avian over the Flamberge, negate the Flamberge, and just keep the game going. And you have the Dreaming Town to reset up the Avian at any point.
We're in the battle phase now. Apex Avian will go ahead and get rid of Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. Looks like we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Flamberge.
Just your hit, yeah, thank you.
I feel like you're always going to stop this hero. Is there any reason to give that to your opponent?
I don't really feel like... I understand you can put the Apex Avion back out quickly, so it might as well go ahead and put that back to your hand and negate.
56 ones.
Leaving Shu with very few resources now. I believe that's 1 card in the hand. Going to be drawing into 2. Not going to be a whole lot that you could draw into in this position.
Yep. Well, especially given the setup that we have here, it's going to be very difficult, and it would not be hard to get the Apex Avion back in the field. So it's 1 card in the hand, but it's 1 card in the hand that's going to have to play through all of that. And then whatever you draw, well, we'll see.
Opting to put back the Eaglin as well as the Toucan. So keeping the Stree potentially being one of the stronger ones to be able to lead with, getting rid of an interruption from the graveyard immediately. Another heads-up play there. Oh, it looks like we have summoned 5 times, though. Honestly, I think this is okay.
Not too bad, not too bad. I think he can certainly get back in the duel, especially with all those set trap cards. He has additional ways to get back in, but going to calculate here.
4 of them plus Robin,
Judges just verifying all the 5 summons.
and then then Apex, yes.
Yeah, there were several monsters summoned, even if they were normal summoned.
Again, it's a great deck. You don't have to have multiple special summons to put multiple monsters on the board.
I will say, though, this Nibiru token, this Primal Being token, rather, is much larger than that Nibiru.
Oh, very, very big.
When you have no other cards, it can be quite threatening.
82.
And if you decide to do commit another card, all those birds come back from the hand. There is a Rabina Banish, so you know the full chain is still available.
Absolutely. Now, it's one of those things where, you know, this duel could end fast, it could end short, but the great news with Fluanderies, they always have a way back in. It's almost like a full power. Various other decks... We interrupt this broadcast for anti-spell fragrance.
I don't think it was necessary, but Ryan just wanted to make sure that this game is over.
Well, I mean, it would be a bad time for a change of heart. Turn that to attack mode and go in. Don't have to worry about that with an anti-spell fragrance. Also going to see our Dreaming Town activated.
Yeah, I believe Shiming attempted to pass turn, but he's going to just opt to keep playing here with the Dreaming Town. I don't think it's quite necessary. I think the Nibiru token would be able to attack over the Nibiru for that 2,500 points of damage.
Certainly would, but wants to go ahead and keep committing cards to the board. Going to go ahead and use Stree.
M-Pen gets banished.
It looks like Stree is going to be going after his own graveyard to keep resources available. So he's able to tribute now with your opponent's card because of the spell. You remember his name again.
Oh, it's going to be the sunset that you're looking at over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I not think you keep Niven against me.
Unexplored wins.
Unexplored wins, that's right. There's so many tongue twisters when you're commentating a Fluanderies match, but that's all she wrote after seeing the Miss Valley Apex Avion. Honestly, I mean, another negate, it's such a strong card. You know, it came out in an era where they didn't expect you to be able to quickly, easily return those wind monsters and then drop them back on the board. But it's honestly not that hard now with the effect of that card being able to just be dropped out again and again and again. It's a winged beast, so you can normal summon it.
At some point, it was a lot scarier when you were able to use things like a Union Carrier to, like, the rather the other avian, right? And it was just an infinite loop, but I'm glad we're not doing that anymore. I think this is a lot more reasonable. Twice is probably okay. An infinite number of times is a little too far.
Yeah, this isn't pole position. We aren't racing for the infinite loops here, but players talking amongst themselves there too. Great sportsmanship. They've probably been here, you know, they've known each other. This is a very tight-knit scene between all the different duelists, because when you compete at the highest level, you see the same people across from you time and time again.
Yeah, I imagine these two players have actually played each other before at some point within their duelist history. I mean, we're celebrating 25 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! History here. The players have been playing for quite some time, especially to make it to a tournament like this.
No, absolutely, and they're smiling and they're chatting. Remember, this is a match where if either of them lose, they likely are no longer in contention for the top 4. And yet, look at their faces. They're happy to be here. They're just ready to duel. They're having a good game. They know what's going on, and that's the great sportsmanship you get with an Ultimate Duelist.
Now, Ryan going to have to take the back foot here. He's going to have to go second, almost assuredly, because I don't think Shu Ping, especially when we saw game 1, that was a very decisive victory. He's going to just be able to try to do that again. Given you don't always get to open Bonfire as well as wanted, that is pretty ideal. But Ryan still hasn't hit the ace in his hole, you know?
No, he hasn't. We can just hope that it shows up, right? It would be incredible for Fluanderee's fans to just see that first turn dimension shifter, and that might be all she wrote, but it really just depends on the heart of the cards, right? You have a decent chance if you roll in 3 copies of opening it in your first hand, but we've had 2 duels and that chance has not happened yet.
Another card that I think is really interesting in any of these strategies that are focusing on banishing all your opponent's cards with something along the lines of Shifter is Gravekeeper's Inscription.
Oh, and I feel like Gravekeeper's Inscription is just like, it's not like a card that we see enough for how good it is. Yes, it's a spell, and yes, that opens it up to certain vulnerabilities, but it's got basically the same effect of just locking your opponent out of a turn of accessing their most important resources.
Yeah, having essentially 3 effects, right? One of them including Abyss Dweller, which is very strong to be able to activate as a spell to just cut off your opponent's turn. Even going second, right? You can do it at the start of your turn going first, and obviously that's very powerful. It cuts off the following turn as well. But when you're able to play into a field going second and still be able to lead your turn activating that card, against something along the lines of Fire King Snake Eye, you get to cut off the entire graveyard here. That probably cuts off the Garunix, the Kirin, the Promethean Princess, as well as any additional value that can be generated. But against pure Snake Eye, maybe that's not as good because you are actually generating a lot more hard interruptions. We did see the Sinful Spells of Betrayal Severa as well. You're able to just interact with it just pretty cleanly. But do you think it ever matters that it has to be the first card you activate in the main phase?
The fact that it's the first card in the main phase does open up to certain other things. Obviously, that competes with other cards that can't be activated as the first card in the main phase, but I don't feel like that's too scary. I think you can drop that down. The only thing that makes that kind of an issue is it's not the strongest card maybe game 1, so it's not something you'll commonly see in the main deck because you don't really know what your opponent is playing, and therefore you wouldn't know which of those great 3 effects to pick.
Yeah, they have plenty of time here to get this going. They've played through game 1 and 2 so quickly. They should be able to have a complete game 3 here.
This is the type of duel you love to see. Both players really got to show off their game plan. Shunping in game 1, Ryan obviously in game 2. So now we got to put the pedal to the metal. They have to find out which of them is going to at least be on their way to qualifying for the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, Ryan shuffling as thoroughly as possible. I think he really didn't like the hand that he got game 1. He's not taking any chances here going into game 3.
Why worry about the heart of the cards when you could just power shuffle? Shunping just in a sort of meditative state, you know, not really worried about it. Just been at these top tables before, obviously, every one of these duelists had because they are carrying those heavy Ultimate Duelist Series belts. But right now, I think both of these duelists are ready for just a great game, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we see in the final duel.
Yeah, both players trying to get themselves mentally prepared going into this. The decks are shuffled up. They're going to be presented just once again, I think. Yep, it looks like he's going for a final cut there on Shu's side. And then finally we're here, going into game number 3. One of these players will lose their contention into the top 4 here, so they're playing with everything they got.
They have to, because if not, unfortunately, while they still may be eligible for that top 8 prizing, they won't be eligible for that amazing ring that they're looking for.
Looks like Shunping is going to take the lead here.
Stand by. Stand by. Shifter.
There it is! Oh, there it is. I love the smile, by the way. Like, he knew it was there. Like, stand by. And there it is. We are not going to see any cards going to the graveyard.
At least not for a little while.
Normal foot.
That's still a strong start here. You're going to be able to get access to Snake Eye Poplar. And I don't think it's immediately done for the Snake Eye deck when you get hit with something along the lines of Dimensional Shifter?
No,
because you have access to Temple.
Exactly. We talked about this earlier in the broadcast that no duelist gets this far and just loses to a single card, right? If you know that Shifter obviously is strong against your deck, you've formulated different play lines that you can make just through that. And so we're seeing that exactly now as we go ahead and go from Snake Eye Ash, adding the Snake Eye Poplar, and using its effect to special summon it from the hand.
It looks like Shu also plays a copy of Sinful Spell, or Snake Eye Charge, right? The quick play spell?
Oh, that's right, that's right. And that is really cool about Shunping's deck because he's running all these different Snake Eye and Sinful Spoils looks that we haven't seen from some of the other players. Just showing a little bit of creativity there. And we haven't seen that card you were hinting at earlier. I don't know if this will be the duel for it, but if we do get to see it, that would be pretty exciting.
It looks like it's going to just opt for the Divine Temple here, keep it safe, going to be able to put something else in the Spell and Trap zone to be able to bring up as soon as Ryan starts playing.
So it looks like we're going to go ahead and Link Summon, unfortunately banishing the Poplar for a Link Karibo.
Not the end of the world for the Poplar. It can come back with the effect of Snake Eye Oak later. Oh, and we do have the Parallel Exceed.
Ooh.
Now, this is where I'm talking about, like, in order to counter something along the lines of Dimensional Shifter, you could play something like number 41 Baguska.
Oh, you absolutely could. But I wonder if we're going to see an Infernal Flame Banshee again.
I guess that gets access to Birch as well, so you have several layers of interest. Or you just go straight into an IP Masquerena here.
All right, 50-50. It's one or the other.
Well, okay, at that point, if you're overlaying, I think it's the Banshee.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could have a fancy way of setting his materials. Could be a Showman.
Okay.
At this point, we have enough bodies represented to maybe potentially go into an Appaloosa as well. Really hoping that Ryan doesn't have anything to follow up with the Dimension Shifter here. So we'll be grabbing that Birch.
So cool to see Infernal Flame Banshee. I know we've talked about it quite through the broadcast, but it's true that like you have other ways into your Pyro monsters, and that's a great example.
Yeah, 5 and under 4. 5.
Oh, it looks like he did open that copy of the Silvera. Not going to be useful without Diabellstar on the field.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think it's going to come up that the Snake Eye monsters are significantly stronger than the Fluandereeze monsters with the temples on the field?
They are. You know, I've been playing a lot of Snake Eye on Master Duel, and I love Divine Temple for that reason, because it is a little weird. Sometimes you do find yourself in a situation where maybe you don't need to make the Flamberge or any of the other combo monsters. You can really just assault them with level 1 fire monsters.
1100 is a huge boost. That's probably the biggest boost any field spell's ever given.
Wetlands, right? Wetlands has the water boost for 1200, doesn't it?
Just, okay, think about comparing Wetlands to Temple.
Okay, you're right. We were just doing raw numbers, but it is true that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is an incredible card. Wetlands is just a good card.
Yeah.
Banshee's going to be able to activate its effect when it's banished, summon itself back. Dark is going to be able to take the Dimension Shifter here. I'm surprised at I'm honestly impressed at how she has been able to play without having to use his graveyard at all.
Again, you do not get this far without having a game plan for when one of your mechanics is locked out, right? There's so many different things that are in this game, whether it's the graveyard, the hand, the banishment, etc. But when one of those gets cut off, you cannot fold the duel, right? You can't just say, I surrender. And this is what Shunping's doing as he summons another Snake Eye and combines them, assumedly for another Link monster.
I think maybe an IP Masquerena? Yep.
Yep, sure.
It looks like this is going to be approaching the end of Shu's turn here. Going to be able to set that one. I think it's just the Bluff Silvera right now, unless there is a way to magically put a Diabellstar on the field for shipping.
Well, the deck's certainly powerful, but I don't think that is going to be in the cards for Shunping. Certainly the energy that Ryan had after discarding that Dimension Shifters faded out a little bit, right? He wasn't completely shutting his opponent out of the game, so he's going to have a great Fluandereeze turn. Let's see what he gets after drawing his first card.
Yes.
You want to start with that magnificent map?
I'll do 6 for calls.
Oh, I mean, that's a good way to start, too. I'll accept that.
That could be a magnificent map. Let's see.
Yeah, usually Pot of Prosperity, you know, you sacrifice the ability to end the game that turn because you are only doing half damage, but Fluandereeze isn't really attempting to end the game as soon as it can. It just wants to generate its value as fast as it can. Well, that isn't evenly matched.
Definitely a visible reaction from Shunping and all the great cards there, all the different ways to banish, right? 2 evenly matches there, the Dimensional Fissure we were talking about earlier, a Rivalry of Warlords.
The thing is, if you are taking that evenly matched, you're likely just leaving up an Appaloosa, and you have to deal with it. If you already have access to map as well as one of the birds, that's going to be strong enough. But outside of that, you might have to take something else.
Well, this might be a painful choice, but it seems like he's going for the evenly matched. Interesting, they went for the one on the right and decided, no, I want the one on the left.
I'm ready.
I think he likes the... Okay.
Battle. Yeah, and battle. Yep.
Yep, opting to leave that Appaloosa on the field here.
Certainly the right pick, though, so every other card's going to get banished face down.
Now that the Oak is banished as well, most players only play one copy of that, so everything banished is going to be banished permanently. Oh, and do we have duality now? Can we find the other piece that we need? Oh, that's an Advent. That could get there.
Feels like the Advent's the thing to take. Obviously, the Mist Valley Apex Avion did a lot of work, but...
I don't think you want to start with it. You want to just find it along the way.
Need to end. Let's put a pop back first, but that's not getting picked.
Again, great sportsmanship. These duelists definitely have played against each other. They're just happy to be here, but one of them's got to win, so Ryan's got to make his choice on this pot of duality.
This is 3. So, yeah, that's right.
So again, for those in the chat here, I think he has 3 other cards in his hand, right? So it's getting a little thin. We've played 3 powerful cards back to back to back at this point. Dimension Shifter, Pot of Prosperity, as well as Pot of Duality. But Ryan's going to have to start actually playing the game himself here.
Yes, those pot cards are great for drawing things, but you do have to play the cards you draw or add to your hand.
Definitely not this. Cool.
Okay, so it's not the Avian. The fact that he's even considering the Prosperity does not bode well. I guess a lone Appaloosa is not going to get the job done at this point, right? It's not going to be ending the game for Shooping if Ryan is forced to pass, so he can perhaps bank on just being able to see another turn.
All right, put the Prosperity back. Wasn't going to save that for a later duel, or later turn, I should say.
A later duel would be interesting. All right, do we see the Advent used immediately, or is he going to attempt to lead off with the normal summon? Okay, yeah, so there's the Advent. Going to be able to banish Empen. So as long as he has one of the more useful normal summons in his hand, like either a Ravina or an Eaglin or a Toucan, as long as it's not Stree, he should be able to be off to the races.
Stree certainly would be the worst choice right now, but we'll see what he happened to draw.
Empen does not go 1.
Empen might not be the best one, but it's not a bad one. As soon as you get access to Toucan, you're able to add it back, and as soon as that's on the field, the Appaloosa will no longer be doing any work. Oh, well, none of those cards are in the graveyard, actually. They're all banished.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, this has been a very graveyard-free duel. Ryan deciding what he's going to do there. Looks like we got a Robina.
Oh, it looks like another card in his hand is another Advent.
Yeah.
That will allow him to keep playing on the following turn here, just making this Appaloosa just a little bit smaller piece by piece.
Sometimes that's really all you can do is just whittle down your opponent's ability to negate your cards.
Shit, I remember.
Oh, so excited there, but
Okay.
got to make sure to mind our manners.
So now if the Robina's effect is negated, remind me, are you able to access your extra deck now?
Let's take a look at Robina's effect just so we can...
Imagine if we didn't activate Pot of Duality class.
True. Obviously, we're not special summoning here. But taking a look at Robina, doing our little Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge call here.
Yep. Meanwhile, it looks like we did find a Snake Eye Poplar here, which is going to be able to access most of the engine at this point, given it's unfortunately not going to be able to go into Oak, which is what he needs to generate as many bodies as he will require to put up a Flame Burge, and without any graveyard, it might not be able to do enough with everything gone.
Turning back to the text of Robina, by the way, you can only use each of the following effects of Laundries and Robina once per turn, and cannot special summon during the turn. You activate either effect. So if you're activating the effect, if it's the activation's negated, you're okay, but if just the effect is negated, and very many cards do that, then that would not stop it, because again, you would activate it at that turn, and that's a condition, not an effect.
Chilling 1, chilling 2.
But we've got our Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges here to make sure that all that stuff happens fine and fair.
The Poplar is going to be able to push itself back into the Spell Trap zone. Snake Eye Ash is going to be able to add a level 1 fire here. Likely just another Ash, that's all that's really left. Literally, it might be the only thing left at this point. But that is enough to put out a Flame Burge by using the effect of Ash, and maybe that'll be enough to get Shooping through this game.
It is true that while Robina by itself really isn't that threatening, if any of those face-down cards can get you back in the game, at least that means that you'll have that banished and kind of can begin your Floowanderee's turn from there, regardless of who turn it is.
So let's think about damage at this point. Remember, Ryan is at actually 8,500 points of life because of the Advent.
That is true. The Advent does give you an additional 500, and we are not getting quite close to time, but that 500 life points could be important. Our judges are likely keeping track of that, but it is true that once you activate that, for those of you at home watching, the 8,000 on the screen should be 8,500.
The Appaloosa is, I believe, at 16 after using one of its effects.
That is correct. Shunping earlier said in the duel that it was a 3-material Appaloosa. So using one, that would bring it down to 1,600.
All right. How do we find How do we find 8,500 in this turn?
I mean, the game is built around 8,000, so you would have to just put a little bit extra on the board. Might be time for something like Amblo Whale, right, going all the way in, but obviously, you know, you've still got to get those base combos out, so... Well, looks like we're banishing.
All right, so this is a play I expected. Flamebridge likely used its effect, targeting the Robina to put it in the Spell and Trap Zone. Advent chained and banishing the Robina as cost, but met with an Ash Blossom as well. So really limiting Ryan's resources, putting him on Drawbird.
Definitely has to draw a bird, just has to pray for it. And we've had various decks, you know, that if they get that one card they need, the entire turn changes.
Yep.
Flamebridge's going to be able to put back that Poplar here, just going to be able to generate more resources for Shu as soon as Ryan is not unable to get his engine going. But there is one set remaining. I wonder what it could be.
Ooh.
We are drawing here. A lot of damage taken, but all it takes is one normal summon here to get Ryan off to the races.
Well, hopefully we get to see that face down card. Took a little check at it, thinking about activating it. Take a look at the graveyard here.
As long as it's not Robina, I think. As long as you're not drawing Robina, you should be fine. That's great one.
Oh, yeah.
Sure,
we're going to go ahead and negate.
We're going to cut off the Robina here. Okay, that maybe it isn't that great of a one. Because you can get a Tribute Summon, but it's not going that far. You can at least crash with the Appaloosa now, but I don't think you have that much life to work with anymore.
And it is a little scary. Obviously, you know, we've seen turns where people have to use their battle phase to clear a monster from the field that can negate card effects, but it doesn't usually turn that duelist's way, right? That's kind of a symbol that you're not able to play through their strategy, so you just have to push through it and then give them another turn. And sometimes giving your opponent another turn is your last turn.
Ryan really considering his last set card here. The only unknown in this game at this moment.
Really thinking about. I got a little bit of a peek. It definitely looks like it's a spell card.
Let's crash.
Yeah, we're going to crash with the Appaloosa here, 800 to 800. The Eaglin will be banished by its own effect.
Good. End phase.
Yep. Flamber's going to be able to use its effect to bring out the Poplar during the end phase. Going to be able to grab another copy of... Okay, no, we're going for the Snake Eye Chase.
Again, Shunping has been using so many of, like, basically the entire package of cards, right? Not just relying on the strongest of them, but also the ones that are versatile in different situations, and it may pay off here.
I mean, at this point, you have Flamebridge and a monster, and you have targets in the graveyard, so you can just...
just doing it.
Put Diabell into the back. This one.
Yep, it places Diabell Star in the Spell and Trap Zone. And then during the end phase, you can banish it to actually move something from the Spell and Trap Zone up into the Monster Zone.
Certainly when we talked about Crystal Beasts earlier, I think you have a certain promise that we're honoring, right? Little crystal promise, because it's true. We haven't seen this back and forth of monsters from the Spell and Trap Zone to the main Monster Zone since, well, Centurion, right? But this is a lot more active than that.
Centurions even are so interesting because they're continuous traps.
They are continuous traps, and there's certain situations where that could come up.
Oh, and we have the Snake Eye Ash as well. We knew that because it was added off the previous Snake Eye Ash. I don't think it has any targets left in the deck to add. But we are able to go into Nightmare Phoenix to really clear that last unknown resource here.
Time to find out what it is. Doesn't want to discard it, but has to do it.
Discards the Flamebridge. The Flamebridge is live at this point, so that's another extra value.
Yeah, we got it. Amen.
And that's the game.
Ryan will concede here. It was a Dreaming Town, not able to get those summons off. Eaglin was, I guess, the only bird that didn't work in that scenario.
Well, the Nightmare Phoenix was a bird that definitely worked. Of course, it's a Fiend monster card, but it certainly has the shape of one. And once he was able to clear that out, that did spell the game. But really cool to see that Floowandereeze is still good. We might end up seeing some of the teammates at the YCS next week playing Floowandereeze because it does really play through this deck in a great way, especially when it does get that Dimension Shifter.
Absolutely. I mean, it didn't get it this round, but we saw how powerful it could be. Even through the Dimension Shifter, I guess that's how Shuping really built his strategy. You think he built it with something along the lines of Dimension Shifter in mind, because there were so so many summons that were not typical to the actual Snake Eye strategy, but more so generated off the back of the value of Parallel Exceed.
Yeah, and it does show you once a Link Summoner, always a Link Summoner, using some great stuff, but obviously the Parallel Exceed jumping on the back, opening up the overlay network, and showing off just that amazing Infernal Flame Banshee. It's wild. I forgot that card existed, and I think we all did until we got to see it, but being able to add Pyro Monsters is very strong right now, and Shunping showing why he is still in this tournament and still eligible.
We have seen it used twice to access Snake Eye Burst, but do you think it's ever used as a starter to try to add Snake Eye Poplar?
I think you certainly can. I'm definitely going to try that at Bash Duel when I get home, because honestly, yeah, Parallel Exceed sounds like a lot of fun. And it's another thing, we don't have bonfires, and not every duelist does have bonfires. This is a way for you to get back in the game without having to worry about that, or hey, maybe you'll have some luck on Maze of Millennia pulls next time.
Shu's going to be able to move on with a record 2-2. A little bit of sweat. You know,
a little bit of sweat. That gives him 6 points in the tournament. We have 2 more rounds, so he's eligible to win a total of 12 points. 12 points might get you to day 2. It might not, but at least Shunping is hanging in there. He's just got to kind of win out from here, take it one duel at a time.
We've been in this position before, right? If you're not down and out yet, then you just have to go as far as you can.
You absolutely do. It's one of those things where sometimes, you know, the tournament, you just really got to play it out. All of our competitors here are going to be sticking it out too for that top 8 prizing. So even if Shunping doesn't win out from here, he still has an ability to do that. But yeah, everybody's had their back to the wall. It's one of those things where even if you've won and you've gone undefeated, we've also seen people immediately lose in top cut. So every duel is important.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You feel a lot more comfortable being undefeated in the tournament, but once you're in Top Cut, it's completely reset. I can tell you, I have gone into the tournament losing the first 2 rounds, and I just decided to commit to playing anyway, because I didn't really feel like I came all the way here. I wanted to play out the rest of the tournament. I got 32nd. I got to play. I lost immediately. It didn't matter, but I still played it out, and you still make that Top Cut sometimes.
No, you still do. And the other thing, too, is regardless of what happens, all of these duelists are Ultimate Duelists for a reason. They're likely going to be going to YCS Las Vegas, and if not, they'll be competing in a future championship. So this is really good experience, because there has never been so much on the line. There has never been so much for grabs, and you're playing against people of equal skill. This literally gives you some of the best experience you could possibly have as a duelist.
Yeah, I would say that this tournament is oddly more competitive than any other tournament that you'd play anytime soon. I don't think Vegas will be as refined, and anyone playing Vegas is lucky to be able to watch this, because they're going to be able to get so much valuable information from these 16 duelists.
No, I know. This is really, honestly, great from the commentator's desk, too, because now I know exactly what we'll be seeing from some of the Fire King and Snake Eye duelists as well, which has really just been a great masterclass. Although you're right, I would have loved to see some Voiceless Voice. Maybe they're still out there somewhere in the tournament.
Why do you think Voiceless Voice was less popular in this tournament?
It's one of those things where, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about the strategy, but it's true that they have a linear form of protection, right? You get your Skull Guardian out, you get your low Prayers of the Voiceless Voice, you get your barrier protections, etc. And it's a really good defensive wall. And then if that wall breaks, you have to have a backup plan. And with the Sinful Spoil Snake Eye strategy, they're able to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. We saw that exactly in this duel, because M-Pen feels very much like a wall, too, that you have to break through. But at this point, we're going to go ahead and go down to our stage, I believe, so we can go have an interview with our player.
First off, congratulations on your victory. And how did it feel to win your match?
It was definitely a scary matchup, so I feel lucky for sure, not getting shifter like only once in game 3, so yeah.
Why did you choose the deck that you've used throughout this tournament? Has it worked for you very well, or?
Yeah, I think like with the new supports from Phantom Nightmare, all the Snake Eye cards are definitely like one of the best cards in the format, so yeah, they've been performing well. I just unfortunately was losing to time in the past couple rounds.
And how did you personally prepare for this match?
So this match specifically, I was playing against one of my friend in my area multiple times, like every tournament almost. So I'm very familiar with how Flu, my opponent's deck, really works. And I think that's the very key of how I actually get an edge on this matchup specifically.
And was there something that stood out to you in this match?
It was just being lucky and dodge the shifters, and which I did for game 1 and 2. Game 3, I got a shifter, but my hand was very good and was able to just play into it.
Right, awesome. Well, thanks again, and congrats.
Thank you.
I think that answers your question then. You were wondering, does Shunping have advanced knowledge and how he's supposed to combat Floowandereeze? Yes, he does. His friends play it, and it's good to have that. So that's why you got to get your community testing and getting all those different decks, not just the best deck, but all the possible matchups that you might run into.
Yeah, the experience really showed in that game there. I think it's one of those things that really more experienced players, more veteran players, they just have that advantage because they've constantly played, even if they're not practicing against this deck right now, they've probably played against it in the past, and they just have that knowledge just backed in, because it's not like you forget every time you start a new series or you get a new set. Even though you're focusing on all these other strategies, those decks that you've played throughout the history of the game are still there. You have those memories, and you can just bring them back whenever you need to.
No, that definitely pays off. Certainly we've seen lots of Fluanderies at the top tables before the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, so that definitely helped, and having recent matchup knowledge with that was good too. Unfortunately, Ryan likely will not be eligible for that top 4 cut, so we'll have to say farewell to our Fluanderies friends, but at the same time, he's still going to be eligible for that top 8, so he definitely will be competing, trying to banish as many graveyards as he can. Yeah, hopefully get a little bit luckier, but we'll have to see as we go on into the next rounds. Oh, and let's go ahead and talk about our charity drive details. Again, to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Konami is hosting a charity sweepstakes with some amazing prizes. Participants will have the chance to win one of a multitude of prizes, all while benefiting Médecins Sans Frontières, that's Doctors Without Borders. Now, listen closely to the details. Participants who donate $10 US or more will receive one entry into the highest tier that their donation makes them eligible for. So read the website closely, because there are different tiers, but you also get an entry for all subsequent lower tiers as well. 130 lucky winners will be chosen at random, so please donate. It goes to a great cause, and you'll get some awesome prizes along the way. I'm really looking forward to putting my number in there for this Lifer. I think I really just need to finish my collection on that one. So I'm hoping I get a little lucky, but it's for a good cause anyway, so I don't really mind either way. Well, if the Slifer the Sky Dragon goes missing, I think I know who to chase down, but it is an amazing prize. So again, please donate if you can. We're very thankful for all the donations that have come in, but we'd be equally thankful for even more. And it just goes to show you, again, that message about, you know, Doctors Without Borders. I almost said it, Duelists Without Borders, but it is true. We have international players. We have interpreters out there helping those who speak different languages other than what our judges and players are speaking. And it goes to show you, you see a picture of that Mist Valley Apex Avian, and like the words are perfectly in your mind, and it shows you that we really do all speak the same language. You see that pot of greed, we all make the jokes, what does it do? You know exactly what it does, and that's because we all speak this language that is the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Yeah, I've played this game with so many people at this point, and I feel like the majority of my friends aren't even from where I'm from at this point. I know people from all across the United States, and even some of the more LATAM players here are some of my best friends in the world. And it's because of this game and the memories that we've shared and the travels that we've done. So it's really exciting to be able to support something like this. It really is. It really is. And again, you know, I know we're pushing the charity donations, but you really should donate to that cause, again, for all the different fabulous prizes. But we also have all of our fabulous competitors. So here's the thing. We still have rounds and rounds and rounds, so now it's going to get down to the wire. You've competed at the top tables. What does it feel like when you're going to those last 2 matches and you're on the bubble? I think the pressure really hits, and especially, you know, when you don't have the luxury of having a few losses available to you, you really start feeling the pressure, and you start taking less risks on it, want to say. You can take more risk when you have a loss to give, but now players have to play really tight, and because that kind of changes your mindset, right? Sometimes you just want to make the safe plays, but that doesn't always win you the duel. Sometimes you have to take those risks, so hopefully these players are experienced enough to know when to make that call. No, absolutely. Sometimes the saying is go big or go home, right? And sometimes you want to be conservative. You see that face down card, and other times you're Shunping, right? You just normal summon the Nightmare Phoenix. And what if it was one of the oldest school cards in the book, Torrential Tribute, right? But he went in, he decided he was going to get rid of that face down card, and that carried the duel. And so that's what's really going to determine who takes that ring home or not. When you're able to make those conservative decisions at the right time, like you said, and when you're able to just go in and make this happen. Yeah, I think one of the key things that really makes these players better than everyone else is they're able to make those decisions on the fly, and they know even if they are one loss away from losing everything, they are still going to make the same play they've been making at any other point in the tournament because they know it is the correct one objectively, even if it is a little bit riskier or it could lose to X amount of things. It is true that technically speaking, there is nothing different about the duel out there except what's in your mind, right? It's still cards, it's still effects, it's still a game. But when you're there, you have to like push that back. You have to get that brain, you know, fog out of your head and only think about, okay, I'm going to do this like I didn't practice. And that's really what Shunping did. He saw the Dimension Shifter. We heard from him, and he was just completely fine. It's like, yeah, apparently it wasn't that big of a deal. Just summon, 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 and you're good. And that's really what you got to do. You just got to swing that back like you didn't practice. Now, the Snake Eye strategy, again, I didn't think was going to be that capable of playing around Dimension Shifter. And, you know, it's one of those cards that's supposed to be the end-all, be-all. You activate it and your turn ends, right? You just have to wait till the next turn. We saw that Parallax Seed was a key part in that, being able to avoid the actual Snake Eye cards and just really focus down on the Link monsters in your extra deck. How else would you go about targeting down something like Dimension Shifter? Or maybe not even targeting it down, but just dealing with
those kind of strategies.
I think it's probably pre-planning and making decent combo lines. Think about it, when you mention these game-ending cards, we've seen a lot of game-ending cards, even from the same tin. Nibiru the Primal Being is also supposed to shut down duels, and we've seen multiple rounds throughout this tournament where they're just not worried about it. But speaking about being worried about it, we're going to go ahead and toss it back to Kangas over on the stage to announce our next players. Yep, we're going right to the next round.
Thank you very much, casters. We're getting ready for the next round. So introducing on the red side, engineering his victory, Rudolph von Landwest Rodriguez.
Rudolph, hailing from, I want to say, Santa Cruz, Bolivia. His favorite card, Heavy Metal Foes Electromite. I wonder if he won with that Pendulum strategy back when it was popular back then. This is one of the ones that had a little bit less coverage, so you couldn't even get to see, but there were so many UDS tournaments out there. A lot of champions that we hear less about, but you know they're here for a reason.
Absolutely. Be nice to see Heavy Metal Foes Electromite, but we'll save that for Master Duel. But we still have a competitor. Let's see who our number 2 duelist is.
And his opponent on the blue side, he's come here to box, Oscar Alexis Vargas Martinez.
Yeah, his nickname Canelo, because he does seem a little bit familiar. He is from Mexico, favorite card, Utopia Double. He won the very last UDS Invitational available in Bogota, Colombia.
Oh, and Utopia Double is such a fan favorite card. We've seen various high-level tournaments being won just off of that card using Double or Nothing. But our players are here. They're getting ready. So what do you think these two duelists are going to be doing against each other?
So I know that Oscar is, again, playing something we haven't seen in quite some time, but again, a really scary strategy that, you know, for a couple Forbidden Limited lists ago, was the most demanding strategy in the field.
Okay, I know what you're getting at, and I'm certainly sure some of our nuanced fans in the chat are knowing as well. That's going to be interesting, too, because this gives us a second look at what, well, Fire King Sinful Spoils or Fire King Snake Eye is going to do against, well, no graveyard.
At least it's not going to be that easy anymore. There's not one card in the extract that's going to be removing every single card from the game and just putting every card in the banished. But, you know, you still have access to cards along the Dimensional Shifter, probably, in his strategy.
But we just saw from Shunping's duel that, well, Dimension Shifter is not the end-all, be-all. But it was also true that Shunping was playing some very heads-up cards, using the entire Dia Bellstar lineup of all the different Sinful Spoil Snake Eye cards, and using that Parallel Exceed to show that, well, I'm not really worried about, you know, one particular answer.
Now, we are going to be seeing, I believe, we saw the Kirin in the deck being shuffled, so it's going to be the Fire King Snake Eye strategy here. So a lot more graveyard reliant, I'd say, at this point.
Certainly more so than just the traditional straightforward Snake Eye deck. Judges just getting the players set up, making sure they understand everything going on there. And so again, this is just an incredible production. You know, make sure in the chat, make sure to thank everybody who's working on this, because this is an incredible showcase, and I don't think we've ever done anything like this. So hopefully we get to do it again sometime, but for now we're going to focus on this duel. The players seem just as focused too as they shuffle and cut across the table.
Now, if we're talking about strategies, obviously there's enough to say about the Fire King one, but when we look at Oscar's strategy, I think this is a more interesting pick than the Fluandry strategy as well, because the Fluandry strategy is one that still loses to a lot of the same cards that are being used to target down the fire strategies, right? The Droll and Lockbirds, the Effect Veilers, the Infinite Impermanences, they're all very powerful. Not so good against Kashtira.
Not so good against Kashtira. Let's go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off and let the players know, or rather let the fans know, that that's what we're going to see. Kashtira, I still think, is a great deck. It's true that it has a different vibe to it, but it doesn't care what's happening. If it's banished, even if it's banished face down, that's what it wants to do. But Fire King, not so much. You're right that we're not just seeing the Kashtira Arise Heart just slam down on the table and end everything, but it's still a good deck that keeps the graveyard at bay, and that might actually carry Oscar through the duel. So we're going right into game one of our next round here, the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series.
Now, Kashtira obviously wants to go first, but has been historically really strong at going second, and I don't think it really cares as much about what the opponent's going to do. It just wants to rely on powerful spells to really break it apart.
Now, you didn't miss anything. Our players just set their hands down, those sort of 5-set spell and traps on either side. Looks like Rudolph's going first, though, with Fire Kings.
All right, that is definitely ideal for Rudolph. Thinking through his plays a little bit. Doesn't seem like it's going to be as simple of a start for him.
Oh, no, it might be Oscar. Because we did not get to see the die roll this time, so just waiting for somebody to drop a card. There we go. So it is Oscar.
And then we're going to be leading with the Fenrir. So this brings us to an interesting point in the Kashtira strategy. there has been a popular combo lately where you're able to add the Kashira Rise Heart, normal summon it, key part here, normal summon it, and then go into, after using its effect of course, into a Mecha Phantom Beast Draco Sack, and then just being able to link off the tokens, make 2 copies of Link Spider into Earth Golem G or wherever. And
that's incredible. I thought we got rid of Aurora Dawn. Joking, of course, but it's true that those tokens being able to be used as links really gives something else to the Kashtira package. It's not just about Xyz summoning, as long as, just like you said, you don't use Kashtira Rise Heart's effect.
Yeah, Kashtira Rise Heart only locks you into Xyz summoning if you special summon it from the hand. Same thing with Kashtira Theosis, it will lock you into Xyz summoning for the rest of the turn after you use its effect on field. So as long as you avoid those, you are able to link summon. So you can go and use this combo to go into something along the lines of Dekotak or Heat Soul, get a draw in, maybe climb a little bit further into an SP Little Knight or an Appaloosa, just to protect your plays from something along the lines of Nibiru, and then just again do standard Kashtira things. But sometimes just leaving the Kashtira monsters on the field is a little bit more ideal, but it looks like we are going to be hitting a rank 7 here. Is it going to be the Shangri-La, or is it going to be Mecha Phantom Beast Draco Sack?
Wow, Draco Sack. I haven't seen that hit the top table since 2013's NAWCQ, but it is definitely working itself out, removing that material of Kashtira Fenrir, and let's go ahead and see some tokens.
Likely these tokens are going to be immediately linked off into a Link Spider each.
Now, let's talk a little bit briefly about why you might want to have kept those Kashtira monsters on the board, especially for our viewers who maybe haven't seen Kashtira on the top tables in a while. Each of those monsters has an effect that can activate after your opponent uses one, and it banishes something face down. With the Fenrir, it would have banished a monster face down or a card that was face up from the field. With the Unicorn, it would have snatched a card from the extra deck face down, but looks like we're going for the links instead, and it's just like what you said.
Yep, the G Golem will bring back the Link Spider. Going to be able to use those 2 Cyberse monsters, an Earth and a Water, into Heat Soul. Heat Soul's going to be able to pay 1,000 life points. Going to be able to draw 1 card here.
Certainly great to see it. Haven't decided to make any other moves there. Certainly the Kashtira Birth, just getting that so fast, does give you the ability to special summon another monster, and it looks like we're doing that now with the Kashtira Fenrir in defense mode.
Yeah, the Birth allowing you to just keep the most important Kashtira being Fenrir. That is the one that actually removes a monster, or not a monster, any face-up card on the field. Unicorn being able to go after your extra deck has been really important in the past, but it looks like it might not even be a choice here. You're able to just get both.
Just an incredible card, and it shows you, like, these cards were so powerful in last year's North America World Championship qualifier. We saw lots of Kashtira mirror matches, but Oscar's showing up and saying, no, this is still a good deck.
Now, this play can leave you with a bit of a problem. You have now locked yourself into Xyz monsters, and you've left up the Heat Soul and the Draco Sack. You could have gone into Appaloosa, but you're opting to prioritize the draw here. If your opponent has a copy of Nibiru the Primal Being, your entire field might disappear.
Certainly, but maybe he's not worried about. Maybe he just banished those Nibiru the Primal Beings with Kashtira Rise Heart's effect of banishing those top 3 cards face down.
Yeah, I suppose if they were in the top of the deck, I don't think either player was really worried about them at this point.
Passing that over for a quick cut. Certainly big Master Duel vibes. Anybody who's recently been playing that has definitely seen this field pop up, and it's just great to see that Draco Sack again at the top tables.
I believe the Rise Heart and the Unicorn will now be overlaid for a copy of Kashtira Shangri-La. There it is. So on the opponent's turn, or sorry, just during the standby phase, Shangri-La will trigger to be able to special summon a Kashtira monster from the deck, getting back that Unicorn.
¿Tienes algo que activar?
No. Perfect. Heat Soul priority in the draw phase, or not priority, but like once past priority.
Right, so for a low price of 1,000 life points, drawing an extra card there.
That does put Oscar at 6,000. And now in the standby phase, we are free to use the Shangri-La.
Now I wonder if we're pulling some heartstrings in the chat. Is this the first time many of them have been cheering for Kashtira?
I feel like it's more likely that they're rooting for Fire King at this point.
It's true, it's 2 heavy-hitting decks that do a lot going up against one another, and sometimes that can feel monolithic, right? You're staring up at these big Kashtira monsters, you're staring at these big Fire Kings, and you're not sure what you would do, but it's time to see what they do against each other.
I just don't know anyone that likes Kashtira, man.
I love Kashtira. I'm sorry, everyone. It's just a cool deck. You know, you look at all the art and you see them converting all of those, you know, parts of the different planets into those face-down cards.
Yeah, I guess the lore-wise, it's cool. Sitting across from it is just a different experience entirely.
Yes, it's great when you're Kashtira Rise Hard. It's bad when you're everybody else.
Rudolph really pondering his opening play here. He's going to be leading with a Snake Eye Ash. It's going to be able to resolve, going to be able to get the Poplar, trigger the Poplar, but the Fenrir is going to be able to go after the Ash immediately if it wants to, and then Unicorn's going to be able to go after a card in the extra deck from the Poplar.
Now, we've seen a lot of commonality between all of these extra decks on the Fire King Snake Eye side. What is it that you would go for first? I feel like if I was doing the Unicorn, I would desperately want to go ahead and grab the Link Karibo to maybe stop any of the dodging, but what about you?
I mean, yeah, I think any one of is probably what you want to go for. If you see that there's only one copy of Promethean Princess, you absolutely go for that.
True.
But outside of that, maybe just any form of removal. Like, I think something along the lines of World Seas Atlantis could be a really easy pickup, because one of the more powerful resources that the Kashtira strategy has against the Fire King strategy specifically is the rank 7 in... let's see if he even plays it here. Oh, no, surprising to see it not here, but the Harmonizer.
Oh, I love Harmonizer so much, and considering that it benefits from having different attributes attached to it, if the only attribute you're staring at fire, well, it's a really easy fix to go ahead and grab one of those cards from the graveyard, slap it underneath Harmonizer, and then just be safe from there.
Yeah, Atlantis makes it a really easy out. You're able to banish them, the monsters, or summon it back in face-down defense position, making it really easy to go after, but outside of that, it's a little tricky.
Certainly is. But now we're staring things down. Rudolph's got to make a decision here with 4 cards in hand.
You can feel how tense both these duelists are. Going after the Little Knight, that's always a strong target as well.
Certainly so. It keeps any of your own monsters from being banished from the field, and to a degree, it keeps your Xyz materials safe, because if those Xyz monsters leave the field, well, those materials are going to detach themselves.
Shangri-La could have locked a zone there because a card was banished face down.
We haven't seen zone blockers on the top tables in a while either.
Según yo, tendría que resolver, ¿no? En resolución.
He's declaring the effect of Shangri-La to lock the zone now.
I banished one card from him. I'm asking from the timing to activate this card.
So it's absolutely true that you can basically keep slapping on those, well, zone mockers, right? What it is every time there's a card that's banished face down, Kashtira Shangri-La is going to be able to lock a zone. What I mean by that is no card can be played in that zone.
So Chainlink 1 Shangri-La, or sorry, Chainlink 1 Poplar, Chainlink 2 Shangri-La from its trigger, and then now on the last bit of the chain, Ghost Mourner is going to be using its effect on the Poplar because it was summoned in this chain.
Ghost Mourner is certainly a great card for all stages of the duel. That extra effect damage really can help sometimes.
On a Poplar, it's probably okay. You can take it a little bit. But hey, anything more than 0.
Every life point counts, as we've seen for some of these duels ending in time, unfortunately. Just so hesitant to make a move, and understandable. Kashtira, again, monolithic, giant, level 7 monsters with huge stats and powerful effects.
Yeah, it seems like Kashtira Unicorn has been used, but we still have yet to use... actually, probably the Fenrir went after the Ash Blossom, and then that's when the Kirin was used in the hand. Reminiscent of a unicorn, but not quite.
Certainly a lot of Kirins floating around since the last couple of months. So we are going to go ahead and make sure we calculate that effect damage, because we did have Poplar leave the field.
I believe it's 700 damage. I think it is 789, right? 700 from Poplar, 800 from Ash, 900 from Oak. But Poplar is going to be able to put itself or the Ash in the spell and trap zone. It looks like there's going to be another card in the chain. Oh, nope. Okay, so we are now going to be using the Diabell Star to get rid of the Flamebird here. In a new chain, we're going to be able to activate the Flamebird to summon back those 2 level 1s in the graveyard, and Diabell Star is going to be able to set a Sinful Spoil spell or trap.
Well, finally getting in, certainly don't have to worry as much. That is one of the technical weaknesses here. Once you get rid of all those scary Kashtira effects, notice there's not really much left that's active on that board, right? We've already used Kashtira Shangri-La to special summon. We've already used Unicorn and Fenrir. Draco Sack isn't doing anything except getting ready to make tokens next turn. And we've also used Decode Talker Heat Soul's draw effect. So at this point, Rudolph basically can play unmitigated unless there's some point of interaction in Oscar's hand.
See, I was about to say he should probably activate that Sinful Spoil spell right now, while he only had 2 cards in his graveyard, because Kashtira Birth, if you activate a spell card while the Kashtira monster is on the field, you are able to banish exactly 3 cards from the graveyard.
Well, he may not be thinking about it, but now he is.
Okay, well, now you don't have to worry about it anymore. Going straight into Nightmare Phoenix, going to eliminate the Kashtira Birth, and I think going for that game shot is extremely easy now. All interruptions are used. It's just any other points of interaction from Oscar's hand at this point. It's a really clear line from Raging Phoenix into the Zelantis.
Absolutely. Looks like both Oscar and I were confused. We saw the bonfire and thought it might be a spell, but you're right. It was the Nightmare Phoenix discard to go ahead and get rid of the Birth. Getting rid of the Birth is super important, right? You no longer have access to those extra free normal summons of a level 7 monster. You don't have the spell being able to be banished from the graveyard. You do not have the ability to special summon either. So it means that if we can't finish this turn from Rudolph's side, there's at least less follow-up on the other end.
Rudolph, however, sequencing this entire turn extremely well, knowing how to get the Poplar value toward the end there. Didn't use it in the beginning because he knew he was going to be able to summon it back with the Flame Bridge, making the Nightmare Phoenix not taking any risks, and then after that being able to put it in the Spell and Trap Zone off of its own effect, sending it for the Sinful Spoils, getting access to the Ponix, and it seems like you were barely interrupted at all.
Holding on to those last 2 cards, but at this point really, if you're cheering for Rudolph, you need to see those Kashtira monsters go to the graveyard fast. Now, it's a little harder to get rid of Kashtira Shangri-Ira because of its protection effect from detaching materials, but any one of these monsters left on the field can really get you back in the game, right? Kashtira Fenrir could grab something, Kashtira Unicorn could do the same, but now we're going to see Fire King Island, right? And still thinking, though.
I mean, he might want to go into something along the lines of Appaloosa just to try to protect his plays a little bit more, because...
Princess?
Oh, okay, he's going to go straight into Princess. He did have a line, if he wanted to just play around Nibiru exclusively, go into Appaloosa and then make the Zelantis, but never actually use its effect.
Well, he might be confident regardless of the Nibiru, thinking to himself, honestly, it would be kind of cool if we lost all the monsters on my opponent's field, because then that would be an easier way to get through Kashtira Shangri-Ira, but instead we're going to go and move it to the Spell and Trap Zone and send those materials to the graveyard.
So that's already 1 monster out of the way. We can activate the Sanctuary now. There are only 2 cards in Oscar's hand. Even if it was Nibiru the Primal Being, that's not a card you really want to resolve as a Kashtira player. You need to be able to clear your own Nibiru if you want to start playing, unless you have another copy of Kashtira Birth.
No, absolutely. So, just depends. Oscar's still thinking. He doesn't seem like he's downtrodden or out of the duel, just sort of watching his opponent, making sure that each of those moves is something that he may want to jump in on. But we're going back in the deck here and grabbing Aegir Runix.
So, okay, this is something that I'm a little bit surprised to see. Because you could have gone straight for Arvada here if you wanted to just kind of skip this line, because now the Kirin has to summon the Grunix in your hand anyway, because the Ponix is on the field, and you're not allowed to use the Link Rebo because you are under Promethean Princess, so unfortunately you will not be able to do that.
We can't do that. You absolutely cannot.
But it wouldn't be an issue as long as you didn't activate the Grunix, because the Kirin could summon the Grunix.
There we go. No habla español, but I definitely understood you cannot link Haribo right now because it's a dark monster, and Promethean Princess has locked you in a fire while it's on the field.
Está en tu mano.
So we're just going to make sure everybody puts those cards back. It's okay. It's considered what's called an illegal activation, but it's not a big deal.
So depending on the chain links here, this could make quite a big difference because you then wouldn't have been able to resolve the Kirin. So as long as Kirin was chain link 2, you're able to resolve it and summon the Grunix anyway, and it would just resolve essentially the same way.
Certainly, and I think that's why we're going to place the Grunix there. But let's take a look at the graveyard.
It looks like we're going to be able to at least send the Arvada now, or rather destroy.
Feels like send, but it actually is destroy, which is pretty cool. It's what makes this deck so unique, destroying directly from the deck.
Keep in mind, destroying from the deck does not send it from the deck, so you cannot Ash Blossom.
That's true. It's a nuanced difference in the language there.
It looks like that last card is Snake Eyes Birch as well, so it's another additional extender if he ever needs it. But at this point, I think the game's pretty simplified. You're not super worried about something along the lines of Nibiru. You're just going to go for it at this point. Yep.
Certainly Oscar's a patient duelist, but I could not imagine him holding Nibiru until just this moment.
I mean, I suppose the way things have gone, he didn't really need to until... He doesn't need to until the very end. He needs to hope that it's a game shot that he can Nibiru.
Certainly paying attention, obviously caught the Link Karibo just as fast as we did. Oh, hey, it's Zealantis.
Yep, it's time to go for the play. You're going to be able to summon back the Crusader monsters, probably face down. It doesn't really matter, though. It's either face down defense position or face up attack position. But you're going to be able to summon every monster back, use the effect of Promethean Princess because a monster was special summoned to your opponent's side of the field. It does not have to be that they special summoned it. It just has to be special summoned to their side of the field. Princess will be able to destroy one fire monster you control, a monster they control. And then, because your fire monster was destroyed, you get to trigger that Raging Phoenix, summon itself back, gain all the attack of that monster you destroyed, and able to just keep it going. And then, of course, World Sea Dragon has another effect in the battle phase. Based on how many monsters are co-linked on the field, you're able to destroy up to that many cards on the field.
It's such an incredible card, but it is kind of funny that one of the best cards in the Fire King deck is a water monster. We got to see how good it was earlier in Jesse Cotton's duel, doing the same thing to replace all the monsters on the board. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and splash. You can almost imagine World Sea Dragon Zealantis splashing down down the field, all the monsters just flying up into the sky and then dropping down.
How much do you... you probably Ash that and then imperm the Fenrir, right? Okay, well...
Entonces... Oh.
I feel like I would have taken the line of play that you did, right? If you Ash Blossom the Kashtira, there's nothing that Kashtira Fenrir could banish right now. So obviously that keeps it, you know, sort of muted. Then you use the Infinite Permanence on it and then begin your plays.
It's either that or like, well, I mean, even at that point, I probably would have Ashed it for several reasons because I think you might have to pass your turn. I don't think you're able to play into this right now.
Well, it looks like we're going to go ahead and activate Bonfire. Sort of difficult, though, because even using the effect of Poplar to special summon it will put Kashtira Fenrir in a position to gobble it up. So we passed the Poplar. I think maybe he can hear me. Of course, the players can't, but it is just the same line of thinking. Maybe I don't put that monster on the board so I can special summon it, because if I did, I might lose it.
I wonder, this is something I've seen, a little bit niche, but some players have taken the opportunity to play, because you've summoned so many level 1 monsters, you can play a plethora of rank 1s, right? Maybe something along the lines of the Lurelust that makes it so you can't be destroyed by battle, or even Kikanagachi Fujo.
Oh, right. There are so many cool things in the same way that we got to see Shunping use various level 4 or rank 4 Xyz. Possibly using a rank 1 Xyz would be just as neat. Okay. Looks like we probably need... Oh, we did not normal summon. Okay, so we did use this effect to special summon, so we are going to go ahead and banish it. Doesn't mean you don't get to access your deck, so let's go ahead and see what next card he pulls out.
Is it going to be the Temple? I do see Temple in his deck.
Thinking about it. Take a quick look at the hand for reference, and it's Temple time.
It's going to at least buy him some time, maybe. Still has those Ash Blossoms to try to keep him around, but using the Ash Blossom after putting a card face up on the field, not ideal when there's a Kashtira Fenrir facing you down.
Right, looks like we're going to go ahead and grab another Snake Eye from the deck, but you are absolutely right. Every time you are activating a monster effect with these Kashtiras on the board, you're risking it, right? You're risking losing everything, and even though we don't have any cards in the graveyard now, it's true that eventually those are going to stack up, and Kashtira Birth adds another problem to the mix.
Honestly, I feel like you should at least take solace in you got hit with Dimension Shifter when they were going first. So you have a game where you get to start, and hopefully it doesn't happen again.
True. Rudolph's in a good position from taking that first duel.
Is that a copy of Nibiru in his hand? I think it is.
And that's why he's setting and passing with an Ash Blossom Nibiru and not much else. That is the end of his turn.
Eso es cuando hago normal special, se pasa uno.
Yep. Exactly. When a monster is normal special summoned by your opponent, you are able to special summon a monster that is a continuous spell in either spell or trap zone.
I think that's a great example, again, of the sort of duelists without borders attitude, right? We can understand the duelists because you just know what they're doing.
It helps I speak Spanish.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. You could be my interpreter.
There is the Ash Blossom now. The Fenrir will be able to go after either the Temple or the Snake Eye Ash there.
Perfect.
Oscar immediately activating it. Taking a sec to think. Certainly could just grab another Kashtira Unicorn.
Oh, it's going to be a Rise Heart here.
Interesting.
Oh, so we didn't opt to actually go after one of the face-up cards after the Ash Blossom.
Interesting. I'm not sure. He might be saving it for the attack. Remember, there are two ways that Kashtira Fenrir can use that powerful effect. It's when your opponent uses an effect or when Kashtira Fenrir attacks.
I think he wants to make his push now because he's been given... I mean, he knows what happens if you give Fire King a turn when they're able to access their graveyard, right? He doesn't have enough interruptions, and now it looks like the Snake Eye Ash is going to be able to hit the field and just put up some form of interruption, or not interruption, but rather at least some bodies to protect yourself, while also generating some value, right?
Certainly do need protection. When Kashtira does get its game plan going, it is just a bunch of bruisers trying to beat you up. But by having some defense mode monsters, at least the life points are a little safer. Certainly a lot of time on the clock, too. I don't think we're going to go to time on this duel, but it just depends on who wins this one.
I wonder if Ash is going to add another Poplar just to put more bodies on the field, or if you're not risking having both of your Poplars banished and you're just going to grab another copy of Snake Eye Ash at this point.
Maybe the right thing to do, because again, look at that banish pile. It is stacking up, and those face-down cards are not coming back.
So that is a zone that is being locked by the effect of Kashtira Shangri-La.
So again, for those of you at home, Kashtira Shangri-La, every time a card is banished face down, can pick a zone on the opponent's side of the field and lock it for being used. That face down card is not a token. It is just going to be used as our zone marker. So when you see a face down Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game card without a sleeve, you cannot be in that zone.
Now the effect of Kashtira Birth is activated to special summon the banished Kashtira Unicorn. Unicorn immediately activating its effect, going to be able to add a Kashtira Spell Trap from the deck, spell, from deck to hand.
I mean, it's good, it's good. We need a Kashtira Ogre for the traps. Oscar thinking about the next Kashtira play.
He is now summoned twice. This is going to be number 3.
So it's got to be an attribute other than fire. We could see an appearance from Kashtira Ogre.
That one makes a lot of sense, because it does have to be summoned in defense position. The best one is the one that can attack while in defense position.
Definitely, and it stops the effects of your opponent's monsters when they're battling.
Does it also do piercing damage? I feel like it does.
I feel like it might. It's been a minute since we've actually had that come up, but with those face-down Snake Eye monsters having such low defense points, it's probably worth giving a look into Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron.
Do you have a calc? Oh, no, right?
And Survey says...
He's just trying to do some math really quickly.
Looks like we're not doing any piercing battle damage on that one, but it is negating the monster's effects until the end of this turn.
I don't know why, it gives the feeling that it would.
You would think so. There's a lot of cool stuff that the Scareclaw stuff goes, and here's Scareclaw Kashtira, so you can see it at home. It's a great card, whether you're using it in a Scareclaw strategy or Kashtira. Hey, you could use both in a full-on Monadium combo.
And then tribute summoning Vanity's Fiend. Okay, that's enough. That'll do.
That'll do. That'll do. Famous card that's going to prevent. That's the effects. No effects can be activated, right?
No special summons at all.
Oh, it's the special summons. Okay, I'm thinking the other one.
Majesty's Fiend, yeah.
Majesty's Fiend, that's right.
This is the classic, the original, straight out of, I want to say, Cyberdark Impact.
Oh, man. Hey, we're celebrating 25 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! What a great way to do it by showcasing some of the greatest cards through the game's history.
A card that limits play as much as that came out the same set as Instant Fusion, the one that starts almost everything.
Cyberdark Impact was such an interesting set because you weren't sure what those cards were going to do at the time, but as the years went by, again, we're celebrating 25 years of this franchise, Cyberdark Impact one of the most impactful set we have ever seen.
Yeah, truly, I think it was very underrated in its time. People had a lot of negative things to say about it, but we look back at it now, some of those cards have really stood the test of time.
No, we were wrong then. We were wrong because it was one of the greatest sets ever released, and showcasing an Oscar really showing why those cards are so good. Obviously, we've seen Instant Fusion throughout the years, and even the Cyberdark strategy came back too.
So now Rudolph hopefully just gets to go first, and he knows he's playing against Kashtira. He knows he likely doesn't have to deal with something along the lines of Nibiru, the Primal Being, because again, you don't want to have to resolve a Nibiru as a Kashtira player. You want to have the open monster zone so you can special summon all those Kashtira monsters because they require you to have no face-up monsters on your side of the field, or just no monsters in general, right?
Exactly, and so it does give you like an incentive to use Nibiru if you wanted to stop your opponent's things, but it's a huge drawback in a way that almost no other deck interacts with it. If you control a card, you're not special summoning that Kashtira Fenrir. You would have to rely on a Kashtira Birth and the normal summon of a free level 7.
With that in mind, I wonder if he's going to change his infield all, how he's going to adapt, because I think that was one of the key things with this strategy. There is no set end board. We've seen a lot of different ones, right? We've seen a lot of just different extra utility.
True, without Kashtira Arise Heart, right? Not to be confused with Kashtira Arise Heart in the game, you don't really have a set game plan anymore. It kind of reminds me of the decks that have been flexible throughout the trading card game's history. Gladiator Beasts is a weird example, but that is a deck that just shows up and reacts to whatever's happening, and I feel like Kashtira feels that role now.
Yeah, and I wonder if the Fire King decks has to be the same way at this point, because when you know you're not playing against Fire King, or any fire deck in that matter, you can just change your end board entirely just to counter exactly what your opponent is doing, because you don't have to worry so much about playing around those cards that are very specific to the mirror match.
Exactly. You're not worried about them using a Hida to steal your monsters out of the graveyard, so all of a sudden, sure, let's put some fire monsters in the graveyard. That's fine. And so that does change your plan. And so hopefully Rudolph is taking note of that, right? That he can change his lines of play because he doesn't have to be as conservative as he might have to be against a rival fire deck.
And I think when you take Gravekeeper's Inscription into account, because I think that's something that these players have to do when you're playing against one of these decks, right? That's one of the few cards that gives them an advantage when able to play against your strategy. It's one of the reasons to play those decks. So instead of putting as much of your value in the graveyard like you normally do, you want to have as many interruptions on the field as possible. So if that means you have to end on the Appaloosa, you have to end on the IP, you have to make sure you have the Flamebird, you don't have to go prioritize as much about playing around Nibiru, so maybe you're not doing the Arvada line, you're making sure to go for the Kirin line, just making sure you have as many ways to remove your opponent's monsters as possible, because how many Kashtira monsters can they open? It's hard enough to open one. Can we just get rid of the 1 and the 2 and hope they have no way to continue?
Well, usually it's Kashtira Duelist. That definitely is your concern, just like you said, because that package is so skeletal. There are so very few Kashtira monsters in the main deck, and so as you're trying to draw it, we've seen duels at the top tables where you just didn't get anything, right? Maybe you put the Fenrir out, something happened to it, and you're like, well, I passed my turn. And if you don't draw one the next turn, or the next turn, regardless of if your opponent hasn't had a chance to really get to the game, they can just attack you with the one monster they have, and eventually you will lose that duel.
I mean, yeah, we've seen that happen in the Fire strategies as well. One Diabellstar against the World.
Oh, goodness. The double Diabellstar earlier in the tournament today was just so fascinating to watch because it shows that when, games can get simplified. You imagine Yu-Gi-Oh! To be all these cards swiping back and forth on the table, but eventually you and your opponent trade resources back and forth over and over, and then you're back into that solid feeling that we've all been in where you're like, the fate of the world depends on this, and you just reach into the deck, draw your next card, and that's exactly what we're going to see here at Game 3 of Round 5 of our Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series.
I have to imagine Rudolph is going to want to lead here with that Diabellstar as well as Snake Eye Ash opening. That is the best opening you can have. It's what he used to start off the game 1 and able to conquer the Kashtira field.
I love how careful these duelists are, just really making sure I'm not going to pick up my cards so the judges tell me to go ahead and get playing.
Oh, wow. That might be one of the worst hands I've ever seen.
Oh, no. That means Kashtira might have a chance for those cheering for it.
Because I think that last card is a copy of Flamebird, so it's Arvada, Flamebird, double Ash, Veiler.
That doesn't do much, but one card could get you in the game.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to normal. This is weird, because this is a strong play into a lot of decks, because you're at least able to have one interruption. Or as strong as a stretch. Strong as a stretch.
Hey, but think about it. We already know how small the Kashtira engine is and how fragile it can be. Imagine, technically Arvada could get something done, but with the Dimensional Fissure on board and the Pressure Planet Raid Soth, we're going right to Kashtira Town, unless Ash Blossom is discarded.
And hopefully there are no monsters. But is that a call by? Are you going to chain call by right now?
Just push it.
Oh, no, okay. It's just, summon Fenrir, and the game is over.
Well, you wouldn't be able to call by, obviously, but yeah, the Fenrir is going to change things up here. Obviously, just doing some battle damage.
7.
Yeah, you know that your opponent's hand is very weak here when you're able to just go into an Arvada pass. No Snake Eyes to really speak of. And now you have Dimensional Fissure on lock. Fenrir, main phase 2, just able to get access to your engine and just do everything you need to do in main phase 2. You're not really worried about anything anymore.
Absolutely. Dimensional Fissure is such a powerful card. It could be a scary card when it's such a small sentence. Look at how few words of text are on that card. And those are usually the ones that are the biggest, the most powerful cards. Your Harpies, Feather Dusters, your Raigekis, or in this case, banishing all these cards instead of letting them go to the graveyard.
Yep. Look at Oscar not committing anything else, knowing his opponent's hand's weak, not attempting to allow him to activate any of them. And that was one of the strongest top decks he could get, a Snake Eye Ash. But into a Fenrir as well as Dimensional Fissure, I don't think it's going to be enough anymore.
Rudolph certainly not slamming down that Ash on the table until just now. Deciding what may happen here.
He's just going to chain the Infinite Permanence, and then you're going to still be able to banish it with the Fenrir. You know that was the card from the top of the deck, otherwise it would have been summoned last turn.
And so there it goes.
All right, that's going to be past the turn. Fenrir is going to be able to use its effect again. But it's going to be a little harder to summon those monsters now at this point without a copy of Kashtira Birth.
It is difficult because even if you search out the Kashtira Unicorn, how are you going to get onto the field without Kashtira Birth? So maybe grabbing the Kashtira Rise Heart?
At this point, you can grab Scareclaw Kashtira, banish whatever with the Kashtira Rise Heart, and then just potentially add it back with a... Sorry, banish whatever you have with Kashtira Scareclaw, and then banish a Theosis to add it back.
True, you can. Looks like we're doing a little slightly different sequencing. No, okay. Going to banish the Kashtira Birth.
Right, you want to have that accessible, so at any point you're able to banish a Kashtira Theosis, you can go ahead and add that back. Looks like we're going to be losing a Poplar, Kirin, as well as the Oak, I think.
Banishing your own cards to get them back is not something we see in every deck, right? I think only like Branded Chimera is doing that right now, but that's certainly neat to see it. But the Ash Blossom is going to stop the attempt to do that with the Kashtira Theosis.
Well, now if he was able to use Fenrir to add the Scareclaw Kashtira, the Theosis is going to be able to just add back that birth. He's thinking here.
Such a great, gorgeous card. Remember, for those of you hearing in the background, the freeze play, that only applies to the rest of the tournament. Our match still has at least 8 minutes left.
Looks like he's going to be hitting the overlay network. Or no, maybe just for a tribute summon of Kashtira Unicorn.
Oh, but it's so good. You need that Kashtira Unicorn so bad. Getting Kashtira Birth is really integral to getting this engine online effectively. Doesn't feel like an engine, right? It's a few isolated cards that share those names, but it's true that Kashtira Unicorn is what's holding the team together.
Going to be able to use the effect, get back that Fenrir, and at this point, everything is where it needs to be.
Declaro con 2-7, efecto.
26 because of the boost of the Raid Soth.
Exactly, and I'm interested to see what the Unicorn is going to get rid of with this effect. He knows his opponent's on the back leg, but it's also possible that he still gets rid of Zealantis, so he never sees that again.
At this point, it probably is Little Knight or Nightmare Phoenix just to protect the Dimensional Fissure, right? Oh, no, he looks like he's scared. He's going after the Raging Phoenix.
Okay. That is what really enables Zealantis to be as good as it is, but we also might be taking... Oh, there's so many...
Just going after the Raging Phoenix, not taking any risks there.
Shows you, I mean, that play left an impression on him.
Is the total damage you're doing also including the plus 200 from the field spell?
Yep.
Okay, how much damage is it?
So, 53, 4K.
That's what I meant, by the way, about Kashtira Birth. You see all those little boxes in the background? I always imagine those to be the face-down cards, right? They are literally converting a planet into face-down cards.
700.
I never thought of it that way. It's one way to terraform. If you look at each
of the Kashtira cards, you can see all of them like hauling away these boxes. What are in them? I just imagine them to be, well, Fire Kings, Snake Eyes. Oh no, and that's the game! Showcasing a hand of only Ghost Sister, Flamberge, and Effect Veiler. Great cards in their own right, but not enough to get you out of this duel.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those problems with decks like this, that you play so much non-engine. You have to see your engine to be able to play. It doesn't matter how many of those stoppers that you have for your opponent if you don't get started yourself.
We definitely have seen that throughout the tournament, right? It's just one of those things where if you have all no and no yes, then how are you going to show your opponent what it is that your deck's about, right? You can't just have strategies, or you can't just draw those cards that don't really do something to get your strategy online.
And what a deck to have nothing against Kashtira, where those kind of cards, especially even post-site, those are not cards that are going to be doing very much against that strategy at all. You have to really hope that they don't have any monsters, but when you open Fenrir, that Fenrir is going to be applying the most pressure every single turn.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Fenrir is one of the most fearsome cards that has ever been printed. It's one of those things that ever since we originally saw it shows you what one card can do, the strength that you can put in one card. Now, obviously, it's not too unfair. There's a lot of ways around it, but if you don't have a way around it, it feels very strong.
Now, Kashtira will be able to move on in the tournament 3-2. Wants to lock up one more win to be able to try to get that chance to go up into day 2. We will be having, unfortunately, Rudolph eliminated from that top 4 contention, but still able to play for that top 8.
Oh, absolutely. And the prize packs that they are eligible for, we showed them earlier on the stream, are just absolutely incredible. But speaking about historical tournaments, you know, there is a possibility that Kashtira takes it all. How would you feel if it was Kashtira instead of the various fire decks that we've seen on display here?
I might throw up.
It is one of those decks where, you know, you play against it and you know that it's designed to undo your strategy, so it can feel very imposing to play against. But I know somewhere out there's someone like, yeah, Rise Heart, I can feel it.
It's still a little fresh, man.
It is true that the NAWCQ from last year was so Kashtira-centric, and I can feel if those scars run deep. So hey, I'll leave off the Kashtira. We'll let Oscar take it away from there. Gosh, but still 1 round left to go. So this is it when you think about it. We talked about what it feels to be like on the bubble, but what does it feel like to really be at the last chance? You know, I know what it felt like from watching our Duel Links Invitational because I was cheering for our team captain, and we had to go through a couple of losses there, so I certainly, oh man, the stress. But when you're a seasoned competitor, is there stress or is it just another duel?
So, hot take here. I think when you get to the last round, there's a bit of a relief. because you know there's only one more. You don't have to keep thinking about everything after. It is the one and done, which it should be the mentality every single round. It should just be that round, but you always have to kind of think about in the back of your head how much more you have to do. But now it's just one more.
True,
You just have to play that one round.
Win, lose, or draw, there's only one match left for the day, so that makes sense. You don't have to worry about it anymore, and if you happen to go to Top Cut, you just feel elated, and then play those duels tomorrow, because that's all you have to worry about then. Are seeing our duelists go ahead and get ready for possibly... just a little camera footage there. Just Oscar smiling at the camera, giving the thumbs up for all our Kashtira fans, if any of those exist out in the chat.
Yeah, another Fire King defeated here. So we know at least 2 decks still remain, I believe, at this point, because Andres was still undefeated a few rounds ago with his branded strategy. So those were the other 2 people besides the Kashtira that were in this tournament without a fire strategy.
It shows you, though, that like just because people tell you these are the cards to play, you don't have to listen to them. Every champion is their own unique person and had their own unique journey. When you look at that Top Cut list and all the decks that they qualified with, we see things like Cosmo, Pendulum, etc. Now, granted, those decks were better then than they might be now, but the thinking process of like, they're going to play that, I know that's the best deck, I'm going to just sneak my way around that. So those were those choices they made, and obviously it's paying off for Brandon Kashtira, at least so far.
Yeah, I think this is one of those interesting things with Branded. Because you have access to the Give It Puppet lock, you are able to cut off the entire turn of the Fire King strategy regardless of what they do. So as long as you're able to play your own strategy and it's going to win anyway, so that's a gamble you can take, right?
Absolutely. Although one day I just can't wait to see a Branded player toss into the wrong player, and they are playing Give It Puppets. But let's go and go to our stage for a new interview.
How'd you feel to win your match?
Oh, I'm pretty happy. I thought I was going to lose because I only opened 2 hand traps, but fortunately he bricked and I couldn't make through.
Why'd you choose the deck to use today?
I used Kashtira because the other guys were going to play Fire and they spent too much time practicing the deck, and I think I was not in the same level as them.
How'd you personally prepare for this match?
I guess doing what I know to do.
What was something that stood out in your match?
I don't know. The whole match was pretty difficult. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your win. Hopefully the rest of the tournament goes well for you.
Thank you.
Again, really the heart of a champion there, thinking just like we were talking about. They're going to be playing Fire. They're going to be focused on Fire. I'm just going to go around that. You know, he had a little bit of humility there, too. He was like, I'm not as good as the other guys. Obviously, you are when you're taking Kashtira this far in this quality of a tournament.
Yeah, I think he brought up a really big point there. Not everyone has the same amount of time to prepare for this tournament, and he knew that people have already spent a lot more time dedicating themselves to the Fire mirror match, and he wasn't going to be as ready as them. So he picked something a little bit more off the wall that gave him a better chance, and sometimes you have to be able to make that decision.
You definitely do. Again, every champion's their own person, so let this be a lesson to everyone at home. Don't let anyone tell you what deck to play. Obviously, cards are good. There are cards that are good, but you can put whatever 40 cards you want as long as it matches with the Forbidden Limited list and do as well in the tournament as this person did too.
Now, let's look back at what we can do for the charity here. That's right, it's a minimum of $10 or more will receive 1 entry into the highest tier that their donation mark makes them eligible for. There are multiple tiers here, so make sure to look at the website and see what those minimum tiers are. And every tier you get, you can get everything below that tier as well. So 130 lucky winners will be chosen at random to get some fabulous prizes.
So again, just to make sense of that, if you really donate in, you will be eligible for all those tiers below. If you donate $10, you'll be eligible for the $10 tier. So again, pay attention to that website because it's a really good cause. We know how great this community can be. Let's show Doctors Without Borders how great it can be.
Now, we talk about, Without Borders all the time here in this tournament. We saw 2 Latin American players play here in Los Angeles, California, because they won how many years apart?
Oh, goodness, I think it's been quite a bit. And that's the thing. Remember that the entire Ultimate Duelist Series has been from 2015 is when we started this, and it is almost 10 years later to get us to this spot right here.
Yeah, so we have one player that was able to win their tournament in 2020. I think one player that was able to win in 2016. Really a huge gap there, but we saw both of them really powerful, and it was lovely to see how well they played here. But we'll have to take it to a quick break, and we'll be back for round number 6.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California, here at the Konami headquarters. It's right, we're at the Konami Esports Studio here celebrating 25 years of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, and we're at the quarter-century celebration. We had Duel Links and Master Duel yesterday, and today it's been the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series. We're going to crown one UDS champion to be the undisputed best in the world, as they might say, champion here for Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been an exciting weekend so far. Tom Box, tell me about how your day's been.
It's been really exciting. It's a learning experience. We get to see the best plays from everyone, and it's very, very diverse, much more diverse than I would think. You know, we're just learning from the best.
Definitely. I had a lot of expectations coming to this event, but these players have surprised me with not only the decks they brought, the tech choices, and the plays that they've made so far. It's been a really exciting event. 5 rounds in the book. We finally made it to the last round of Swiss. After this round, we are cutting to a top 4 that are going to come back tomorrow to play until we crown that undisputed champion. We've seen some epic games. We just saw Kastira actually take the win in our last feature match.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Surprising text coming out from that game. The Vanity's Fiend. And I believe the players are ready, so we're going to pass it over to Kangas to reveal our players for the next feature match.
Thank you very much, Casters. Introducing for the next round on the red side, the winningest YCS player in history, Jesse Cotton.
There he is, the man, Jesse Cotton. He's been undisputed in his own right, winning 5 YCS championships. Absolutely amazing. And now he's here looking to win the tournament this weekend.
Now, we featured him earlier this morning, but he's back on the hot seat.
Must mean his opponent is someone that's also going to be pretty good. I mean, every player competing this weekend is one of the top-notch duelists.
Yes, he's going to get ready. This is going to be an interesting match, but I think it's going to be pretty neat. We're going to see something different from these players, hopefully.
Definitely.
And his opposition on the blue side, the confirmed inventor of Dragon Link, Chunping Zhu.
There he is. We said he had a formidable opponent. That's right, Xu Ping. And as you mentioned, he was the first person to win with Dragon Link over here. He actually won his UDS with Dragon Link. And it was not only any UDS, it was the last one that was held in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was there for it. I was cheering him on. I had some other friends in top 8. But his Dragon Link strategy really took off by storm. He'd already won a YCS at that point, but the UDS really solidified him as one of the top players in the game.
Now Xunping previously, when he was featured, he fought against Fluwanderies, and he managed to play out of a lot of troublesome cards. But this time it's going to be a mirror match, somewhat of a mirror match. We know what these players are playing. We have the pure form of Snake Eye, and then we have Jesse Cotton playing the Fire King version of Snake Eye. They're going to see how they handle this now.
Yeah, and Xu Ping has some exciting cards in his deck. I hope we're going to get to see them come into play. I don't know if we got to see them earlier in his previous feature match, but I know he has some extra egg monsters that are really nice into the mirror match that you wouldn't expect in a Snake Eye deck, but we'll have to see if it's coming out. And we also saw Jesse on the internet playing more of a straightforward standard version of that Fire King Snake Eye deck that is so popular now after the release of Phantom Nightmare just mere weeks ago.
I mean, these players, they come here to win. It's not about just coming here. They need to take the title home. They want to take the ring home. What would you do if you ever got the ring?
Oh, I mean, I would just retire. I'm just kidding. No, I would definitely take that ring. I'd wear it all around. I'd go to my local tournament. I'd be like, oh, you want to do high roll? But make sure I'm rolling the die in the hand with that I have the ring on.
Cut my deck, put it over, you hit out the pinky right there.
Yeah, it'd be definitely something I'd either want to show off like somewhere on display at my house, but it's definitely something that all these duelists here are looking to get their hands on. Now, these two duelists, we did see them in a feature match already, but they're here because they're playing essentially on the bubble. In order to have a chance to make that top 4 cutoff, you're not going to have more than 2 losses. Even though you have the 2 losses, you still might not make it, but there is a chance, and both these players have 2 losses, so the winner here will have a better odds of making it to top 4, but the loser's almost certainly out.
Yeah, you want to be in the... You probably want to be above the X2 range, but X2, it's a bit tight here. Top 4, not a very common top cut.
Definitely not, but let's go and jump right into it. It's round 6, game number 1 here at the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series. And let's see who's going to win the all-important die roll. Going first is such a huge advantage. She's going to let Jesse roll the dice first.
There's a 10.
Ooh.
That's pretty big.
Only a couple numbers are going to be able to beat that.
11! Okay.
The both players laughing a little bit. It always feels good when you beat a high number when you're rolling second. And Shunping did there. And he's going to draw his opening hand here in the final round of Swiss. Let's see how he's going to start things off. I see a lot of green in that hand, a lot of spell cards.
That's good news. Go for the field spell.
Yep. Oh, I always forget Shunping is a lefty here, so his board is a little bit reversed to normal. He's going to go for Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. That's going to let him place a Snake Eye monster into the spell and trap card zone.
Such a safe card to open with. Now you don't really have to worry too much about Nibiru's interaction. We're going to start with the Snake Eye Ash into the spell and trap zone, and we're going to use that as the cost for the original.
Yep, so not being able to open up with Snake Eye Ash, but having the Divine Temple, actually open up with both of the one-of spells that you usually want to add from your deck to your hand here.
It's okay. We're going to go into Oak. Oak is going to bring back the Ash. That just loads up the play right here.
Does Jesse have anything to cut this Snake Eye Oak off from bringing back Snake Eye Ash that hasn't used its effect yet? He does have Effect Veiler.
Effect Veiler. That's a dangerous start, but we'll see if Shunping has a follow-up. Triple attack has been kind of on and off today.
Yeah, it is a monster effect, not quite as good as Infinite Permanence because it does turn on that triple tactics talent, as you mentioned. What is going to be the follow-up here? If he doesn't have another monster, he could be in trouble, and he doesn't. Sometimes Effect Veiler is strong enough to a weak hand, and now Shun is setting 2, and he's going to offer Jesse to cut the deck because his turn is almost over here.
Now, what could the back row be to kind of keep Jesse at bay? We're going to have to find out. There's still one card left in Shunping's hand. Maybe it'll be enough to kind of buy the turn back. We're into the main phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at maybe things like Infinite Impermanence is what Shun can hope for. I mean, sometimes just that one effect negation is enough. It was just enough here for Jesse to slow down Shunping. Now, what is going to be Jesse's starting move? He's a 5-time YCS champion facing down Shunping, who is a YCS champion in his own right as well, and it's
crossout designator on an open play.
He's leading off with crossout designator?
That is very uncommon.
What is he doing? What is Jesse cooking here? He's going to banish Infinite Impermanence.
Very, very smart.
So he's playing around double Infinite Impermanence, so none will resolve. He's just going to do it right off the bat, because that is 2 Infinite Impermanences. He doesn't have to worry about it, and he's just going to go ahead and summon Snake Eye Ash.
Now it's
a bold move, Cotton.
For
Let's
sure.
see if it pays off.
For sure. But that means even if he tries to play this one out, there's going to be double imperm if there is a follow-up on the next turn, if there is even a next turn.
But it's not Infinite Impermanence. It's a main deck copy of Forbidden Droplet, a hot tech card that we see in some side decks, not in a lot of main decks right now.
And there we have it. We're still negating the Snake Eye Ash. No one wants a Snake Eye Ash to ever resolve, unless you're the one playing it.
Definitely. Oh, just going to battle phase.
Ooh.
Just go to attack. You see how fast Shunping picks up that pin? He's like, I'll take that damage. This means you're not going to be summoning any more monsters.
He bought his turn back. It cost him a Snake Eye Oak and a Forbidden Droplet, but he does get his turn back.
And just a pass back.
Oh,
so
no.
Shunping drawing the 2 cards in hand. He has Original in the graveyard as well.
Now, I won't write off Jesse just yet. If you open a weak hand, quote-unquote, that means your hand could have been full of disruption, so you might be able to buy the turn back again.
So he's going to banish the original Sinful Spoils to put a Snake Eye card on the bottom of the deck, and then allow him... Well, it's going to shuffle back into the deck, and then he's going to allow him to add a level 1 fire from the deck to the hand.
That's so good. That's basically the entire deck.
Lots of options. Snake Eye Ash is a good one, and he is going for Snake Eye Ash.
Jesse with no spells and traps on the field. There's the Droll.
You did mention those cards in hand are usually not useless. He does have a Droll and Lockbird. Pretty good to hit off the originals, kind of like using Droll on a bonfire, essentially.
So now that Ash is not going to be able to do too much, but this isn't exactly the worst position to be in. 1 for 1, another card that can bypass the Droll and Lockbird, summon straight out of the deck, don't need to add it to hand. And that's going to summon out the Snake Eye Oak.
That he just returned to the deck, so now he can bring back Snake Eye Ash. Won't be able to add anything, but he gets 2 monsters on the field here.
That makes Flamberge online if he wants to, put that monster onto the field.
Yeah, he could go into Flamberge if he has another way to get another monster on the field as well. He can do a lot of different things. They're boosted up right now by that field spell, but it looks like he's going to send the field spell and Snake Eye Ash to go to Flamebirch, so he does have the 2 monsters that he'll be able to link away and then have even more monsters. But Jesse's still sitting on 2 cards in hand. His options for his defensive options aren't limited. And they're a little limited.
A little bit limited. There are certain cards that Shinping probably should be playing around. I think you've already played 5 rounds previously. You know what's going to be the popular tech, and if you've been paying attention to the matches around you, you would know what to kind of avoid playing into. Okay, we are probably seeing a Link Summon play coming up. He's holding it. There's the IP Masquerena.
Indeed it is. So it looks like Flamebird's effect's going to activate, bring back 2 level 1s to the field. Does Jesse have something like Nibiru the Primal Being?
That's the only thing I can think of to kind of cut this play off. But Shinping is committed into making this play. We already got into the Promethean Princess. And we're going to summon back the Flamberge. There is the Nibiru! So Jesse opened a handful of Disruption. That's why he couldn't continue his play with his 1 card.
This is huge.
This is controlling the tempo. You know, if you don't have a handful of, ability to play, then you need to know the right timing for these cards. But was Shinping expecting this?
I think he was kind of hoping it didn't happen, but sometimes you just can't really play around Nibiru. Wanted to still progress his plays, even though Jesse was on a weak hand. Any top deck can really jump the Fire King Snake Eye player back into the game. So you kind of want to go for it, especially when your opponent's sitting on a couple cards. There is some merit to stay to play it even a little bit slower. Maybe link away into SP Little Knight instead of IP. Bring back the 2, so if Nib happens, you at least have SP coming back. But it's a tough call.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough call. I think Shinping really wanted to close out that game a little bit sooner. But here we are with the Graveyard fanned out. Jesse making his calculated plays. If there is a Snake Eye, and there is a Snake Eyes, a Poplar. Poplar's effect is going to activate. We're going to be able to add one of the Snake Eye spells into hand.
Yeah, I was going to say this crossout being used preemptively would come back to bite him if the other card was Infinite Impermanence, since he used it preemptively. He could have still had it here, but
apparently not.
Yeah,
that was a misfire almost. It was a warning shot.
I still like I like the idea there.
I mean, it's better to call it than not to call it.
And we're seeing more reasons why you can use Anima, because when you summon the token, you can always put it into a zone that Anima will point to.
Okay, and we are linking them off into the next monster. Dark Charmer, the Graveyard. What is in there? We've got the IP Masquerena. Oh, that's going to provide great protection for whatever that's got to come out after it.
It definitely will. That Dark being able to revive a Link is kind of cool.
Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, and that's going to be protected by the IP Masquerena.
Just in case there's a Ghost Ogre or
Just in case. Just in case.
So now let's see what Jesse's next step is. Princess is going to spell summon back a fire monster from the graveyard. He's going for Snake Eye Ash. Going to activate the effect, and it's going to resolve.
This is going to cycle everything into play right now.
Yep, he's going to be able to add Poplar, special Poplar if he so chooses, but he's going for Ponix instead. Ponix does have the effect that if a card is a fire monster is destroyed, you can special summon it from the hand. So there are ways to special summon it from the hand.
I wonder if Jesse's going to be able to do that. I'm not sure there's a lot of self-destructive ability at the moment. But there's a Flamberge. Flamberge has been summoned onto the field.
If there's nothing from Shinping's hand, he will be able to put enough damage to finish the game here this turn.
Yeah.
There's many different ways he could go about doing it, too.
So we are using Flamberge effect to push the Dark into the Spell and Trap zone. 27 and 3,000 so far. Shinping did take a bit of damage earlier. We are going to proceed to Hita.
Yep, looks like he might be looking for the Salamangreat Phoenix line that you can do as Atlantis with a co-linked fire monster. But we'll have to see. He still has to worry about that one face down that Shinping has.
But maybe the Phoenix will be the one to clear it out.
Could be.
Are we going to see the maximum timing on that backer, or is that a bluff that is going to basically end this game?
All right, so Jesse's going to use Hita to summon Oak from Shinping's graveyard, and now he's already used Oak's effect this turn, I believe, to bring back Snake Eye Ash.
And we are putting them into the graveyard, performing another Link summon. Yeah, it is the Nightmare Phoenix.
Yep. And he's going to discard, destroy. Yep, he'll be able to do the full...
Oh, it's another droplet.
That could have been impactful.
Mm-hmm.
So now he can link into...
Raging Phoenix. No, we're gonna Appaloosa. We're gonna keep it secure here. I don't think he has
You
the
need
means.
another
You
monster.
need another monster. That's right.
Or if he had the Princess effect still to bring back the Phoenix underneath it and then go into the... He might also not know about the Zelantis and the Fire Monster co-linked, being able to destroy it in battle and then summon back the Raging Phoenix. It's not a very well-known play. But
now we have the Oak summoning back the Ponix.
Time visible to us.
I think that's going to open up the Fire King line. Once the Fire King line is online, there's going to be additional damage through the Garunix and the additional monster being pushed out.
Yeah, there's just so many ways you can navigate your deck to put 8,000 points of damage on the board. He has the Fire King Island already. Doesn't have to place it with the Sanctuary he just added.
And with the Appaloosa online, you don't have to worry about Nibiru anymore. So this is going to be a very clean way to do damage. Even if you do not finish Shinping off, then it's still okay because you get to shut down most of the other monsters coming up the turn after. So very secure play. But of course, if you can finish them off, you finish them off.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to give them another turn with so many powerful cards that they could draw off the top of the deck. I mean, Shinping only sitting on one card in hand. So now it looks like he's going to use Fire King Island to destroy Ponix, to add Garunix. Garunix effect reveals, special summon itself from the hand, destroys the Kieran from the deck, going to bring back that Ponix.
And don't forget the attack boost that comes from that particular effect.
So
There should be 16, 25,
Oh.
33,
38,
plus the
39, yep.
Oh, found the number. All right. Wow, what a game.
Jesse's going to take down game one. As he ended up losing that die roll too. So winning game one despite losing the die roll, because I mean he had that key Effect Veiler. I mean I like to play cards like Effect Veiler, Effect Nation. Sometimes it's not enough, but other times it's just right. Sometimes they're going to have those hands where they're going to have all the defensive options and just have that normal summon of that one Snake Eye Ash. If you have something to stop that one initial push, you get that opportunity to have the turns. And we saw that there, the tech cards instead of the engine cards in Shinping's hand. He drew double copies of Forbidden Droplet. While they're really good at breaking boards and being able to use defensively, you don't want to see multiples as your opening hand going first.
That's right. And, Jesse's hand didn't look too hot in the beginning either. Getting stopped by the droplet in the beginning, but however, keeping every single card in the hand, finding it the right time, buying the turn back was very, very crucial. The Nibiru doing massive damage. When Shinping overcommitted a little bit into his play, and getting his whole entire turn stopped by a single copy of Nibiru, getting Jesse to, another turn, and that other turn is what finished him off.
Yeah, I think that is the key moment to look at in that first game. The Nibiru, the Primal Being, really turned things around in Jesse's favor. Had he not had that card, Shinping would have been able to finish him off that turn.
Now, this is what I mentioned. If you were paying attention to Jesse's facial expression, he has that expression where he's thinking, it doesn't look too good. And then the situation didn't look too hot if he played around the Nibiru. Shinping played around the Nibiru. But, he played into it, and then it just was like, one card top deck, we can get all the way through.
Yeah, I mean,
it's so scary.
You brought up a really good point. Yeah, because before Jesse dropped on Nibiru, he was holding his head up with his hand. He looked sad to me. I was almost going to comment on it, but now I think that was strategic. Strategic sadness.
Strategic sadness.
Like, you look like you got nothing, and then you're like, oh, wait, never mind. Here's this Nibiru that's actually sitting in my hand. It's going to get me back into this game. I mean, I've been in that position Shinping's been in before where you're like, well, I have to kind of go for it. I can go for a game if he has Nibiru. It's tough. You can trying to find some middle ground, but anytime you find some middle ground, you're really giving that other deck a chance to jump back into the game because there are so many ways to play through just minimal disruptions. And if Shinping didn't go for like a game shot there wasn't going to be much he could do in terms of disruption. Because any play he made to try and get to that Borreload Savage or that Baron de Flor or something like that would have been met by the Nibiru.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Shinping was really deep in thought. We're just thinking back of what he could have done better right here. Very deep in thought. And I think that's what you got to do as a really top tier player. Think about the previous game. Try to analyze what you can out of your opponent's deck, like the play style that they're going with, knowing that Jesse has a ton of disruption from the hand. Even if nothing is really being played, even if his turns get skipped, you have to play around so much now.
Yeah.
He got hit by everything.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was Droll, it was Nib, it was Veiler. We'll see if that happens here again in game number 2 as we jump right into it. Shinping's going to be going first again. Let's see if he can get off to a little bit better of a start this time. But I mean, we were talking about the difference in Snake Eye versus Fire King Snake Eye. People say the Snake Eye deck seems more consistent. I would disagree a little bit, but you're giving up that power of having Kieran to be able to dodge stuff
Kieran's
like
too
Effect Veiler
good.
or Imperm.
Kieran's too good.
I love it. And we're not talking about the Magic Spectre Kieran. We're talking about Fire King High Avatar Kieran.
No, I love that
card.
card.
No! No, he just said 3 and passed. Not like this, Xunping. No.
But hold on. There could be some hope, but there was no anti-spell fragrance, so this is going to be a bonfire that is live. Does Xunping have a disruption in his hand, or maybe he opened with all of them in his hand? But if you're going to be going first, usually you may take a couple copies out, just like increase the consistency of opening your plays. Okay, we got a Poplar added to hand. And there is no response to the Poplar activation. The hand on the cheek for Xunping right now.
Yeah, I mean, if I said 3 and passed here in Game 2 after losing Game 1, I wouldn't feel too confident. He could also be doing the same thing Jesse was doing Game 1, be like, oh, man, I mean, but then he has some defensive option in his hand. I mean, his cards in hand have to be something that he can use if they weren't Snake Eye cards that he could summon.
I mean, there are probably certain disruption lines that are possible here.
This is what I'm talking about. Playing the Divine Temple in the Fire King Snake Eye deck. It's nice to have an option to get with Poplar if you also have Diabellstar access.
I wonder if one of the back row is like the Sinful Spoil of Betrayal. We did see it added in the previous games, but he has nothing on the field, unfortunately. So we're now going to see a normal summon of Ash. Now, both monsters being on the field essentially means that you can already get access to the final board. We're going to see if the Fire King line also gets turned on here.
So he is going to add the legendary Fire King Ponix to the hand.
Three. We could expect more Forbidden Droplet, but
I would have to guess one of those cards is Forbidden Droplet.
But you would have activated, I probably would have activated on the Ash, just so that they wouldn't get the additional card, but there's the field spell now. Jesse playing the field spell in a Fire King build. Like you said, even in a Fire King build, you would still play the field spell.
Oh, yeah. I like it a lot, because then you get that Flame Burst protection. If you get Nibiru, you get to summon the Flame Burst from the Spell and Trap card zone, or you get to do your full combo to where you can go into something like Appaloosa and then use original Sinful Spells to send the Flame Burst, and you get 3 monsters for that deal.
Nightmare Phoenix targeting the card closest to Xunping's deck, and
no response.
No response. It gets destroyed.
Crossout
Designator.
Interesting. Oh, he can't stop any of the Fire King cards, but interesting he wouldn't go after Snake Eye Ash.
Yeah, just turn off the Ash entirely.
No, but maybe he knew that he would have to go through his back row, so he'd rather value him going into something like Nightmare Phoenix to take it out to protect the other ones that he finds more valuable. I'm starting to think that his back rows have to be some sort of huge swing card or something like that, something that's going to really turn things around. He knows that he has to wait for the perfect moment to disrupt Jesse here.
This is a tough call. Okay, we're seeing... Oh, another crossout! Did he open multiple crossouts in this particular line? So, okay, well, it didn't have to preemptively activate one. Losing one does not matter because you can only activate with them once per turn anyway. And we're turning off Flamberge instead, which is also a high-impact negation here.
2 monsters that aren't going to be coming to the field.
And you don't get to push a monster into the back either.
Yeah, definitely huge here. Keeping the monsters off the field for Jesse is the way Xunping can get back into this game. He still needs to top deck a monster that he can summon.
That's true. Can Jesse still find a way to push for maximum damage here? Only 1 back row left.
Does he go into Princess? Yep, Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames.
What would you summon back at this point? Would you still go for the damage for the Flamberge?
Oh, Ponix for sure. Yeah, he hasn't got. This will give him access to the Fire King stuff.
Fire King engine will be online as long as the Ponix is not going to gate it here.
And it does not, so Ponix is going to be able to add Fire King Sanctuary.
Such a powerful card.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's funny because Ponix or Sanctuary? I mean, all of the above.
All of the above, but the Promethean Princess feels like a sprite elf. For fire monsters.
Yep, kind of.
Except she does a lot more.
Or less, depending on which way you look at it.
Okay, fair enough.
She does have the applications during the opponent's turn, just like Elf, though, as well. Now we're going to send that Princess and the Ponix for a Link 2 or 4. Imagine, what does he play? It's going to be Amblowell.
Amblowell, we were locked into fire.
Amblowell and, you're right. And then Amblowell and Princess in the graveyard. Pretty strong disruption on its own. But, Nibiru.
This
right?
is...
Or no? Is he using Fire King Island?
No, that is the Fire King Island destroying the Amblowell because it's also destroyed that. We'll summon back perhaps the Promethean Princess. We're going to get Kieran, and of course, I believe is there Garunix already?
Yes, he already has it in the hand.
He's got the Garunix.
I jumped the gun on the Nibiru. I think I saw it in Shubing's hand, but we'll have to see if it does make an appearance.
Okay, we are going to see a pretty interesting chain. We're going to wait for Jesse to check his extra deck.
Yep, right now we're waiting to summon this Garunix since the Amble is destroyed. Does he... maybe he's thinking about his chain links if he wants to summon back the Promethean Princess with Amble Whale.
I think, yeah, there's going to be the Promethean Princess. That's 27 at least, plus another 27.
And then if he destroys Kieran to summon back... Or you summon the Kieran out of his hand even. That would be enough damage.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage here. If that's a drop, maybe, I think if there's a Nibiru, then we would have a bit of hope. Kieran has been destroyed.
Yep.
It looks like he destroyed it from his hand.
Special summon, destroying the face down. Oh, it was original.
Does Xu Ping have Nibiru? I thought I saw it in his hand, but I might have been mistaken. He might be waiting for the battle phase declaration.
This is the last step. Jesse's trying to find a way to close it out. With the damage on board right now, he needs to convert that Ponyx or add an additional monster onto the field to seal this one. He has a Bonfire in hand. He just peeked at it.
Yeah, sometimes Bonfire can be a little redundant if you already have Snake Eye Ash and Poplar, or if you already have a copy of Bonfire that you use.
We're going to battle phase, and they're swinging in.
32, 71? 71?
71?
71, yeah. 900.
All right, 900 life points remaining for Xumping. He's going to need something big here
now,
to get back into it.
One of the highest impact card that got played here was the Crossout Designator, turning off the Flamberge. Now there's no monster being pushed back onto the field, which saves a lot of trouble. I mean, a lot less to deal with on the field. Now we're going to go into Sunlight Wolf and Jesse in main phase 2. Continuing to... Oh, there's
I knew it. I knew I saw it.
He waited for the commitment, and now the token's a lot smaller after the big monsters have been gotten rid of.
He was so committed. He was committed to taking the 7,100 points of damage just to make sure there was nothing else Jesse was going to do, just in case he was trying to trick him by going to that battle phase and forcing it out the Nibiru. But Xumping does have the original in his graveyard now, so if he can find access to a Snake Eye card, that'll allow him to search something next turn as well. But he needs to draw a Snake Eye Ash or a Bonfire.
Yep.
And he needs Jesse not to have something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs.
But Jesse is continuing his play, using the original summon out the Snake Eye Oak. Snake Eye Oak is going to summon back another monster from the graveyard, just keeping himself in the game, just building up a wall at this point, maybe even a disruption. We're going to see how this one plays out. Now, there are cards in Xumping's graveyard, but does Xumping have any fire monster in the graveyard?
I would almost bet so much money he was checking original to see if he could put back a banished Snake Eye to do the search effect. Which I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's only from the graveyard, but I know Wanted's from the banished or graveyard, but I'm pretty sure that one is only from the GY.
Okay, we're going to link that off. Link Karibo.
And then maybe into SP Little Knight.
SP Little Knight's pretty strong.
Oh, he could just banish the original.
Yeah, it's going to be SP, banishing the Nibiru.
So just SP Little Knight, one face down. Xumping with one card in hand. Didn't have anything to start his turn. He's going to need a big draw. Looking at his face, let's see what he thinks. He's checking things.
So even Xumping didn't open the most optimal hand. And you still managed to buy a couple turns back. And like Nibiru, such a clutch card.
It can be. It can be the one saving grace. So he did draw 1 for 1. Gonna send. Oh, but the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon is huge because that is a Snake Eye monster you can put back with the original.
And that's going to be important because Xumping runs 2 copies of this card. One of them got banished by the Crossout Designator, so the second copy here is going to be super important.
So his opening hand was Snake Eyes Flamberge, Crossout Designator, original, Nibiru. Those are the 5.
Those are the 5.
Not a great one, but he's finding a way. He still has to worry about the SP Little Knight being able to take a monster off the field. This could be an infinite impermanence here from Jesse to stop Snake Eye Ash. We'll see.
But apparently not. We are going to get the search to the deck, and we're going to add a Poplar into our hand and likely going to summon that out. We got to maintain a healthy field of monsters, otherwise you're not going to be able to pay those costs.
Indeed we do. Let's see what he decides to add here. He's looking, he's thinking. It has to be Poplar, I'd imagine.
He hasn't technically.
Oh, he
hasn't normal summoned yet.
Yeah, so he could hold off on adding the Poplar since he has the original to still add the Poplar later on and special summon from the hand. But decides to go ahead and go with the Poplar because in the reverse he can still use the original to get that monster he wants to normal summon, as you just mentioned.
Right. That's right.
There's so many different ways to go about this deck.
Now that the Poplar has been summoned onto the field, is he going to go for the field spell or is he going to go for a different Snake Eye card? I believe Shunping's the one that's been playing basically every single like Snake Eye spell trap.
You've seen him use Subversion and stuff earlier, maybe?
He's been using like the different ones, like the different spell, like the trap card. We've seen it put into play.
Okay.
And he also used the chase. Dramatic Snake Eye Chase.
Oh, okay.
We've seen that as well.
That's an interesting option. It gives you kind of it has two purposes in the deck. You can discard it with the Diabell Star, and it can negate anytime your opponent chains to one of your Snake Eye or Sinful Spoil cards. But also, like the on-field effect, by sending a Diabell Star to the graveyard from your field or hand, you can just negate a face-up card.
Yeah.
Kind of like a Hot Red Abyss.
And he is going for the chase. Dramatic Snake Eye Chase.
Yep. Chase places Diabell Star in your spell and trap card zone, and then during the end phase, you can banish it to special summon a monster from the spell and trap card zone.
He's going to activate it. And Diabell Star has been placed into the spell and trap card zone. I wonder what Jesse would be waiting for the SP. Like, what's the the most crucial card that he has to take out? Which monster is it going to be?
I sometimes let it rip on the Snake Eye Ash. But I guess with Oak being a viable option to be able to special summon back the Ash from the Banished, might be something he is considering holding off on that for.
I think we're going to see the original being activated from the graveyard and put back the...
Yeah, I think he's doing Poplar right now. Right?
I don't know. There's so many things that actually interact with the graveyard. It's a little bit harder to tell here. And it is going to be a Poplar. Poplar putting the...
Yep,
yeah, putting into the spell and trap zone.
So now he can use Ash to summon Oak, and then he'll be able to use the Flamebridge effect if he sends it.
That's a smart way to use it. Everywhere can come from anything.
Everywhere can come from anything. That is a broad statement, but a true one.
A very true one for this particular matchup. You can send the Flamebridge from hand. You can send it as a spell and trap. There's just any way you can put the card back onto the field or into the hand and just send it back into the graveyard. It's such a great advantage.
Definitely is. Shunping with a weak start, but trying to fight back here in turn number 3 of game number 2. He needs to win this game. If he doesn't, his hopes of making the top 4 are done.
Well, Shunping showing that he's not tunnel visioning into a particular... But I think if you're going to be playing a deck like Snake Eye or Fire King Snake Eye, just don't tunnel vision. Check all your options because you can have options everywhere.
It looks like he's thinking about adding Birch, but he's just going to go for Poplar or summoning.
Flamberge effect.
He does have 2 level 1s in the graveyard now.
And those going to summon back too. We have tons of monsters available here. But still, what is that SP going to do? SP has just been sitting here. Jesse probably has that mainly as his only disruption. I think that's why you would hold back for so long, waiting for the most crucial timing for the SP. And here, we're gonna use the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
Putting the Flamebird Dragon back into the deck to add Snake Eye Oak.
This is gonna allow Shunping to summon it onto the field and perhaps even use the effect to push it off. But you got to be careful. Again, SP still on the field. Such a strong card from Agov.
It definitely is. And you mentioned earlier he still has the normal summon after summoning all these monsters.
Right, he's not committed yet.
Let's see if he decides to... How he's going to decide to navigate the SP Little Knight. He could make his own SP Little Knight, banish Fire King Island, wait for the chain SP Little Knight, chain his SP Little Knight to their SP Little Knight. Everyone's banishing everything. We'll have to see. There's a lot of different options.
That token is also not very large either. It was summoned on the Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf.
He could also just go to a 4-material Appaloosa.
There's still Link Karibo on the field too.
He has a lot of options here. He also plays some other extra deck monsters that he might be eyeing. I know there's one gigantic Link 5 in his extra deck that he really likes, but we won't talk about that until we see it happened to come up. But he is going. It looks like he's going for SP.
Yeah. Okay.
It kind of counters SP. Kind of counters SP. If they use theirs, you use yours. Banish one of their targets, and then you will come out on top there.
So he used just 2. Well, none of the monsters were from the extra deck, so we're not going to see the immediate banish. So you can still basically attack directly. Otherwise, you turn off your ability to attack directly. We might have to pass turn to your opponent.
What do you send? Diabell.
We're going to see Diabell Star sent to the grave, summoning back the Flamberge Dragon. Oh, this is going to be neat.
So the Flamberge has like gone from the graveyard to the spell and trap card zone to the field, to the graveyard, back into the deck, and then back onto the field. All
Everything
in this one
everywhere.
turn. Everything everywhere all at once. You're right. That's a good way to describe this. The Flamberge has been everywhere just this turn.
Exactly.
I don't think I've ever seen a card do that. He went to all the zones. And there's still one banish as well from that crossout designator.
Oh, and he pushed the Amble Whale to the back so that is not a disruption later on.
Yeah, because he could just leave that SP Little Knight up, and when it's destroyed, he would be able to use that Amble Whale to destroy a card on Xu Ping's side.
Yeah.
Xu Ping only at 900 life points, back against the wall, but he's going to have to do his best.
This is a very complicated scenario, but Xu doing his best just to navigate through everything, pushing things to the side.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. I mean, Jesse, a monster in his own right, but Xu Ping... He's been someone like I first met him. He was using Phantom Knights, and he was like playing with like an OCG Phantom Knight deck, and he was doing things I'd never seen before. He has like a playtesting group where he plays with some of his friends in the OCG, and always comes up with some really cool ideas. And he's really showing it here this weekend.
No, I mentioned how Jesse is a super creative player, but Xu is also in the same realm as Jesse when it comes to like being super creative, trying different ways to play. I mean, he put Quad Boral Dragon when no one was really playing Quad Boral Dragon.
Yeah, now he's playing Boral Dragon, but no one else is playing Boral Dragon. Well, maybe spoilers, but Hida is bringing back Nightmare Phoenix.
Oh, boy.
That's a link too. So he's got a lot of materials for Link monsters on the field. He hasn't used Princess yet this turn. He's holding his SP Little Knight to deal with Jesse's SP Little Knight. Looks like he's going to link away the Nightmare Phoenix and the Snake Eyes Poplar.
Okay. There's the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. In quarter century, right?
Indeed.
Promethean Princess effect. Jesse's thinking on this. Perhaps this is a very crucial point.
Yeah, is this where he needs to use the SP Little Knight just to... I mean, it doesn't really matter what he does, because the chain of the SP Little Knight will take out one of the targets, and then his SP Little Knight will resolve, and Jesse's won't.
And it is good.
Yep. Yeah, I think his best bet is just to kind of leave it up there and hope it's enough.
We're summoning back Poplar onto the field. This is such a tense moment between these two players.
There's a lot on the line.
I mean, the winner... You know, if Xu wins, we got another game going in. If Jesse takes this one, he might secure a spot for the day 2 into the top cut.
Definitely. Both these players really need to win this to have a chance to make the top 4. He's going to link something out that Salmon Great Raging Phoenix. Then he's going to link it away for World Sea Dragons Atlantis.
Okay.
Fucked.
There's going to be the effect of Zelantis. Called right here.
That token's going to be gone for good.
Yeah, token won't come back. One fun fact about Zelantis, if you've taken control of your opponent's monster, they get to summon back to the owner's side of the field, so just be careful with that, especially if you use triple attack.
It could be advantageous if your opponent doesn't have a monster and you need to destroy a monster with Princess. You banish their monster, give it back to them.
Yep,
it's
that's
really
another
cool
play to do. That's another play to do.
On summon...
On summon of the Promethean Princess effect. Oh boy. We're going to get quite a bit of co-link here.
Yep, he's going to use the Princess to destroy probably Flamebird. You want to destroy your biggest attack monster because that's more attack for the Raging Phoenix. Jesse still has SP Little Knight though. Yep, so now Xu has to chain his SP, targeting his own SP and Jesse's SP. The Hida will stay on the field to be destroyed by the Princess. The Princess will come out, and then the Raging Phoenix will come out, and that'll be enough to attack for game unless Jesse has something face down. Let's see if that is what Xu decides to do.
This is so tense.
SP Little Knight has to banish both, right?
Yes, it has to banish both.
Just has to destroy one.
Correct. The wording is very important. Learning the problem-solving card text is key here.
And Xuanping sees it. He just banishes the SP and his SP. Raging Phoenix is going to come out. It's going to gain the attack of Hida.
Oh boy, battle phase, and Jesse picks up his cards.
Bing, bang, boom. That is wild. That is wild. Xuanping starting game number 2. His tournament life on the line here. In his opening hand going first, just set 1, set 2, set 3, go. It turns it around.
It almost feels like Jesse's first turn. Like, it seems like, oh, maybe, bricking wasn't so bad.
Oh, man. And those cards he set weren't defensive options at all. It was 2 crossout designators and an original Sinful Spoils.
But crossout designator can be used defensively, and he did.
It was just enough, maybe.
He shut down the most important card, especially when you're trying to push. Flamber's Dragon shut down, and luckily it's not called by the grave, which shuts it down for your turn. This only shuts it down for the 1 turn, so it's back online on your own turn.
And it's so crazy. Yeah, even more to that point, this is also pure Snake Eye, right? If this was Fire King Snake Eye, there's only 1 copy of Snake Eye Flamber's Dragon in the deck most of the time. But the fact that he's playing pure Snake Eye, he had that second copy, not only to use just a little bit, as you said, it hit the field, it hit the graveyard, it hit the deck, and it came back to the field again.
It traveled around the world at once.
What an amazing play. This is the kind of play we expected from the Ultimate Duelist Series champions that are here today to become the undisputed champion, the champion of champions.
Yes.
And, just really living up to it here on the bubble in round 6. I mean, 6 rounds for a 16-player tournament. You're going to have a chance to play a decent portion of the field. You're going to have to beat the best of the best to make it there, but that's what's going to make it so much more worth it. The ring, it looks amazing. It's beautiful. It has those beautiful diamonds, emeralds, rubies. Yes, but it's more so about what it says, the story that ring means. The people they had to defeat on their way to get that ring is just as important as the ring itself.
This is so strange. When you go into like a 16-man tournament, this feels like you took Top Cut and just put it into a Swiss round. You took Top Cut, put it into a Swiss round.
I feel like we started the tournament and the Top Cut.
Yeah,
I do agree.
Exactly. And they all have their belts and everything. No, there's no 2-round buy. I get to play the extra 2 rounds just to make it definitive.
We could pretend like there was a 2-round buy. Just everyone got one.
Yeah.
We're actually in round 8. We should have done that. That would have made so much more sense.
It would have been really fun. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you forget to bring your belt? Well, you have to play it out.
No, but we make everyone show up and have to wait the 2 hours for the buy. Start the clock. No one's playing. No, that would have been hilarious, but no, the buys are not needed here since all of them are used to them. Though they don't get to sleep in, they got to start on time just like everyone else for this tournament. Oh man!
But at least they all got their own seat, kind of, because this is a very tight venue.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just by participating, they got that awesome participation back with the UDS game mats, all those UDS pins from the past UDS times, and that bomber jacket that's going to be custom fit for them.
Yes.
With I'm pretty sure it's going to have like their name on the back or something like that. Really, really cool stuff.
Or they could put Final Boss in the UDS Final Boss.
The undisputed champion. But let's go ahead and find out which one of these players is going to have a chance to make top 4. It's game 3, round 6, the last round of Swiss for the undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series.
7 minutes left on the clock.
Time is winding down. We're going to have to play fast. Jesse's going to get to go first this game for the first time in the match.
Yeah, first time in the match. Xuanping, see how he adapts going to second.
All right, Jesse's already going to start off with the best card in the deck. It's Snake Eye Ash. Does Xuanping have anything to stop this effect?
Imperm.
Is there a Kieran?
We're going to see if this makes all the difference. And it goes through.
Wow.
But that's not the end of this game just yet. We get,
the Fire King Island. Yep. So at least being able to access the Fire King portion of the deck.
Destroying the Ponyx is huge.
That's really good.
That's huge.
Because it's going to not only put the Fire King in the graveyard, now he's going to be able to summon the Grunix to destroy Arvata and be able to bring back the Ponyx.
Let's go for Kieran first. Kieran summoning back the Ponyx effect. I think that's going to give him another card. Ooh, he chooses to
play Skyburn.
I love this.
Yeah, I love this. This is the exact scenario why you want to play Skyburn. When you open up with Island, you're able to search another defensive option. We haven't seen Skyburn that much recently, but what it does, you can target face-up Fire King cards, Fire King monsters you control, destroy them, and target as many cards on the field and destroy them as well.
Yes. I think that's probably going to have some level of impact, especially if Xuanping decides to play the field spell. You can just take it out and then it's gone. and then you have to deal with the additional monster in the back.
Okay, so we see why he went after the Kieran instead of Arvata, because he knew he was going to do this play, and he wanted to put the Kieran in his hand, so he'll have a way to enable that Garunix from the graveyard later on in this turn.
And the Snake Eye Ash has been summoned back onto the field. And now it's going to tag into the Flamber's Dragon.
Snake Eyes Flamber's Dragon touches down. Has the Promethean Princess on the field.
Right, a little bit Firelight. I think we might just be getting out of the Firelock right now, just so we can enable more cards. We can also trigger the effect of the Snake Eyes Flamber's Dragon. Amble Will can also be destroyed by the Kieran in case nothing kind of comes out.
I wonder, while Shuping was looking through his deck in that previous game, I saw some of his side deck cards, and I saw a Super Polymerization. I'm going to whisper like Jesse can hear me, even though he cannot. But maybe, nope, doesn't look like Jesse noticed that either, because he could link away that Ambluel into a Sea Dragon, World Sea Dragon. But unless Shuping's playing something like the Earth Golem at Ignister, I don't think the Super Poly will be too effective here. He could hold off on it potentially until Jesse commits more fire monsters to the board. But Super Poly, definitely one of those really good board-breaking cards.
Does he have it, though? We're going to start off with normal summon of the best card once again, but on Shinping's side, activating the effect of Snake Eye Ash. Jesse's thinking about a follow-up and a response to this play. Everything's so critical here. And it goes through.
Yep, Snake Eye Ash is going to add a level 1 fire from the deck to the hand. It's Snake Eyes Poplar. Poplar is going to reveal itself since it was added to the hand to special summon it out.
Oh, Crossout Designator.
He calls Snake Eyes Poplar. So he's going to banish a Poplar from his deck, and its effect will be negated for the rest of the turn.
Much easier card to banish, especially in this particular build. Oh boy. So that does not allow Poplar to be put onto the field. We're going to see the Snake Eye Ash being linked into Linkaribo. The 2 darks, and there's the Parallel XCs. That's the one unique thing about Shinping's deck. There's many unique things about his deck, but this one in particular, I don't think any of the other players are playing this.
I've never seen it in a Snake Eye deck, but Shinping always with some innovation in his list. So he's going to use Princess to target the Linkaribo. This would stop the Parallax Siege from coming out.
No arrows.
Yep.
No Link arrows. You cannot summon. Will we be able to save this? Now, he played into this one. Everything was public here.
Looks like he might have not thought about it, maybe. But now that the Princess is out, we know Jesse has the Kieran in hand to destroy the Princess and get it off the field. The IP Masquerade becomes a little less valuable, but it means Jesse will have to commit some cards before he uses this Masquerena.
Ending main phase.
Ending main phase. Is there evenly matched? Battle phase.
End of battle?
Me too.
Main 2. Oh, just trying to... Sometimes you have to make these calls just to bait out additional cards. Maybe spend away your IP Masquerena into the other monster and just make the board a little bit easier to clear.
This is tough. Yeah, just one face-down spell or trap card. Jesse starting with IP and Promethean Princess still on the field. He'll be able to lead off with that Bestower of Flames effect to summon back a fire monster from the graveyard. He's going to be able to go for Snake Eye Ash if he wants, or Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon right away. This is already 57 with 6,500 points of damage.
That's a lot of damage, and no normal summon committed just yet. We're going to see Wanted activated.
This is not looking good for Shuping.
Well, we can't summon out the Diabell Star just yet until the Promethean Princess is removed from the field, but that's going to be a lot of damage. That's going to be more than enough damage. Fire King Island effect.
Yeah, he just has to destroy any fire here, summon back the Garunix.
Kieran, the best
take
one.
Out the back row.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. And can we do all of this under 5 summons? Very likely.
I think so. He's at 1. He's at 1 right now.
You just need to summon 2.
He just can summon 1 monster. Oh, he had another copy of Kieran because he has the Garunix in the graveyard. It's Forbidden Droplet.
That's pretty good.
Discards the Parallel Exceed.
And we're going to turn off the Flamberge.
So that's 1,500 less points of damage, but that's still going to be 15 plus 27. That's 42.
Plus the Arvada added on.
At 936, that's 78. this is way more than enough. If he just goes to the battle phase here, Jesse doing the calculations one more time.
And he is holding Nibiru. There we go. Jesse Cotton taking the win. Dodging the Nibiru, shows the Nibiru.
The 6th card was the Nibiru for Shu Ping. Devastating.
My hand was not good for the
Oh, man, but what a match between two titans of the dueling community. But in the end, it looks like Jesse Cotton is going to have the best chance out of these two to make it to the top 4. He's not guaranteed. We're going to have to see how the tiebreakers all line up, how do the players with the draws finish. But he has put himself in the only position he can to make that top 4. We might see him be one of our last players who could potentially call themselves the undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series champion. And I don't know if we will ever see this happen again.
Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I would like to see it again. It's such a wonderful series to just crown some of these big duels all into one tournament.
Definitely. I can't wait to see how it's going to play out. If this man, the myth, the legend, Jesse Cotton will make it all the way. I know he was a lot of people's picks to win it at the beginning of the weekend. Yep. A little up in my pick. Furman didn't quite make it. He got 3 losses a little early and wasn't able to have much of a chance to make it top 4, but still is going to get that awesome participation pack. Same thing for all the other players who make it. There's 16 players here. Only 4 make it to day 2, but the other 12 who don't are still walking away with fantastic prizes celebrating the Ultimate Duelist Series. But we definitely, going into this weekend, we knew that Fire King Snake Eye was the deck. I know there was a big debate among the community. Which one is better? Is it better to include the Fire King stuff with the Snake Eye, or just to go pure? And I think we see really good arguments for both, seeing how both these players played. We saw some really useful techs from Shu Ping. You get a little more room to include tech cards, because, I mean, you're just replacing those Fire King cards. They're not, like, adding more Snake Eye cards. Maybe a couple here or there, but mainly it's just going to have more room for the tech cards. But to me, that means a little less consistency, potentially. A little more... you open yourself up to effect negation on your Snake Eye Ash a little bit more when you're playing that pure Snake Eye build.
Yep.
But, you know, still at the end of the day, it's a viable option. And I'm sure we'll see one of those in Top Cut as well. But I know for a fact we're going to see a Fire King Snake Eye in the Top Cut.
Yes.
Whether it's Jesse or Cam.
You know what was really wonderful about Shinping's play in the game 2? Just cycling the Snake Eyes Flamber Dragon from one zone to another, knowing how to manipulate it, perfectly timing so that there's always a copy available in the right spot, and ultimately using that to take the win from Jesse. But then we got to the game 3.
Yeah, just wasn't there for. I mean, that game 2 between those two, probably one of my favorite games of the whole weekend. Just watching that Flamebird just dance around everywhere is just so funny to me. And like, it wasn't like it took Shu Ping a long time to come up with that play. Like, he knew what he's well prepared, well practiced, knew what he was looking for, knew, despite having an awful opening hand, not what you want to see, to keep the mental to stay in it, to be focused, to realize it doesn't matter how you draw. This is what you have to work with. You can't be upset about it. You just got to work with what you have. Got to do the best that you can.
Exactly.
Give it your all.
I mean, that's like what a lot of more novice players just can't handle. Oh, I brick, I couldn't play. But you need to be able to see these lines, see these options. I mean, he also ate a dimension shifter as well previously and got out of it.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to wait. I mean, a lot of people say, how do you beat Dimension Shifter? You just got to wait it out. But I think our interviewer is ready with our winner. So let's go ahead and see what's going on at the stage.
All right, we are here with Jesse Cotton after 6 rounds, hard fought. How did it feel to win that last one?
It felt really good. I was really nervous. I was not playing my best, especially game 2.
What was going through your head in game 1? Your hand was a little bit awkward, but you kind of managed to play through that.
It's a blur. Oh, the hell, what happened game 1? The nerves get you, it's hard to remember. Game 1, I went second, and I Veiler just Oak. And then I honestly couldn't tell you what I did. I don't remember.
Were there any plays that you could remember that you were really excited about?
Oh, actually, I do remember game 1. I didn't know Shu's deck, because obviously you limit how much you can see while you're spectating other rounds. I knew he had a Borland and his extra deck card I was going to be conscious of, but didn't know what his tech cards were. So when his he had 2 set cards face down, my hand lost impermanence. I decided to cross out ahead of time to play around 2 infinite impermanence. However, if I had known he had played Forbidden Droplet, then I would not have done that. But yeah, that's what I did.
How ready were you for like the other random Snake Eyes cards? Because there were a lot of them that are very versatile.
I mean, I play Subversion. I think it's great versus the non-fire decks. And Dramatic Trace, I've read, and I've like maybe played a game or two with it, but I'm not too familiar with it. Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations and good luck if you go to day 2.
Thank you very much. And surprise, surprise, I'm not Tom Box, but I'm hopping in here.
Where did you get here?
Yeah, I just
looked
snuck
this way
in.
for like a second. And
yeah,
Tom, you look a little
stealthy.
different, Tom. You got
Actually, I am Tom Box in this shape. Yeah. But thank you so much for the interview. It was awesome to see Jesse Cotton. We're still going to wait to see if he actually is advancing to day 2.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I mean, with that performance, that was great. Really good series to close out there, right?
Oh, yeah. It was amazing. I mean, 2 titans of the community going at it in the final round with everything on the line when on a bubble match.
Yeah. I
Can't ask for much more.
Flambridge is now going to be called Mr. Worldwide from the card game community. He was going all over the place right there.
He really was. Every zone, every spot you could go to.
Speaking of worldwide, a shout out to everybody who's been donating coming in. Let's remind everybody about the charity drive. Doctors Without Borders, well, we're partnering with them because we're Duelists Without Borders. Everybody who donates $10 USD or more will receive 1 entry into the highest tier that their donation makes them eligible for, along with all the subsequent lower tiers. What that means is if you donate more than $10, you can go into higher tiers, but you still get an entry into all the ones below it. And at the end of this all, 130 lucky winners will be chosen at random. This is a huge opportunity to partner with Doctors Without Borders, as well as to get some cool stuff for you at home. So keep those donations coming in. And with that in mind, we actually have an update here, Billy, because we have some really cool donations that we want to highlight. First off, shout out to Mike Son for a $1,000 donation. That is insane. It was such a huge donation coming in, and it really does make a difference. But we also have a lot of other donations with cool messages attached to them, so we wanted to highlight some of the fun ones that came through. So Billy, take a peek. What ones do you want to highlight?
Oh, I mean, first I got to shout out Shelly and Steve Furman, Aaron Furman's parents. Thank you so much for donating $50. You know your son's here giving it his all, and it's awesome that you're there watching and supporting him and getting in on the donations with helping out supporting Doctors Without Borders.
One from Isaiah as well, saying that their mom taught them how to play the game with the first structure decks, and so happy to be part of the community. I honestly have a similar story. I remember getting the Red Eyes Darkness Dragon structure deck. My brother got the zombie one. I forget the name of that one, but the Red Eyes versus zombie structure decks at the very beginning. Those were fantastic. The power level of those were so good at the time.
Yeah, they were really good. Same kind of thing for me. And as well as, I just want one word to Earl. Earl, I know you out there. Always helps us out. Judge, $10 for Doctors and Duelists everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for everybody who had donations come through. Keep them coming. We're going to be shouting you out for the rest of the weekend as well, going into tomorrow. But that brings us to kind of the end of the day 2 here for the quarter century celebration. So it's time to chat a little bit about what's coming forward here. Peak at coming events, Billy, because there's some really cool stuff that Duelists can start qualifying for.
That's right. We have the Phantom Nightmare Regional Qualifier Game Mat. If you go to any regional, or if you want to participate in an OTS Championship, you'll be able to get this awesome game mat from February to April. With the card we've seen a lot of this weekend. It's one of my favorite game mats I've ever seen. That's right. Promethean Princess, Bestower of
Every
Flames.
duel, right? I think we've seen this card literally every single duel.
Pretty much, I think so as well. It's definitely a beautiful mat. And as I mentioned, if you can't make it to a regional qualifier, check out your local OTS store. We have OTS championships, and you can qualify and still win this amazing game mat. But it has that different logo where you're going to be that champion for logo. And then if you want to check out our other events, we have a Speed Duel main event game mat for Remote Duel main event series. I think we have it, February 24th. It's coming up very soon. It's so good, right? I love Don Zalug. And then this mat I love, featuring Silver's Cry. It's going to be another Duel Links main event game mat for the Remote Duel main event series. Both these mats are incredible. I want both of them.
Dude, this one looks so sick. Oh, we got Zeus as well.
Yeah, the Master Duel main event game mat for the Remote Duel main event series, and I'm pretty sure this is a big mat too.
The death mats.
The death mat, so it's going to be a little longer, featuring Zeus on a game mat, and of course our new Win-A-Mat game mat prize. It debuted this weekend at the Team YCS in San Jose, Costa Rica, and it features all of these pots from the pot collection.
Look at those smiles.
It's so cool, and you see a pot of green in the center. Really fantastic. lots of awesome stuff you can win from our Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments.
The pot lore is incredible, by the way, on the artwork. I love like following all the different pot cards.
And then like you have like the greed guys like running away with like the pot.
Something's going on with the greed guy, the greed goblin, and the pot of greeds. Also, upcoming events. I mean, it's awesome to highlight all of those with all of the stuff that you can win from those. What are you most looking forward to? I know that there's the event next weekend that everyone's getting ready for.
Oh yeah, the Team YCS in Las Vegas is next weekend. It's going to be streamed. We're going to be back here again. Well, not here. We're going to be in Vegas casting that tournament, and it's going to be incredible. We're going to see what kind of implications are going to fall out from this UDS and transfer into that. Same thing for San Jose, Costa Rica.
I'm assuming a lot of people preparing for next week are looking to get their hands on the Snake Eyes cards, or at least Promethean Princess as well, because we've seen how much damage it's done so far here, whether it's the pure Snake Eyes or the Snake Eyes Fire King. Which one are you liking more so far? I mean, I guess
you know,
we
I'm
just
a
saw Fire King win. So.
I'm a Fire King Snake Eye guy. I mean, I would play pure Fire Kings. I mean, I was playing it before the Phantom Nightmare stuff. You still included like one Ash and a Flame Burst, but a lot more leaning on the Fire King aspect of it. I love Fire Kings from the beginning, and now that they're one of the top decks, I couldn't be happier.
All right, fantastic stuff. Well, with that being said, we're going to send it to a short break, but stick around because we actually have some other stuff planned for the rest of the day. We're going to have a really fun roundtable to close things out, talking about how things went over at the Tokyo Dome event to celebrate the 25th anniversary, as well as peaks going forward, and also confirmation on what the top 4 will actually be going into tomorrow. So you want to stick around. We'll be right back after this.
I won UDS Medellin in Colombia in 2019. I played Sky Striker, which was one of my most successful decks. And it was really challenging. It's a really difficult event. I got close 2 times, like I got third, and I got second, and then I finally won. So yeah, it was really, really challenging, but it was really, really nice to win finally.
The UDS that I won was in Panama 2019 with Lunalight Orchestra. It was a tough tournament. I played a lot of really good opponents, including top 4. I played another UDS champion, Andres Torres. And in the finals, I played world champion Galileo de Baldia.
I won Las Vegas 2019 with Sky Striker. It was a very challenging event. You know, I went through, I don't remember how many rounds it was. I went X2 day 1 though, and then I won out day 2. And you know, I think that was the first time I've ever really been in top cut, and so it was you know, it was very challenging for me. And you know,
I won the UDS in Florida with Pendulum Editions, and I was fortunate enough to go undefeated through the entire event. So it had some challenges, but one of the easier tournaments I played in.
It was in Mexico, Monterrey, 2018, I believe. I was playing Thunder Dragon. Yeah, it was really hard because it was an FTK format. Everyone was on Dangers. And I decided just to play Thunder Dragon because I like it. I think I was like the only player with Thunder Dragon at that event. And yeah, so it was really hard.
I won UDS Chicago, Illinois 2016. It wasn't really challenging. I went undefeated, didn't lose a match.
Gané el UDS que se llevó a cabo en mi país, El Salvador. El deck a utilizar fue ABC. Fue un torneo fuerte, pero al final se logró.
I won the first UDS at Vegas, and I played Zodiac. And I think any time that you're playing a tournament that's got 13 rounds of Swiss, it's going to be challenging. So, yeah, I would definitely say that it was super challenging.
Well, I won the UDS in Ecuador March 2016. I played Cosmo at that event, and yes, it was a lot of a challenge.
I won UDS Kansas City in 2018 with Goki, and it was not very challenging, but you can read my feature match and let me know.
Yeah, I won UDS LA in 2015. I played Cosmo, and yeah, it was pretty challenging. Every opponent I knew or heard of, and they're all pretty good.
Yo gané el UDS de Bogotá en 2020 con Lunalight, y sí fue un evento desafiante porque era el último evento en el que se podía clasificar al campeonato indiscutible de UDS. Entonces por eso fue complicado, fue un torneo muy largo, pero afortunadamente lo logré ganar.
I won UDS Tulsa beginning of 2020 with Rocket Dragon Link. I went undefeated for the whole event. I guess it wasn't as challenging.
I won with UDS Indianapolis in 2019, and I won with Pure Thunder Dragon. It was pretty challenging considering that maybe I was one of the only Thunder Dragon decks there as far as Pure, and everyone else played a heavily combo-based deck. But it was really challenging in the beginning. I lost the first 2 rounds, and I ended up continuing to win.
Principios de 2017 gané con Zodiac en Perú y finales de 2017 gané con Spiral en Trinidad y Tobago. Fue un reto porque todos los torneos a los que voy siento que son un reto por todas las personas tan buenas que van a jugar y pues fue algo muy extenuante, tantas rondas, tantos jugadores, el día 2 seguir jugando porque no estás dentro del evento. Creo que el UDS por eso me encanta, porque es uno de los mejores eventos por tanto juego.
Gané el UDS Invitacional de Santa Cruz el 2018 en Bolivia. Jugué Pendulum Magician y sí fue un evento muy desafiante porque fue el primer evento Premier al que asistí y pude ganar.
This is the Pharaoh, wishing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game a very happy 25th anniversary.
Great job, guys. Amazing what you've done.
So this is Dan Green. I'm the voice of the Pharaoh and Yugi, and I am so happy to be celebrating this 25th anniversary with everyone. It's amazing how much this game has influenced so many people's lives. But all of the people that I get to meet at conventions over the years, they tell me stories about how the game has introduced new relationships into their lives, ones that they truly value. And that alone, I think, is a tremendous achievement. And when I'm fortunate enough to be able to host one of the events where they're dueling for whatever sort of championship, the YCS stuff, those duelists have such intensity and dedication and devotion. It's really admirable. It's really remarkable. One of my favorite memories that's Yu-Gi-Oh! Related goes way back to when Yu-Gi-Oh! First came out. And this has a part 2. But the part 1 is this amazing looking blonde woman came up to me and said, "Are you the voice of Yugi?" And I'll get you more info on that later. But that was really special. Being recognized for work that I've done in voiceover was really unique. Because, you know, it's not often that people will be able to pick you out of the crowd as you walk down the street. In terms of the most requested line, it's gotta be... In terms of the most requested line, it's gotta be, "It's time to duel." Another good one is, "Exodia, obliterate!" Which is really fun to say. And if you haven't had your morning coffee, it gets the blood flowing. It's nice. In terms of the positive impact on my life and my career, I wasn't doing much voiceover at all before I started getting into the dubbing of anime, and that's led to a whole change in my career, where now voiceover is what I primarily do. I've even been teaching it for several years. Of course, I teach people how to do it wrong, so I don't have any competition. But the most remarkable positive impact, and this is part 2 of the story of my favorite memory, is that without this show, I wouldn't have met the woman who became my wife, and I wouldn't have the children that I have today. So it's really hard to beat that, even in comparison to whatever professional achievement you could compare it to. And in terms of how this game positively impacts people in their lives, when you go to these conventions, you see the openness and the acceptance. And I think that one of the greatest themes of that first series in particular was the theme of friendship. And a lot of people identify with Yugi. A lot of people deal with feeling like they're on the outside. And sometimes, unfortunately, a lot of people deal with bullying. So that the show, which is about playing a card game to a large degree, also being a show where people can understand what makes for a good relationship and what they deserve from a relationship and what they should give to a relationship, is pretty cool. If I could play any other character in the show, it would be Kaiba. Villains are, well, not that he's a villain, he's a rival, as Eric would be quick to point out. And playing the antagonist, let's say, is generally more fun because it's a more active role. You're doing the things that the heroes are like, oh no. So that's always a nice thing to get to do. And I don't think that I could do it nearly as well as Eric Stewart. But in terms of which role looks like the most fun, it would have to be Kaiba's. And with that, I wish you and everyone who's a part of this amazing community that makes up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game a very happy 25th anniversary. Look forward to the next one.
It's time to
Hello and welcome back, everybody, here to the Quarter Century Celebration, where we just wrapped up day 2 of the Undisputed UDS Championships. We're getting ready to chat about the Legend of Duelist Quarter Century special event that happened at the Tokyo Dome, and I'm joined here on the couch by Jerome and Rhyme Style. But gentlemen, before we get too much into that event, we actually have to update everybody on the UDS Top 4, the Undisputed Top 4 Championships. I have the list right here. I got the list. Jerome, do you want to do the honors?
You know what? All right.
Jerome will do the honors for us. All right, Jerome, please announce to everybody the top 4 for going into tomorrow's event.
I haven't done this for a while, ever since I stopped judging.
Oh, well, I'm excited for this.
It's like riding a bike. You got this.
Yeah.
Right? All right. In first place with 16 points, Cameron Neal. In second place with 13 points, Andres Torres. In third place with 12 points, Juan Andrade Castro. And in fourth place, also with 12 points, which was the borderline, nobody with fewer than 12 points made it. It is none other than, from the winning team in yesterday's Invitational,
on, just say it.
Jesse Cotton.
Yeah! You kept us waiting, Jerome.
You gotta hype it up. You can't just
Yeah, true. Yeah. True.
The
Good
last
point.
one's always the most important.
Exactly.
It is. Well, congratulations to
that was
the
my
top
teammate
4.
too, so definitely I agree. It's most important.
Oh yeah, you were on Jesse's team. That's a good point. That's a good point. Any insight into his strategy? Were you judging his play today?
We stayed up all night. I taught him how to
Yeah, you gave him the ropes going into today's event, of course. Well, shout out to the top 4. That will round out day 2 for the Undisputed UDS Championships right there. But now we can chat about the Tokyo Dome event here. We're going to have a little roundtable discussion because the two of you were at the event to witness it all, and I hear that there's a lot of cool stuff going on. So I can't wait to learn from the two of you. Where do we start? Well, let's start at the beginning of the event because I hear there's a concert that happened, right? Yeah. All right, so talk me through the concert. What was it like? What were your reactions? What were the highlights?
So there were two things first. The first part, they played, an orchestra rendition of Passionate Duelist.
That's awesome.
Which is something that opens up a lot of things. You saw it at the World Championship. You saw it at the World Championship a few years ago as well. And then after that opening ceremony, they had, there was some talk time. They described some of the things that were going on at the event. And then we had the opening theme concert.
Okay.
And it starts out with Genkai Battle, the ending from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX by Jam Project.
Oh, yeah.
So it started out with that, and they all come out, and it's pretty hype. It's an excellent song to see live.
Yeah.
And they complete that song, and they talk to the members for a little bit. And the other three then come back, and Masaki Endo stays out, who you might know from doing some of the 5Ds themes as well, like some of the really hype ones. I believe in Nexus. Going My Way, things like that. So he stays on, and he does both of those songs, Believe in Nexus and Going My Way. And it's super hype. That guy still got it.
Seeing that live would be so cool.
So cool. He is so good.
With 25,000 people, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, the crowd was huge, right? All right, what was the crowd reaction like? Were they all
It was hype.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't know what to expect, but again, being in a giant stadium full of people who like the same thing is always cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they did 25,000 first day, 25,000 second day, and everybody's just like, these are our people.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you can feel the energy. It's just great.
25,000 for 25 years. Look at that. It worked out.
It was a massively big deal. I can actually show you this.
Oh, okay. We have show and tell.
Full page ad taken out in the paper.
Yeah, I got you.
I bring this out. Take a look at that. There is a whole full page ad taken out in the paper for this. The amount of people was so great that they had to bring them in shifts.
Wait, raise it up again.
Raise this up.
If you scan, what was it? This right here, I believe. You download a VR or an AR app, and you can see blue eyes flying around inside the stadium.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah, that's so cool. I mean, yeah, they even show that up at the top. Oh, I guess that's Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon up at the top, but that's sick. They do so many cool things when it comes to the live events, and I mean, that's such a big stadium. How many people had their phones out doing that? Did you try it out?
I tried it, but I don't have a Japanese phone and an account.
Oh, sure.
But somebody else did it for me, and we got to like piss around.
That's awesome.
Blue eyes flying around in front of us. It was kind of cool.
That's really cool. That's really cool. So that was the beginning of the entire event, but there's a lot of stuff that happened after that, right?
Yes.
So one of the big ones that I know everyone got to see and react to, the reaction was incredibly positive. I loved it. Was the sick animation? I believe it's called Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Game: The Chronicles. If you haven't seen it, go YouTube that right now. Go check it out wherever you want online. It was amazing, right? The quality of it alone, plus we get to see some of the key moments in the lore from the cards. It was so cool.
Yeah, so if you've been watching all weekend, you've probably seen it, in bits and pieces, the Charmers section or the Albaz section, all of that. But seeing it all together, all in a row, is just extraordinarily hype. You've got to do it. You have to.
Yeah. I love the energy change as, everyone's favorite characters and lore popped up.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until Fallen Albaz popped that the entire stadium just roared.
That was the big pop?
Yeah.
I mean, no surprise. The story there is recent, and it's so cool.
And not to plug it, but I did a reaction at the stadium. You can look it up on YouTube. But it was cool. Just seeing that in a giant stadium full of 25,000 people who all love Yu-Gi-Oh! And seeing that at the same time, at the same arena, was just special.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of people are probably jealous hearing these stories, but I feel like I'm living vicariously through you because I could feel that energy as well. What were other big moments, though? Because there were a lot of reveals. I mean, the end, the Sky Striker, did people go crazy for that?
They did. I think the second biggest one, though, was the Melfi section transitioning into the Zeus fight in space.
That transition period was so well timed. That was incredible, yeah. And the Zeus battle was sick, right? Yeah.
You can literally see the moment where he detached too.
Also true. If you ever wanted to know what Zeus's attack might look like if it was on the anime, kind of like that.
Yeah, the video itself was amazing, but what not everyone realized was it was also announcing Konami Animation Studios. So it's cool. I mean, we don't know what is coming next for that, right? There's been nothing confirmed, but it opens up a door, right, for more either cool videos like that. Maybe, everyone hype up the branded video as much as you can. Yes. Maybe it's gonna happen, right?
Out of curiosity, I don't know how we can see. Maybe people will tweet it, but I want to know what of all the lores, what do people want to see the most?
That's a good question. There's a lot of it. Like the Crusadia lore is really sick as well. Watching the whole Ib journey would be really sick to see in some type of story. The Sky Striker, I mean, it seemed like they were teasing something at the end because a lot of them had a card artwork, right?
They got a manga for that in OCG stories.
Yeah.
They have a lot to work off of that.
Yeah, so either way, whatever it means, whatever the future plans are, I think it's cool. And like I said, it opens a door for Konami to do a lot of
limited
different
content.
Things. Yeah.
It's literally unlimited content.
And the fact that the quality was so good, too.
I was a little sad that we only got just a tiny little bit of Visas and Diabellstar as well.
Yeah,
I want to see maybe a little more of that myself. But not to put my thumb on the scale of which things we want to see more of.
I'm going to just, let's just say it, the Melfies. What? Give us a whole show of Melfies. Why not?
They didn't show, but my girlfriend definitely wanted to see Dragon Maid stuff. She's like, if you
yeah.
do like one episode of the Dragon Maid, like that'd be great too.
Yeah. What we're saying is there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of different things that could potentially open up. So that's awesome. But another big thing that happened was something you could actually experience. You could only experience that. And Jerome, I'm sorry, I know that you didn't get to, but Rhyme did the VR experience. Talk to me about what that was like.
I'm just gonna start off by saying I'm the biggest VR hater because one, I get sick doing it, and two, I just feel like it's kind of like a gimmick. That's like whatever about it. But when they were like, "Do you want to try?" I was like, "Yeah, whatever. I guess I can give a couple minutes try."
Yeah.
It was amazing. It was like, as kids, the thing we wanted the most is hologram duels. We wanted the duel disc.
Yeah, everyone imagines Bean versus Pegasus on the big stage. You're like having the duel disc, right?
When I say, I promise you, this is the closest thing to that, it's the closest thing to that. And I'm not trying to like gas it up like, oh, you got to experience it. You're just probably hyped up. No, it's real. You go inside. Obviously, it was limited. I think they were definitely trying to test out what they can and can't do. You walk in, you play Necro Valley. The entire field changes. So it's like, if they were to do like the whole VR thing one day, it's like, does that mean the field spell will cause the arena to change?
Yeah.
And then Dark Magician pops up, attacks Sagi. Blue Eyes shows up. I don't know if I can reveal what happens next, but Blue Eyes attacks, and then something happens, and you look to your left, he's standing there. Like, the demo that they showed doesn't do it justice, because the demo that they showed was kind of like, you see it from the spectator view, but being inside, like, looking around, Dark Magician was all up in your face, like, oh, what are we gonna do? Like, it was
judging your hand, like, what? You built this deck? Like,
yeah, it's the future, and I'm just like, I remember afterwards, I looked at everybody, I'm like, can we like speed this up? I need this like tomorrow.
Yeah. Hearing you explain it, because we had a conversation a little bit about this before this entire weekend event, and we were talking about, like, when you were kids and you imagine, like, oh, maybe in the future we're going to have the technology to have holograms summon up, and I'm happy you say, like, well, this is just that, basically, right? Like, imagine you play Necro Valley, boom, mountains rise up on each side, and then you're face-to-face in the valley with somebody.
I just love, C-Reax was that too, and me and C-Reax had the same reaction. Like, when Blue Eyes shows up, like, the Blue Eyes just towering above you, and she attacks you, and we're both did the same thing. We just react like, and then the smoke clears. You look to your left, and Dark Magician just standing like, I got you, bro. Like, it was just amazing.
That sounds so cool. Jerome, what do you think when you hear something like that?
Jealousy mainly.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. But also, I would also like them to hurry that along as much as possible. I want to try it out too. I'm actually with you as well. I'm not the biggest on VR as well. But if you let me duel in VR, I'm in. Just immediately.
VR, like, I'm not trying to knock VR, but like, you're moving around, you're running around, you get sick, you get motion sick. I didn't feel motion sick at all, and I get motion sick pretty fast in VR. So it was like, if there's a game that's going to do VR right, it's this.
Let's just not add 5D's motorcycle duels. Is what
I
you're
might get
telling
sick
me.
if we do that.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
I do want to try that. I do want to try that.
Either way, that experience sounds so awesome, and I can't wait. Like you said, let's hurry that up. Come on, let's get that into our pockets as soon as we can. That's also something that might get me to finally get into VR too. So I'm on the same page there. Well, I won't make us dwell on that for too long. I know a lot of people wanted to hear about that, so thanks, Ryan, for talking about your experience. Any other things that you want to finish off with?
I probably will say, because a lot of people were messaging me like, oh, should I get VR headset now? I would just wait, because again, this is not going to be a tomorrow thing. We don't know when it's coming out. So just wait until we get an announcement and then figure out, what we need and everything. But the future is great.
Have it on your radar.
Yeah, have it on your radar, and the future is great.
Okay, that's awesome. Well, thanks, Ryan, for chatting about that. Moving on, though, some of the other cool things that happened at the event. I don't know what this is, but I was told to ask about the food. Okay. What was going on with the food?
So I actually have something for this.
Oh, you have something.
So what I brought with me here, this is the brochure that they gave out to everybody who came into the Tokyo Dome event. And what's in here is it's got a map of
Do you want me to open it up for you?
Open this up. So there's a map in there of everything, as well as, here's what all the events are. Here's the schedule for the stage shows and the like. And if you see over on here, you can see that there's some food items up in here as well. They've kind of arranged their like cafe collaboration Exodia right there.
Okay.
So there's 5 different items there.
Yeah.
There's the Blue Eyes parfait. Over there's the first one. It's kind of got a vanilla, not quite yogurt.
There's like blueberries,
blueberries. They're like candy blueberries too. There's like a cinnamon kind of granola there at the bottom. So I had that. It was pretty good. I would have preferred the Red Eyes chocolate one that's right next to it.
Oh, yep, of course.
But when we went to try and get that one, it was sold out. Like, I saw the signs for it at one of the concession stands, but by the time we got there, it was sold out.
Maybe confirmed Red Eyes more popular than Blue Eyes?
It's possible.
We all knew it all along.
They were gassing it up in the stage show a little bit earlier as well, and it was full of chocolate, which automatically makes it better.
Clearly, yeah. All right.
So moving on, we have the Thunder Force soda. That's the Slifer or Osiris themed drink as well. It's kind of a sour apple. I think it tastes kind of like a sour apple soda, and they put something similar to Pop Rocks in it as well, so that was crackling like thunder.
You need the lightning.
Well.
You need the effect, the shock.
If it's not reducing my attack by 2,000 points, I don't want it. And it certainly did, and it was very good. I like that a lot.
Now this next one I think might require a little. Why is Raw a hot dog?
So that is the God Blaze Cannon hot dog. It is very spicy.
That's amazing.
It was very spicy. Between the 3 of us, who there is myself and our judge team, Julie and Chris, we couldn't finish it.
Okay.
Between the 3 of us, it was very hot.
Wow.
It was very hot.
Well, I mean, if Joey could barely handle it, I don't know what we're expected to do.
Yeah, I mean, Joey dies in that one. That was the episode preview. There was actually a stage show where they talked about their favorite moments from the TV series. And one of them was the preview of the episode before, Joey gets wrecked. And it's all like, no, you'll be fine, Joey. And then the name comes up on screen, and the episode's just called Joey Dies.
I love it when the episode just like tells you what's about to happen. Okay, there's one more on there though. It's the obelisk.
I like this one a lot though. This is the Obelisk God Hand Crusher burger.
Oh.
So this was a burger that had cheese that I didn't quite identify, and a sauce that I didn't quite identify.
Obelisk is mysterious.
And a like fried Spam on the bottom of it as well, which I never actually had fried before.
Nice.
But I did have that, and it was quite good. I liked it a lot.
Well, I'm happy I asked about the food, I have to say.
So we were one piece short of Cafe Exodia. We were not able to get the head.
Yeah,
You forgot one of the most important part, though. What did you
Yes.
get when you got the food?
Okay. So they all had like little items with them.
Okay.
So, for example, if you take a look at the Thunder Force soda, it's got like a
don't know how
little key
close we
tag
can get in on
kind of
that,
thing on
yeah.
there with the art of Cyrus or Slifer on
Okay.
it. And in addition, you got a sticker with each of them of the associated god card or the monster in question. So red eyes, blue eyes, etc.
Sure.
Also, it's a little hard to see in the blue eyes parfait, but the
I can
marshmallow
imagine, yeah.
on top there also has a blue eyes printed on it.
Okay.
So the blue eyes white marshmallow was pretty tasty.
Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to try it because the lines were ridiculous. Again, 25,000 people. It was
They were.
ridiculous. So anytime there was like downtime, everybody got up and got in line.
That's
And
cool.
I tried. I tried and gave up. I want to try the Slifer drink because Slifer's the best god card. You know, I'm just tossing it out there.
Oh,
I
just a
like
little
the
bit of
Slifer
bias.
drink a lot.
Would you have tried the raw hot dog? And do you think you could have finished
Well,
it?
it's funny because Cyriax is vegan, and he leans over to me and goes, "If I bought you a wiener, would you eat it?" I'm like, "Yes." I don't know what. I don't know why. But I'm like, oh, I see why. Because it's meat, and you want the raw sticker. Yes, bro, go get it. And then he also tried to wait in line and just failed because it was just that.
Oh no! Did he tell you that it was a spicy one, or did he even know?
We didn't know.
Oh.
That would have been
a shock.
Yeah,
that would have been content right
it
there.
was very shockingly like you expect it to be a little spicy, you know, because Phoenix rising from the flames and all that. But not that spicy. Not that spicy.
Cyriax also told me to just go and toss it out there. You know, Wing Dragon Raw needs more support, and you know, I'm going to take my opportunity to say Slifer as well.
All right, fair enough. Well, one final thing that we wanted to highlight here before we wrap up this part of the roundtable is the fact that we have a fun socials giveaway, which I believe you have some things. So at the end of the month, keep your eyes on the socials because we're going to be giving away 3 sets of these Dark Magician and Blue Eyes card sets, which I believe we're going to open up here. All right, so they combo off beautifully. Rhymestyle, do you want to take one of them?
Yeah, they actually connect, which is kind of sick.
So I haven't seen these yet. I don't know what they look like, but I'm excited to take a look at them.
I've got the Dark Magician.
Okay, so which one's supposed to be on the right, which is on the left? Here we go.
It's like this. Oh, I already revealed it, I guess.
So you connect them, and I believe it's supposed to make the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah.
That is awesome!
Kind of hard to see, but you can see. Yeah, there it is. Ooh.
Yeah, they're really shiny, but you can see the outline behind. Yeah, right in there. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Quarter Century Secret Rare, Blue Eyes and Dark Magician with the custom art background, making the Tokyo Dome. The names are green. Ooh, that's awesome. Yeah. So 3 sets of those will be given away on our socials at the end of the month. So make sure that you're following. Make sure that you start following there. Oh, there you go. Because that's awesome. You don't want to miss out on an opportunity to get those. Those are beautiful. But with that being said, thank you, too, for coming on and chatting about the Tokyo Dome event. We're going to send it to a short break. Or actually, we're going to take a look at the set that was just released. And then after that, we're going to have a roundtable discussing what that means for the metagame and all the cool strats coming out. So we'll be right back after this.
Hey everyone, this is Billy Brake. Welcome back and get ready for an exciting look into 2024's first core booster set, Phantom Nightmare. This 100 card set is bursting with new themes, new effect monsters, spells, and traps, plus a new strategy inspired by one of the more memorable story arcs in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Let's get right into it. Here is Phantom Nightmare.
If I were to choose one word to describe Phantom Nightmare, it would be legacy. This core booster revisits the legacy of one of the most beloved booster sets of the GX era, breathes new life into a long line of light ritual monsters dating back to the earliest days of Dueling, and introduces a world premiere theme full of monsters that continue to defend their home, even though their physical bodies are long gone. So, let's start at the very beginning of the set with a card that's number 001 in the set, and is aiming to be number 001 in your heart as well. Yubel was originally introduced in Phantom Darkness, but the spirit of Yubel is alive and well here in Phantom Nightmare. While superpolymerization was crucial to the character Yubel's plans in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, it wasn't really part of the strategy based around the card Yubel, until now. You'll also find new cards based on Yubel's monsters from the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX series. The original Grinder Golem may have been used by Jesse Anderson, but he was under the control of Yubel at the time. And we saw just a few episodes later that this card was actually part of Yubel's deck. The original Samsara Lotus and Spell Chronicle, on the other hand, got a lot of work as part of Yubel's strategy in the duel against Jaden. Remember these cards from the dawn of dueling? In Phantom Nightmare, these two and more are reborn as servants of the Voiceless Voice. Defend low the prayers of the Voiceless Voice while calling upon the power of Light Dragon and Light Warrior ritual monsters. These two monsters on the side may look familiar as well. That's right, these new cards greatly resemble Saphira and Soravis, don't they? You might want to check your collection for these ritual monsters, as they work well with this new theme. Ultimately, you'll want to ritual summon the new Skull Guardian, Protector of the Voiceless Voice, alongside Lo. While Lo is on your field or in your graveyard, the new Skull Guardian's attack points rise all the way to 4,100, and that's just a third of what it can do. Get on your bike, or bike equivalent monster, and ride into battle with a new strategy that excels at Xyz summoning. Diabellstar the Black Witch returned from the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye with a mysterious new Snake Eye monster in tow. But now she's caught in the crosshairs of the Goblin Bikers. The basic Goblin Bikers are level 3 monsters that can special summon themselves in a flash by detaching an Xyz material from an Xyz monster. Any Xyz monster, including your opponent's. Will the Goblin Bikers apprehend Diabellstar and get their hands on her Snake Eye charge? Or will they severely regret their life choices? You'll just have to wait and see. Some lucky players who attend the Phantom Nightmare Core Booster Premiere event can get a head start on building their own Goblin Biker deck by winning a promotional copy of Goblin Biker Grand Entrance. So make sure that you get to your local official tournament store. In Phantom Nightmare, you'll come face to face with Vados, the Eruption Dragon of Extinction, a monster whose power can destroy the cycle of life and death itself. The defenders of Obsidian could not save their home from the might of Vados, and were reduced to ash along with their city. The destructive power of Vados was so great that their very souls were burned into the remains of the city itself. And now, they relive their struggle against Vados for all eternity, keeping up the fight for so long that their names have been lost to the sands of time. Phantom Nightmare brings back a lot of old favorites as well, covering a wide variety of summoning techniques and tactics. Raid Raptors soar to even greater heights with a rank 13 Xyz monster. The Aroma strategy branches out into fusion. Magispectors tackle Pendulum, Xyz, and Link summoning all at once. And new Goatee monsters make Synchro summoning even easier. Of course, there's more where that came from. You can find a special present from a certain Link 2 monster, or finally add Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames to your real-life dueling deck. Whatever you're in the mood for, you won't want to miss out on Phantom Nightmare.
Phantom Nightmare is lurking around the corner and waiting for you to unlock all of its secrets. If you want to get your hands on it early, be sure to visit your local OTS during our premiere weekend on February 3rd and February 4th. Stay tuned as this week continues for videos from your favorite content creators exploring the strategies and themes in Phantom Nightmare. Plus, for a more exclusive deep dive into our new world premiere theme, The Ash End, we'll be releasing a bonus segment tomorrow exploring the mechanics of this brand new theme. Finally, we cap off the week with content creator pack openings. I'm sure you will be full of surprises. Secret rares, ultra rares, super rares, and of course the latest quarter century secret rares will all be up for grabs. Glad to have y'all join us once again at this in-depth look into Phantom Nightmare. Always a pleasure. I'm Billy Brink. Thanks for watching, and don't forget, it's time to duel.
The key cards for the new Ashen theme are Vados, the Eruption Dragon of Extinction, and Obsidian, the Ashen City. Let's talk about Vados first, since it's a monster you might see even outside of Ashen decks. Vados can spring out of your hand as a quick effect to lay waste to any card in the field zone. When you use this effect, you special summon Vados to your opponent's field, destroy the card that was targeted, and then you can either add to hand or set an Ashen Continuous Trap from your deck. There are many field spells out there that add a monster from deck to hand and set off entire combos on their own, so a quick effect way to eliminate them before they can do that can be very useful indeed. But what about the big monster you leave your opponent with? Your opponent will be hard-pressed to use Vados to advance their strategy, because if it goes from your opponent's field to your graveyard, you can use it to destroy all monsters on the field. The Ashen field spell is Obsidian, the Ashen City. If it's destroyed or banished while it's in the field zone, you get to special summon an Ashen monster from your deck. Destruction is preferable, as Obsidian can return a copy of itself from your graveyard to the bottom of your deck to let you draw a card during your end phase. There's one more line of text there at the start, which will be important momentarily, but at the most basic level, what you want to do is put Obsidian on the field, then destroy it with Vados, special summon Vados to your opponent's field, get an Ashen Continuous Trap from your deck, and special summon an Ashen monster from your deck. All of the Ashen monsters can be special summoned from your hand while Obsidian is on the field. The King of the Ashen City can command other Ashen monsters into battle. The basic version of the effect special summons from your hand, but if your opponent controls a monster with 2800 attack or more, like Vados, you get to special summon from your deck instead. A king with a massive dragon-sized problem is often in need of a hero to deal with it. As a quick effect in the main phase, Hero of the Ashen City can destroy any pyro monster on the field. Then, if it destroyed Vados, you can place an Obsidian from your deck into your field zone. This is also where the first line of Obsidian comes into play. During your turn, it greatly expands the reach of which monsters your hero can strike down by changing your opponent's special summon monsters into pyro monsters. Finally, the last of the Ashen monsters in Phantom Nightmare is Priestess of the Ashen City, who can add any other Ashen card from your deck to your hand. I think you'll find yourself using this to get another copy of Obsidian quite frequently, but you can also grab any of the other Ashen monsters. As long as Obsidian is on the field, having the King or the Priestess is the same as having all three. King can special summon Priestess, who adds Hero, or special summoning Priestess lets you add King, which special summons Hero from the deck. One of the great things about Vados is that it can set this trap card directly from your deck. So if you destroy your opponent's field spell on the first turn of the game and give them Vados, they now have to deal with the fact that you can just take it back from them on your turn if they leave it on the field, or if they get rid of it, you can wipe out all monsters on the field, add Vados back to your hand, give it over to them again on your turn, and then take it back from them with the trap. In the process, your opponent's monsters will lose 2,800 attack points, likely leaving them with nothing. A successful strike with Vados and all three Ashen monsters will deal exactly 8,000 damage, so you'll be putting your opponent in a difficult spot from the word go. I've spoken a lot about the importance of both Vados and Obsidian, so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this highly convenient card that could get them both in a flash. Awakening of Vados is a quick play spell that puts Obsidian directly on the field on either player's side of the field. Then, if your opponent controls a card in the field zone, you can add a level 5 or higher Dark Pyro monster from your deck to your hand. The obvious choice is Vados, since this is Awakening of Vados. But keep in mind you can grab King of the Ashen City or Hero of the Ashen City as well, to help you assemble all the pieces you need to achieve victory. All of these cards are easy to get out of your deck, and in addition to using the in-theme cards, you can use Bonfire to add Priestess of the Ashen City to your hand, or Allure of Darkness to dig deeper into your deck, since all your monsters are dark.
About like certain effects, such as if you destroy the Spirit of Yubel, you get to summon a different Yubel, and I love it against the Voiceless Voice matchup when they destroy it. Like, by the way, I get to summon another one because destroyed from the hand. I summon a Yubel, you crash into it. Now you have to, and I have Nightmare Pain on the field. They have to hit into it and take the effect damage. That's like really, really good. So I really like the Yubel stuff, and I think it's going to get even better. So that's why I'm just starting early right now.
Yeah, there's the parallels between Spirit of Yubel and Spirit of Neos.
Yes.
Both of them summoning in the same kind of way.
Yes. Yeah, definitely two cards that not only do awesome effects, they look awesome in themselves and have that revitalization of the old school cards that we always like to see. And yeah, Yubel, a fan favorite, and it's definitely going to have more cards coming, as you're alluding to. So definitely keep an eye out for future sets if you're also fans of Yubel. Now this weekend we are celebrating the quarter century. That's 25 years of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. But we have a team YCS that also took place in Costa Rica this weekend. We have a little bit of a look in to see what that was like. So let's go ahead and take a look at our Team YCS in Costa Rica.
Hello dear duelists around the world, my name is Brian and I'm here with my friend Anthony, and we are here in the Team YCS San Jose, Costa Rica 2024 in the Costa Rica Convention Center. So Anthony, how do you think about the event right now?
The organization has been excellent so far. We have a lot of players. We have a total of 135 teams, which translates to 405 players in total for 8 rounds of Swiss format today and top cut for top 16 tomorrow.
So for that 135 teams, we have 10 teams that are our bounties in the event. So whenever a team wins one of these bounty teams, they will receive a pricing of total 3 packs from the booster packs. And as well, for this event, we will have a lot of other side events like Winamats, regionals, and of course the Dragon Duels that we'll be covering later.
Brand, stay tuned, and also you guys at home, because we're going to bring you some more content, some interviews with well-renowned players that are coming from outside the country. So keep an eye on it.
See you guys.
Wow, that was fantastic. It's exciting that we have a Team YCS going on this weekend. They're always a lot of fun, and it's in Costa Rica. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game without borders. It transcends language barriers, and just like that, Doctors Without Borders does the same thing. They're trying to help spread, good around the entire world, and that's why we're raising money from this weekend. We're going to donate to that charity. You can win some awesome prizes, and also just, donate some awesome money to a great charity, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game without borders. We play all around the world. So we're going to be talking about that, but there's a Team YCS coming up next weekend in YCS Vegas. Now they're going to be looking to the results of Costa Rica. They're going to be looking to the results of the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series. What kind of impact do you think this weekend's going to have on next weekend? I'll start with you, Tom.
I think we got to see a lot of creative plays from some of the best players here. I mean, these are all champions in their own right. And tomorrow maybe we'll find out who's the undefeated one of them all. Now, I think there's a lot of interesting plays. I think if we could crown someone as the most creative player, I would have to say it's Shinping. Shinping did a lot of things that are definitely not expected, and we got to see it. We got to see in the last round just now how even if you brick, if you manage to get the Flamberge deck, you can dance it around the field a little bit, and it would go in and out of the deck and come back out. This is really well managed resource, and even when he got hit by a dimensional shifter, it wasn't all over. He had techs available for that, like Parallel Exceeds, just using a Link Karibo, and managed to play out of it, not using any of the Snake Eye cards. I thought that was very interesting, and we might see more of that.
Definitely. I think you definitely want to keep your eye on the Fire King Snake Eye deck and the Pure Snake Eye deck. Which one's going to kind of be more popular? But there's a lot of other options. Are there any other strategies you're hoping to see next weekend kind of come out of this that maybe the people are going to see like the weak points of these strategies?
Yeah, so the interesting thing for me this weekend was that we didn't actually see Voiceless Voice show up at all. And I suspect that all the Voiceless Voice players, or the players who are planning on bringing that to Vegas in a week, have been sitting here watching this, trying to figure out all the different ways the Fire King Snake Eye duelists have to get around things like Shifter, or to dance that Flamberge Dragon around, and coming up with their own counter strategies for it. So I think we might see Voiceless Voice appear kind of in force at the Team YCS in Vegas as a result.
Oh, I like that. I really hope so. I'm a big fan of Voiceless Voice. I mean, Low is such a cool card, and it really gets just that one card, gets your whole deck going and online. So it's a really simple and straightforward deck, but if you play it effectively, back up your Skull Guardian with something like Summon Limit. It's kind of tough for other decks to deal with, and I really hope we see a lot more Voiceless Voice next week. But who knows? The Team YCS, it's going to be a brand new weekend. Lots are going to learn from these tournaments, so anything really can happen. But there's also something brand new we want to reveal to you. There's a brand new game mat, it's a desk mat actually, that you can win from playing Master Duel. Let's go ahead and check out this quick video that's talking about this brand new game mat that you can win.
Welcome back to the Team YCS here at Costa Rica. This time we're bringing you some beautiful prizes that you can get from our side events, such as this amazing pot collection playmat, which is being delivered for the first time here as a prize. What do you think, Brian?
That's a really beautiful playmat, Anthony, but I think I will stick with this one. It fits very well with my personality. What do you think about this one?
That's absolutely stunning. I love Master Duel, and this playmat is amazing, but for now, I gotta keep it with the pot collection.
Yeah, for sure. Remember that this playmat, you can get it from the pricing of the Master Duel tournament that we will have here in YCS San Jose, Costa Rica. Stay tuned for more information. Hello guys, welcome back to the coverage with the Team YCS San Jose, Costa Rica 2024. We are here with the next door team. So guys, in terms of enjoying, how do you feel with this event? How is it going so far?
It's pretty good so far. We're X1, but we're expecting to finish strong.
Tournament's going well. Could have played better in the earlier rounds, but we're trying to finish strong.
Yeah, I've been to Costa Rica 3 times now, so I like it here. It's awesome. And yeah, looking forward to just keep on doing well, and I've been enjoying the event so far.
Now, the next question that I want to give you guys is, what's the difference between preparing for a Team YCS rather than just a normal YCS? So what do you guys think?
I think that in a 3v3 setting, like, you're able to take a little bit more risks because it's 3v3, the risk is mitigated and spread out across 3 players, so you can lose a match and still win. So, and also, like, from a tech choice perspective, you can definitely, like, play something more high risk, high reward, because, you know, you at the end of the day, you can lose one and your teammates can win. So I think that's like a major part of it.
Yeah, just also testing with like your teammates a lot throughout the time before, so you know what they're thinking and they know what you're thinking. So like when you're going through a match, you guys can talk very quickly and not waste time, because since you're playing 3 matches at the same time, you don't want to waste any of those precious 45 minutes.
You guys said it all, to be honest. Practicing more, all of us coming together prior, knowing what decisions we want to make so we don't have to ask each other. So we're just pre-prepping. Really pre-prepping.
Pre-prepper rights.
Awesome answers. I got one more question, but this one's just specific for Pac. Back, do you think that you have what it takes, and your team as well, so you can be a Team YCS champion once again?
We did it. We were the last 3v3 champions, so I think we can do it again. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Well, the best of luck, guys, and keep enjoying the event.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
All right, that was awesome to hear from one of the teams competing in Costa Rica at that Team YCS. We're going to have to see if Pac's going to take it home tomorrow. We've been celebrating 25 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here at the Quarter Century Celebration. Yesterday, we had the Dueling 7th Invitational. We had a Master Duel Invitational. And if you haven't missed that, make sure you go on YouTube, find the VOD, and watch what happened. It has some epic moments you don't want to miss. Today, we had 6 rounds of Swiss for the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series, where we cut to the top 4 who are going to come back tomorrow, and we're going to find out who is the champion of champions here from the Ultimate Duelist. But before that, we're going to be running anime episodes all night. If you missed last night, make sure you stick around to watch some of the most iconic episodes. They're going to be not just from one series. It's going to be from hand-picked episodes from a broad amount of series. I know, Jerome, you're excited about some episodes that are coming on tonight.
I am.
I'm going to have it on all night. I turned it on this morning before I came over here. Got to see Yudo versus Yugo, I believe. A really funny duel. Yep, Phantom Knights are awesome. So we're going to stick around, watch the anime episode. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders. So if you want to donate, make sure you find out. Check the link below. There's been posting in the Twitch chat links to the donations. You can also win awesome prizes from donating. 130 lucky people will be walking away with prizes. You'll get them more information just by clicking the link below. But we're going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to have the top 4 going on. We're going to have both matches streamed, and then we're going to stream the finals. So you're really not going to want to miss out on that. Stick around, watch some Yu-Gi-Oh! Episodes, come back in the morning for the final of the Undisputed Ultimate Duelist Series. We'll see you tomorrow morning.